Chapter 1471. In a moment of desperation, this official barged into Taiji Palace without reporting. This is truly disgraceful and has offended your majesty. I beg for your majesty's forgiveness. When Li Zixuan had just arrived outside Taiji Palace, Zhao Song was about to enter to report. However, when Li Zixuan heard the conversation between Kong Yingda and Zhang Sun Wuji, he couldn't bear it any longer. He thought to himself, the locusts are already here and you guys have been discussing for so long, yet you guys still haven't come up with a solution. Do you guys have to be so inefficient? Thus he directly walked in. After gaining the upper hand, Li Zixuan walked to the front of the officials and bowed to Li Er to ask for forgiveness. Seeing that Li Zixuan had finally arrived, Li Er heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Li Zixuan wasn't present, but that Li Zixuan would be able to fill in the gaps and come up with better and more eye-catching suggestions, thus making the final outcome even more perfect. At this moment, Li Er wouldn't be bothered about whether Li Zixuan was being rude or not. He waved his hand and said, "Since this emperor has summoned you into the palace, there's no harm in you entering Taiji Palace. This emperor will pardon you." "Thank you, your majesty," Li Zixuan bowed and said. At this moment Kong Yingda couldn't help but ask, "Marcon, what do you mean by 150,000 chickens?" The officials in the palace couldn't help but shift their gazes to Li Zixuan. They thought to themselves, what kind of surprise will this mysterious young man bring to Great Tang this time? At this moment, Li Zixuan turned to Kong Yingda and clasped his hands together. He smiled and said, "This marquis has a total of 150,000 chickens. Just before I came to Chang'an, these 150,000 chickens had already been driven to the farmlands by the villagers and children of the Han family manor and Plum Village. I believe that there aren't many locusts left in the farmlands of the two villages." Once these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked at the number of chickens that Li Zixuan controlled. Secondly, they were shocked at Li Zixuan's reaction speed to mobilize the villagers so quickly. Thirdly, they were shocked at Li Zixuan's confidence in the chickens' ability to exterminate locusts. Lantian County was only an hour's journey from Chang'an. In such a short period of time, 150,000 chickens could really exterminate all the locusts in the farmlands of the two villages? This Marcon, when did you have so many chickens? Kong Yingda was caught off guard. Li Zixuan replied with a smile, "Could it be that Chancellor Kong has forgotten about the matter of Taifu Monastery's Yuan Shaoqing accusing me of inflating the price of chicken seedlings last year? Last year, this marquis first bought 80,000 chickens for the Han village, then another 80,000 chickens for the Plum village. Today, there are approximately 150,000 chickens that have survived. Not only that, last year I discovered 2 chicken training experts at the Han village. Under their guidance, the children of the 2 villages now know how to train chickens. Thus, before coming here, this marquis had these children bring the 150,000 chickens to the farmlands that were plagued by the locusts. Everyone here might not know this, but a mature chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day. 20 chickens can almost guarantee that 1 mu of farmland is free of locusts. This Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade of 150,000 chickens is estimated to be able to clear 6,000 mu of farmland of locusts in an hour. That's 12,000 mu of farmland in 2 hours. The entire Lantian County only has a few 100,000 mu of farmland. This Marquis can guarantee that within 2 days, the locusts in Lantian County will be completely exterminated. And Lantian County will be the first county in Great Tang to exterminate locusts. Arrogance. Li Zixuan, who said these words, could be said to be arrogant. Everyone present, including Li Zixuan, did not dare to say that they could exterminate a county of locusts in 2 days. But Li Zixuan dared to say so. However, Li Zixuan had the capital to back his arrogance. Who asked Li Zixuan to be the only one who did not care about the high price of chicken seedlings last year? Kong Yingda could not help but be speechless. Li Zixuan's words were reasonable, and he had no way to refute them. This made him sigh in his heart. The Li Zixuan in front of him was no longer the insignificant minister of the Imperial College. He already had the ability to dictate the life and death of a county's citizens. Furthermore, this was far from the end of this youth's road. In a few years, this youth would definitely become a true authority. However, Kong Yingda still had some doubts in his heart. He wondered why Li Zishuan bought so many chicken seedlings last year. Could it be that Li Zishuan was like Li Er last year and predicted this year's locusts? Thinking of this, Kong Ingda looked at Li Zishuan with a hint of fear in his eyes. Actually, he was not the only one who had such thoughts. Officials like Chang Yaojin who were familiar with Li Zishuan also had such suspicions or guesses in their hearts. Chang Yaojin was planning to ask Li Zishuan after the morning assembly. Marquis Yong'an, is your Heavenly Chicken Brigade really able to exterminate the locusts in Lantian County in 2 days? Xiao Yu stood up and asked with cupped hands. Li Zishuan nodded and replied, "Of course it's true. If there were only 150,000 chickens, I would definitely not dare to say such arrogant words. But now, not only do we have so many chickens, we even have a group of children who are good at training chickens. This is like having soldiers and generals. I am confident that I can exterminate all the locusts in Lantian County in 2 days. Other than that, I have also set up a department to purchase locusts in the county office. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. This is to encourage the citizens of Lantian County to catch locusts. With the unity of the people, I firmly believe that within 2 days, all the locusts in Lantian County will be cleared." After hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's words, everyone was speechless. They secretly thought that someone was really rich. At such a critical juncture, he actually dared to buy locusts. Wasn't he afraid of going bankrupt? Xiao Yu was also shocked, but he was not worried that Li Zishuan would go bankrupt because of this. Strange Taste Pavilion, Drunken Immortal Tavern, and the winery were all places that made a lot of money. No matter how much Li Zishuan squandered, it was unlikely that he would go bankrupt. Xiao Yu nodded and then cupped his hands to Li Er. "Your Majesty, the locust control strategy adopted by Marquis Yong and in Lantian County has many merits. This old official believes that the imperial court's top priority is to issue official documents and order the county magistrates who are suffering from the locusts to imitate the strategy adopted by Marquis Yong and in Lantian County. They will guide the citizens to kill locusts and do their best to protect the crops in the fields." At this time, Fang Xianling couldn't help but say, "Minister Xiao, the imperial court's treasury is tight on money. How can we buy locusts like Marquis Yong'an?" "Your Majesty," Minister Fang is right. "If we use money to buy these locusts, who knows how much money we will have to spend. Ever since the Battle of the Shuafang in the 4th month, the Turks have been eyeing my Great Tang like a tiger eyeing its prey. The 2 countries can go to war at any time, and this war is certain to consume an enormous amount of money. How can the imperial court take out money to buy a few useless locusts? Not everyone can be as rich as Marquis Yong." As soon as Fang Xuanling's voice fell, a burly man walked out from the military camp and bowed to Li Er. However, his words were mixed with a lot of sarcasm and sarcasm. Li Zishuan couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he looked at the burly general. He didn't know this person, but why was the other party mocking him in such a strange manner? Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Sitting above, Li Er couldn't help but frown. He wanted to reprimand him, but the other party's words were not completely unreasonable. "Hey!" Marquis Yong'an was able to call on the people to eliminate the locusts in 2 days. Even if he didn't make a great contribution, he still saved tens of thousands of people in Lantian County, right? What did you do, Qiu Xinggong? What right do you have to mock him here? Chang Yaojin was a fearless person. Seeing that there was a traitor in the army, he immediately stood up and loudly rebuked Qiu Xinggong. This person was actually Qiu Xinggong. Li Zishuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and feel a wave of shock. After Qiu Xinggong submitted to the Tang dynasty, he followed Li Er to conquer the north and south. He took down Chang'an and eliminated Xuezhu, Lu Wuzhou, Wang Shichong, Dou Jianda, and other separatist factions. Apart from this, Qiu Xinggong could also be considered a great figure whose name would go down in history. This was because in front of the Zhao Mausoleum, Li Er had carved 6 horses, the 6 horses of Zhao Mausoleum. One of the horses was different from the others because it had a person standing beside it. This person was not the coachman but Qiu Xinggong. During the Battle of Hulao Pass, Dou Jianda sent 150,000 soldiers to help Wang Shichong. At that time, Li Er only brought 3,500 black armored soldiers. At that time, Li Er was quite brave and actually only brought Qiu Xinggong and a few personal guards to scout the enemy camp. In the end, they were discovered. In order to protect him, His personal guards were all shot to death. At that time his purple horse was also shot. Qiu Xingong dismounted from his horse and pulled out the arrow from Li Er's horse. He then passed his horse to Li Er and held his saber. He shouted loudly and shocked the enemy formation. He killed several enemy soldiers and protected Li Er as he broke out of the encirclement and returned to the Tang army camp. Because of this, Li Er remembered Qiu Xingong's contributions and had someone carve Qiu Xingong into the Zhao Mausoleum's 6 horses. Of course, Qiu Xingong's biggest characteristic was his ruthlessness. In the 17th year of Zhengguan era, Yu Wenji, the county magistrate of Shen County, reported that Lu Lancheng, the governor of Daizhou, was plotting a rebellion. Li Er ordered Lu Lancheng to be cut at the waist. In order to show his loyalty, Qiu Xingong actually dug out Lu Lancheng's heart and liver and cooked it. Furthermore, Qiu Xingong's son Qiu Shunji was also a super ruthless person. He was the most famous ruthless official in Wu Zetian's dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He thought to himself, how did I provoke such a ruthless person? He wasn't afraid that Qiu Xingong would really do anything to him. Putting aside the fact that he was now a noble marquis, as long as Qiu Xingong still wanted to stay in Tang, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Taking a step back, he had his own martial arts skills. There was no reason for him to be afraid of Qiu Xingong. However, when he thought of how this fellow was a ruthless person who ate people's hearts and livers, he panicked. This Qiu is just stating facts. Why is High Duke Lu so angry? Qiu Xingong's eyes flickered, but he didn't back down. Chang Yejun was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded. Hey! I'm angry? Bah! I think it's you, Qiu Xingong, who's angry. You just can't stand the fact that the younger generation is more capable than you. You're jealous. As soon as he said this, many officials looked at Qiu Xingong with a strange gaze. Chengjijiyu. Qiu Xingong was furious and wanted to fight Cheng Yejun to the death. At this moment, Li Er slapped the dragon table and shouted, "Shut up! At this critical moment, countless people are in deep trouble, but the two of you are quarreling here. What are you doing? Back down. The two of you will be locked up for 3 days and your salary will be deducted for half a year as punishment." Cheng Yaojin and Qiu Xingong were both shocked. They stopped quarreling and bowed to Li Er. "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, Li Er looked at Fang Xianling and Xiao Yu and said, "Regarding the purchase of locusts, the Ministry of Revenue doesn't need to pay. I will use the money from the palace treasury to purchase locusts from the people. As long as we can eliminate the plague of locusts, the Empress and I will live frugally." The officials were once again moved by Li Er. They all shouted, "Your Majesty's health is related to the Tang Empire. We are willing to contribute our salary to help the imperial court purchase locusts." "Me too. Me too." Li Er saw this and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Others thought that he was making a loss by purchasing locusts, but only he and Li Zishuan knew that 2 caddies of locusts for 1 copper coin was not a loss, but a huge profit. The meteoric rise of the drunken immortal Yin and Sun Simiao's words that locusts could be used in medicine proved that locusts were very valuable. "My beloved subjects, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I have made up my mind. There's no need to discuss this anymore." Li Er waved his hand and said, righteously, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take out 20,000 strings of cash to help Your Majesty purchase locusts. I hope that Your Majesty can fulfill my wish." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They thought that Li Zishuan was really willing to spend a lot of money to please His Majesty. Just as the other ministers with meager wealth wanted to imitate Li Zishuan, they saw Li Er's old face darken. He shouted, "Scram! I can still afford this small amount of money. 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. 10,000 strings of cash could buy 16 million caddies. 20,000 strings of cash could buy 32 million caddies." Was Li Zishuan planning to swallow the locusts of more than a dozen states? The officials were stunned. Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty is generous. No, Your Majesty is wise." After saying that, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Damn, this trip to the palace actually cultivated a competitor. Could it be that old Li also wanted to do the locust business?" Li Er realized that he had just lost his composure. He quickly said, Minister Fong, you write the decree. Order the county magistrates of the disaster-stricken counties to immediately lead the people in the counties to drive the chickens into the fields to eliminate the locusts. The counties within 300 miles of Chang and can send fresh locusts to Chang. The counties beyond 300 miles must dry the locusts before sending them to Chang'an. When the time comes, I will send people to buy them at different prices by caddies. In addition, the counties must prevent grain merchants from taking advantage of this opportunity to raise the price of grain. If there is a violation, severe punishment will be imposed. If the price of grain goes out of control, it must be reported to the imperial court as soon as possible. The counties nearby should immediately open their warehouses to release grain. Fong Xianling bowed and said, I will write the decree immediately. Li Er nodded and then stood up. Good. While it is still early, please follow me to Lantian County to see if the Han Village and Plum Village have basically eliminated the locusts as Ma Qiyong and said. We obey. The officials heard this and all of them became alert. After all, some things were useless no matter how beautiful they were. They could only be believed when they saw it with their own eyes. Chapter 1472. After some simple preparations, Li Er led a group of civil and military officials to Lantian County on horseback. The Tangs worshipped martial arts, especially in the early Tang dynasty. At this time, not only did the generals know how to ride horses, but also the civil officials. As the emperor, Li Er would not choose to travel in the dragon carriage, but on horseback, because riding a horse was much more convenient than sitting in the dragon carriage. Xiaoxian, tell me the truth. When you bought chicken seedlings in Chang'an last year, did you already predict this year's locust plague? On the way, Chang Yaojin purposely followed behind Li Zishuan. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Chang Yaojin hurriedly asked in a low voice. Li Zishuan knew that when he proposed to use the Sky Chicken Brigade of 150,000 chickens to eliminate the locusts, many officials in the court began to suspect the real purpose of his purchase of chicken seedlings. Since Chang Yaojin asked him personally, he did not hide it anymore and said in a low voice, Uncle Chang Yaojin, I have told you about my fortune. Uncle Chang, to tell you the truth, my master once made 2 divinations for the fate of the Great Tang. One of them accurately predicted the change of the Xuanwu Gate, and the other predicted that a plague of locusts would break out in the Guanzhong area in the 6th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan. When I left the mountain last year, the change of the Xuanwu Gate had already confirmed my master's first prophecy. Therefore, I dare not underestimate my master's second prophecy. At the beginning, I was just a commoner. I only wanted to help my family avoid the locust plague, so I bought a large number of chicken seedlings for them. However, because of this, I was impeached by Yuan Shaoqing and entered His Majesty's field of vision. Later, I was lucky enough to make a lot of contributions and became an official. The number of farmers under me also increased, so I had to buy more chicken seedlings. Finally, Uncle Qin realized that something was wrong. He asked me why I bought so many chicken seedlings. I had no choice but to tell him the truth. Uncle Qin exhorted me, and I woke up from my dream. Only then did I realize how heavy the burden on my shoulders was. When the locust plague really came, no matter how well prepared I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to fight against it all by myself. Therefore, in the end, Uncle Qin found His Majesty and told him about my master's prophecy of the locust plague. His Majesty was shocked and wanted to summon me to the palace. However, that day, Yushi was kidnapped by the bandits. I disobeyed the imperial order and went to save her. After that, His Majesty ordered me to think of a plan to cure the locusts and submit it to him. After seeing the 3 plans that I proposed, His Majesty found Prime Minister Fong, Prime Minister Du, and Duke Zhao. After discussing, he decided to implement new policies. The prophecy of the locust plague is very important. Once it is leaked, it will cause a huge panic among the people. Therefore, I did not tell Uncle Chung about this. Please forgive me. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Chang Yaojin finally understood the cause and effect. He thought about how he had been kept in the dark for the past year. If he had not been smart enough to ask his housekeeper to buy 30,000 chicken seedlings with Li Zishuan, his family's farm would have been plagued by the locust plague. Thinking of this, Chang Yaojin's face darkened. Hey, forgive me? Forgive my ass. In the past, this old man treated you as if you were his own nephew. Yet you hid such a small matter from this old man. This old man will not forgive you easily. Madman Chung, don't take it for granted. Just then, Yuchi Jingda's voice came from the side. Last year in the entire Chang'an city, other than little Xian Yu Chung Jijia bought the most chicken seedlings. You just muttered a few words to your servant. You must have ordered him to go back to the Chung family's farm and use those chickens to eliminate the locust plague, right? Chang Yaojin turned to look at Yuchi Jingda and said unhappily, "Hey, I couldn't tell that old black Yuchi. Your eyes are quite bright despite your dark appearance. I only said a few words to my servant, and you saw it all." Cursing people without exposing their shortcomings, Chang Yaojin's words almost made Yuchi Jingda explode. "Madman Chang, do you want to fight again? Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? When we come back from Lantian County, let's fight." "Okay. Whoever runs this time is a grandson." "Okay. You're a grandson if you run." Seeing that these two old fellows had started bickering, Li Zixuan quietly kicked Big White's stomach and chased after Qin Xiong. It seemed that Qin Xiong was more mature and steady. Just now he thought that Chang Yaojin would be angry at him, but when he heard the word unless, he knew that old Chang wasn't really angry. He just wanted to use this matter to get some benefits. "Martin, His Majesty wants you to accompany him." Before he could say anything, an imperial guard trotted over and cupped his fists to Li Zixuan. "He wants me to accompany him?" Li Zixuan was stunned. When did he have such a job? But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. He quickly came back to his senses and nodded. "Okay, this marquis will go now." Then, he said something to Qin Xiong and galloped to the front of the group. "Heh, you're here?" Li Zixuan was at the front of the group of officials. Other than the imperial guards, there were no other officials accompanying him. When Li Zixuan rode over, he attracted the envious gazes of many officials. "Your Majesty is looking for me?" Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Li Zixuan call him "you" instead of Marquis Yong. He guessed that Li Zixuan wouldn't have anything nice to say. Sure enough, Li Zixuan had a meaningful smile on his face. "I heard that you need locusts very much. I was thinking of selling you the locusts that the imperial court will buy from all over the world at twice the price. How about that?" Li Zixuan's face darkened when he heard this. He almost vomited blood. What did he mean? Old Li wanted to be a middleman? In the imperial court, Old Li had said that he would use his own money to buy all the locusts in the world. He had even touched the hearts of all the officials. But who would have thought that Li Zixuan would want to sell the locusts to him at a high price? Li Zixuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping across his heart. But then again, the locusts that Li Zixuan collected could only be given to Li Zixuan. Old Li's subordinates wouldn't be able to achieve meteoric success. They wouldn't be like Sun Simiao, who could use the locusts in medicine. "What? You feel like you're losing out? I heard that last autumn, when you bought the locusts from the farmers, the price was 3 copper coins per caddy. I'm selling them to you for 1 copper coin per caddy. You won't lose out, right?" Li Zixuan looked at Li Zixuan indifferently. His eyes shone with a strange light as he spoke. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes inwardly. How could the situation be the same as last year? Locusts were everywhere now. He definitely couldn't buy them at last year's price. But when he thought about how Li Zixuan had always taken good care of him, Li Zixuan wanted to reject him, but he swallowed his words. He cupped his hands and said, "I won't lose out. I won't lose out. I'm willing to buy the locusts from the imperial court at twice the price. 1 copper coin per caddy wasn't expensive anyway. 10,000 strings of cash could buy 8 million caddies. So what if Old Li took a small advantage? When the time comes, I'll just casually process it and a plate of fried locusts can be sold for 10,000 strings of cash. It's still a huge profit." Li Zixuan thought in his heart. Good. All right, you can leave now." Li Er took a deep look at Li Zixuan and said with a joyful expression. Li Zixuan was speechless. Did this count as being kicked away after being used? Understood. After cupping his hands, Li Zixuan patted his horse and returned to the back of the group. Qin Xiong saw Li Zixuan's unhappy expression and couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoxian, why did His Majesty look for you? What else could it be? He's thinking of ways to trick me?" Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. Seeing Qin Xiong's puzzled expression, he immediately told him what had just happened. Qin Xiong stroked his beard, then looked at Li Zixuan and said, You. His Majesty is doing this to protect you. Don't be resentful and let down His Majesty's good intentions. Protect me? Uncle Qin, how is this protecting me? Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this and couldn't help but say angrily. Qin Xiong pointed at Li Zixuan with disappointment. Then he lowered his voice and said, Xiaoxian, think about it carefully. This time, if His Majesty doesn't personally pay for the purchase of locusts from the various provinces and counties in the world and lets you pay for it, all the people in the world will be grateful to you. Your reputation will be like the sun in the sky, and you will also become the center of the people's hearts. However, as the saying goes, people are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of being fat. You're so young and bear such a big reputation. It's inevitable that you won't be attacked by villains. If someone with intentions uses this to sow discord between you and His Majesty Xiaoxian, the glory you have today will probably disappear in an instant. His Majesty sold the locusts to you at twice the price for 2 reasons. First, the imperial court really couldn't handle such a large number of locusts. Second, he wanted to completely remove you from this matter. Isn't this to protect you? Qin Xiong's words made Li Zixuan's heart tremble. Indeed, in this world, only Li Er could buy the people's hearts. Thinking back to the imperial court, he wanted to buy the locusts for Li Er with 20,000 coins. This was really a stupid decision. Fortunately, Li Er rejected him. Otherwise, when this matter spread out, all the people in the world would really be grateful to him. At that time, he who had won so many people's hearts would really be in danger. After Li Zixuan transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he only wanted to live a good life with his family. He only wanted to lead the people around him to live a good life. He never wanted to buy the people's hearts, let alone raise the flag of rebellion. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Qin. You really woke me up from my dream with your words. Only now do I understand His Majesty's good intentions. I really didn't think about this matter properly. Li Zixuan solemnly saluted Qin Xiong and couldn't help but sigh. Qin Xiong nodded and said, Xiaoxian, as a person in the imperial court, you have to be careful. You can be considered to have a big family now. Every step you take is related to the rise and fall of many people. You have to be careful. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment. After a while he saluted and said, I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Uncle Qin. It was said that having an elder at home was like having a treasure. It was the same in the imperial court. With a reliable elder like Qin Xiong by his side to help and remind him, Li Zixuan could avoid many detours and wrong paths. 7th Grandfather Han, where are Uncle Hu and the others? An hour later, the group of people finally arrived at the Han village in Lantian County. Seeing that there were only a few elderly people in the village, and none of the young women and children were present, Li Zixuan hurriedly urged his horse into the village and asked an old man, Young master, Hu Li is leading the villagers to the Wang village to kill the locusts. When 7th Grandfather Han saw Li Zixuan, he quickly bowed and answered, They went to the Wang village? Then have the locusts in the Han village and Plum village been cleared? Li Zixuan asked again. 7th Grandfather Han instantly beamed and said, It's done. It's done. Young master, our village is the first village in Lantian County to have cleared the locusts. Now only a few locusts can be seen in the fields. Li Zixuan was instantly relieved. He said to 7th Grandfather Han, All right, 7th Grandfather Han, I'll leave you to it. Then, he rode to the entrance of the village and dismounted. He saluted Li Er and said, Your Majesty, the Sky Pheasant Brigade of the Han village has already gone to another village. The fields in the village are basically free of locusts now. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Li Er couldn't help but laugh and said, Good, good. Everyone follow me to the fields to take a look. Take a look at the first village in the Tang Empire to have cleared the locusts. Yes, Your Majesty. Naturally, everyone couldn't ask for more. Under Li Zixuan's lead, everyone came to the fields in the south of the Han village. It was already the middle of the 6th month, and some of the wheat in the fields had already turned yellow. The heavy wheat ears weighed down the wheat stalks so heavily that they couldn't straighten their backs. Li Er led the officials to line up on the ridge of the fields and split up to inspect the fields for locusts. There really aren't any locusts here. It's not that there aren't any locusts, it's just that there are very few of them. That's right. Compared to the fields we saw on the way here, the locusts in the fields of the Han village are completely negligible. The Marquis of Yong'an's Sky Pheasant Brigade actually managed to clear out thousands of locusts in a short period of time. The officials couldn't help but exclaim after inspecting the fields seriously. Qiu Xinggong's face was a little ugly. He originally planned to see Li Zixuan make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect to see Li Zixuan so proud of himself. Good. This Sky Pheasant Brigade was established well. Li Er's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your Majesty, the facts have proven that the Marquis of Yong'an's strategy of eliminating locusts is completely feasible. The plague of locusts in the Central Plains that all the previous emperors were helpless against can be quickly eliminated under His Majesty's leadership. This is a blessing for the common people. Feng Xianling walked over with a face full of joy and congratulated Li Er. Li Er smiled. Just as he was about to speak, a locust suddenly flew onto his shoulder. Li Er quickly grabbed it. Looking at the locust that was desperately struggling between his fingers, Li Er's gaze gradually became somewhat hateful. He looked at the locust in his hand and said, "Man's life is the grain. If you eat it, you will harm the common people. The common people have sinned, and I give you your spirit, but do not eat my heart and harm the common people. Otherwise, you would rather eat my lungs and intestines." Before anyone could react, Li Er directly stuffed the locust in his hand into his mouth, frowned and chewed twice before swallowing. Your Majesty, you can't. Your Majesty, you can't. Be careful of the dragon's body. The officials reacted and tried to dissuade him, but at this moment, the locust had already entered Li Er's stomach. Your Majesty is devoted to the common people and is truly a saint. I, Zhangsun Wuji, am willing to share weal and woe with your Majesty. Zhangsun Wuji's face was filled with pain. He quickly went to the ground and searched for a while before finally finding a locust. Then, he closed his eyes and stuffed the locust into his mouth. I, Feng Xianling, am willing to share weal and woe with your Majesty. I, Du Ruhui, am willing to share weal and woe with your Majesty. One by one the officials went to the field to search for locusts, wanting to use this as an excuse to show their loyalty. Li Zixuan's heart was filled with bitterness. Emperor Taizong swallowing locusts. This was a famous scene in the history books, but he didn't want to encounter it at all. Now should he eat the locusts, or should he eat them? Ooh! Chapter 1473. In the second year of Zhengguan, there was a drought in the capital and locusts were everywhere. Emperor Taizong entered the garden and saw the locusts. He picked up a few locusts and cursed, "Man lives by grain. If you eat it, you will harm the common people. The common people have sinned. You have spirit, but if you eat my heart, you will do no harm to the common people." He swallowed the locusts and admonished him, "You must not eat it." Emperor Taizong said, "What is there to avoid?" He swallowed the locusts. The locusts were no longer a disaster. This was the famous scene of Emperor Taizong swallowing the locusts. It was recorded in Zhengguan Important Political Figures. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty swallowing the locusts might have been an act, or it might have been a combination of both. But one thing was certain. If he didn't understand the situation and didn't understand the disaster the locusts brought to the common people, if he saw the common people as weeds and didn't understand the compassion and fear of the common people, he wouldn't have swallowed the locusts. He might even have made a joke of, "Why not eat minced meat? The stars have changed and the world has changed." Now the Tang dynasty had Li Zixuan's warning in advance and the imperial court had made a lot of preparations for the locusts. It seemed that it was possible to completely eliminate the locusts. But Li Er still chose to swallow the locusts in front of the civil and military officials. His intention was very clear. He did it to show the civil and military officials to show the common people. Only in this way could the common people completely put down their fear of the locusts and work together to eliminate the locusts. Although he understood Li Zixuan's good intentions, understanding was one thing. If he asked Li Zixuan to swallow the locusts raw, Li Zixuan could only say, "I can't do it." If the locusts were fried, they would be delicious. But if they were eaten raw, it would be too damn disgusting. But could he not eat them? Look, Feng Xianling was almost 50 years old, but he personally went to the field to look for locusts. Wei Yazi, who was usually upright and not afraid of power, also picked up a locusts and put them into his mouth. Looking at Chang Yaojin, Yuqijingda, and the other generals, a few of them relied on their qinggong to fly left and right in the wheat fields. Their goal was only to find a locust. It wasn't that they wanted to show off their qinggong, but because the locusts in the fields here had been mostly cleared out by the Sky Chicken Brigade, it really wasn't easy to find a surviving locust. The locusts in the field were pitiful. 15 minutes ago, they were lucky enough to escape the sweep of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. Now they were being hunted down by those martial generals who were highly skilled in martial arts. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame the locust that flew to Li Er's body. If it were not for it, they would not have been wiped out. Seeing that the civil and military officials were all secretly searching for locusts and stuffing them into their stomachs to show their loyalty, Li Zixuan stood there alone. In order to not stand out too much, Li Zixuan had no choice but to join the army of searching for locusts and swallowing them alive. OF*CK. How can there be such a coincidence? Just when Li Zixuan couldn't find a single locust after searching for a long time and thought that he could escape this calamity, a silly and adorable locust flew out from the wheat fields without any warning and landed on his head. Hey, Marquis Yong'an, quick, there's a locust on your head. Don't let it escape. Wei Zhang seemed to have discovered a new continent as he pointed at Li Zixuan's head and said excitedly, "Many thanks for the reminder, Left Minister Wei." Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. He originally wanted to quietly throw away the grasshopper on his head, but after being yelled at by Wei Zhang's loud voice, he didn't have the chance to make any small movements. He could only grab the grasshopper on his head, then cupped his hands towards Wei Zhang and said in a muffled voice. Wei Zhang chuckled and said, "Marquis Yong'an is really a person with great luck. I had to put in so much effort just to find a locust, but Marquis Yong'an only needs to wait for the locust to come to his door. How envious!" Li Zixuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. "What great luck! I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. If this is considered luck, I'd rather not have it." Standing in the same spot with the locust in his hand, Li Zixuan was rendered speechless by Wei Zhang's words. At this moment, his gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd and realized that dozens of ministers and Li Er were all looking at him with burning eyes. More accurately, they were looking at the locust in his hand. The meaning they wanted to express was self-evident. Li Zixuan was a little dumbfounded. These ministers and Li Er who had eaten the locust didn't want to let go of him. Was there a need for this? "Marquis Yong'an, what are you hesitating for? His Majesty can swallow the locust for the people of the world, why can't you? Could it be that you are more precious than His Majesty?" Qiu Xinggong took the opportunity to say sarcastically. This guy didn't even blink when he ate 2 locusts. He was indeed a ruthless person. Cheng Yaojin's eyebrows twitched. He wanted to help Li Zixuan say something, but he was stopped by Qin Qiong. Because at this moment, Li Zixuan had no other choice. When I was living in seclusion in the mountains with my master, I even chewed on tree bark. What's a mere locust worth mentioning? Li Zixuan also knew that he had to eat the locust today. Otherwise, it would be a public slap to Li Er's face. Hence, he snorted coldly at Qiu Xinggong and bragged. Then he closed his eyes and opened his mouth. The locust was stuffed into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up a few times and the wild locust was swallowed into his stomach. Resisting the urge to vomit, Li Zixuan looked at Qiu Xinggong provocatively, but didn't say anything. However, today's grudge had been formed. Although Qiu Xinggong was infamous in the history books, if he really provoked Li Zixuan would definitely not resign himself to death. For the sake of the people, His Majesty didn't care about the safety of his dragon body and swallowed the locusts. Not only will this move the people, it will also go down in history and become a role model for future emperors. Tomorrow's Datong Daily will definitely announce His Majesty's actions today to the world. Everyone will be able to feel His Majesty's care and at the same time, rally the people to work together to catch the locusts. After pausing for a while, Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said to Li Er. Hearing that Li Zixuan wanted to publish his actions of swallowing the locusts today, Li Er couldn't help but praise Li Zixuan in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face and said, "Swallowing the locusts today was just an act of righteous indignation after seeing the locusts harm the crops. It's not worth mentioning to the people." After saying that, Li Er saw that most of the civil and military officials had eaten the locusts. He waved his sleeves and said, "Today's afternoon court will end here. Officials, return to Chang'an immediately and carry out your duties. You must mobilize the people in the affected areas to fight against the locusts and reduce the losses of the people." "Yes, Your Majesty." The officials cupped their hands and accepted the order, then rode back to Chang'an. Li Zixuan lived in Lantian County and didn't have any errands in Chang'an, so he didn't leave with them. Instead, he planned to go directly to Wangjia village to see the process of the Sky Pheasant Brigade eliminating the locusts. However, Li Er stopped him. "Marquillon, follow me around." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and agreed. "Where is the Sky Pheasant Brigade now?" Li Er asked. "Your Majesty, it's at Wangjia village to the west of Yunshan." "Good. Then let's go to Wangjia village to take a look." Thus, the two of them walked toward Wangjia village, followed by dozens of imperial guards, Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and a group of generals. Because dealing with locusts was the expertise of the civil officials, these generals couldn't help much even if they went back. Half an hour later, this small group of people arrived at the edge of the farmland outside Wangjia village. What they saw were densely packed chickens, as well as the villagers and children who were driving the chickens. Coo-coo, coo-coo, coo. From time to time, the children would make a special cooing sound. What was strange was that when the flock of chickens behind them heard this cooing sound, they would obediently follow the children. Then they would flap their wings and excitedly rush into the farmland that was full of locusts. A flock of about 4,000 to 5,000 chickens only took a dozen breaths to clean up one moo of farmland. Then, under the command of the leading child, they would rush into another moo of farmland. This looked like a general commanding thousands of troops in battle. It was rather spectacular. This strange scene caused Li Er, Chang Yaojin, and the others to be dumbstruck. "Xiao Xian, these children really know how to train chickens?" Chang Yaojin's eyes widened and said in disbelief. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Of course. Previously in the imperial court, I did not boast to His Majesty and all the uncles." Niu Jinda asked, "Xiao Xian, where did they learn to train chickens? Don't tell me they learned it from you?" From Niu Jinda's point of view, Li Zixuan knew a lot of strange skills, so he made this guess. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Uncle Niu, how would I know these skills? To tell you the truth, last spring, I found a pair of siblings in the Han family manor who were reclusive. They spent their days with the chickens they reared at home. This pair of siblings were able to make the chickens listen to their every word. At that time, I had an idea and got all the children in the manor to learn this ability from them. If they learned it well and passed the test, they would be able to receive a reward. Now, all the children in the Han village and Plum village know how to train chickens." Chang Yaojin couldn't help but laugh and said, "Xiao Xian, you have a lot of ideas. If you didn't let these children learn this skill, even if you have 150,000 chickens now, you wouldn't be able to exterminate all the locusts in the village so quickly." Li Er nodded and said, "Jijia is right. If not for these children, Marquillon, and even if you have 150,000 chickens, you would only be a bunch of headless flies flying around. You wouldn't be able to perform so efficiently. What I'm thinking is, after all the locusts in Lantian County are exterminated, can your Sky Rooster Brigade be transferred to other counties to exterminate the locusts?" Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Even if Your Majesty didn't say it, I had the same idea. Not only that, Yanhuang College has already suspended classes. The students are now in various villages, mobilizing the villagers to drive away the chickens and go into the fields to kill the locusts. After all the locusts in Lantian County have been exterminated, I will immediately bring the Sky Rooster Brigade and the students of the Academy to the neighboring affected counties." For you to have such thoughts, I am very pleased." Li Er nodded and said, "Little Xian, the Chung family still has more than 20,000 chickens. After all the locusts in the Chung family's village are cleared tomorrow, this old man will send these chickens to Lantian County and send them to your Sky Rooster Brigade." Cheng Yaojin said, Old Cheng's family had more than 5,000 mu of fertile land. Even if the efficiency of exterminating the locusts was not as high as the Sky Rooster Brigade, one day was more than enough. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Uncle Cheng." Qin Xiong also said, "Little Xian, the Qin family has about 15,000 chickens. When the time comes, they will also rush to your side." Yuchi Jingda said, "The Yuchi family has 13,000. Niu Jinda said, "The Niu family has 14,000. Li Jing said, "This old man only has 8,000. When the time comes, I will send them all to you, little Xian." These families had followed Li Zishuan back then, which was why they had raised so many chickens. Now that they saw that Li Zishuan had so many children who knew how to train chickens, they did not hesitate to send all the chickens they had raised over. When Li Zishuan heard this, he hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked them one by one. After all, at this time, he would not complain about having too many chickens. Li Er pondered for a moment and said, "There are about 30,000 chickens in the royal village. Tomorrow I will send someone to send them to you." Li Zishuan said happily, "Thank you, Your Majesty. In this way we can gather 220,000 chickens. When the time comes, I will borrow a portion of the chickens from the villagers in Lantian County. The Sky Rooster Brigade might have close to 300,000 chickens. The number has doubled, and the speed of exterminating the locusts will also double." Li Er sighed and said, "It's my fault for not believing your prophecy back then. Otherwise, I would have created a Sky Rooster Brigade made up of 1,000,000 chickens. Now we can quickly clean up the affected counties." After saying this, Li Er shook his head and left with a group of guards. Qin Xiong and the rest said a few words to Li Zishuan and followed Li Er. Chang Yaojin purposely stayed a few steps behind and whispered to Li Zishuan, "Xiao Xian, you have to be careful of Qiu Xingong in the future. This old fellow is too utilitarian and only wants to show his loyalty in front of His Majesty. Furthermore, this person is vicious and merciless. You have to be careful when dealing with him in the future." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Uncle Cheng, don't worry. I will not take the initiative to provoke him. Furthermore, I don't usually have much interaction with him. Even if he wants to find trouble with me, he has nowhere to go." Cheng Yejin shook his head and said, "Xiao Xian, you are wrong. Have you forgotten that His Majesty had just appointed you as the Black Armored Army's registrar a few days ago?" Li Zishuan felt strange and said, "Uncle Cheng, of course I have not forgotten." Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong and quickly asked, "Uncle Cheng, could it be that Qiu Xingong is also in the Black Armored Army?" Cheng Yaojin sighed and nodded. "That's right. Qiu Xingong and Duan Jishuan can be considered as the first batch of generals in the Black Armored Army. However, Duan Jishuan is more favored by His Majesty. Therefore, Duan Jishuan is now the commander of the Black Armored Army, while Qiu Xingong is only the deputy commander. Therefore, as the registrar, you will have to deal with Qiu Xingong in the future." Li Zishuan was stunned. He thought to himself that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He had not even reported to the Black Armored Army, and he had already formed a grudge with the second-in-command of the Black Armored Army. How was he going to survive in the future? "Uncle Cheng, is it too late for this little nephew to resign from this position?" Li Zishuan said frantically. Chang Yaojin glared and said angrily, "Resign for what? Don't tell me you are afraid of that Qiu Xingong? Don't worry, I, Old Cheng, have long disliked that old man. If he deliberately makes trouble for you, I will go to the Black Armored Army to challenge him and take the opportunity to beat him up. Moreover, second brother Qin will not stand by and do nothing. Duan Jishuan and second brother Qin have a good relationship. As long as you don't take the initiative to make a mistake in the Black Armored Army, Qiu Xingong will definitely not dare to touch you. Even if you make a mistake, second brother Qin and I will support you from behind." Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but feel touched. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Uncle Cheng." Old Cheng patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. "Hey, why are you saying such things when we are family? I heard that Xiao Xian's workshop has a type of car called an electric bicycle. When will you let me try it out?" Ooh. Chapter 1474. After bidding farewell to Chang Yaojin, Li Zishuan went directly to the editorial department of the workshop. He told Ma Zhou the whole story of Ma Zhou swallowing the locust and told him to publish it on the front page of the Datong Daily tomorrow. After that, Li Zixuan left the editorial department. Coincidentally, he met Li Tai. "Qingke, where are you going?" Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Tai carrying a package. "Yamacho? You've come to the workshop. I'm going to take the loudspeakers to help Iron Egg, and Hugua command the Sky Chicken Brigade." Li Tai was also startled when he saw Li Zixuan. After he reacted, he quickly said, "Loudspeakers? Sky Chicken Brigade?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He smiled and said, "Qingge, your idea is not bad. Using the loudspeaker to let Tai Dan, Hu Zhan, and the others command the Sky Chicken Brigade. Firstly, it saves a lot of effort. Secondly, it allows the sound to travel farther, and they can command more chickens. By the way, how many loudspeakers do we have in the workshop now?" Li Tai patted the package in his hand and said, "Yamacho, these loudspeakers were just made today. You took one away in the afternoon. Later, I asked the craftsman to make 3 more. So, there are only these 3 in my package." Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "Qingke, immediately ask the craftsman in the workshop to make a batch of loudspeakers for you. As for Iron Egg, you can't help much for the time being. It's estimated that the Sky Chicken Brigade will be able to clear all the locusts in Lantian County tomorrow. At that time, I will receive a batch of chickens from Duke Yi and Duke Lu. The scale of the Sky Chicken Brigade will increase dramatically. At that time, Hugua and Iron Egg will lead the Sky Chicken Brigade to the neighboring counties to clear the locusts. As for the workshop, it's best to make 60 loudspeakers before they set off the day after tomorrow." 60? Li Tai's eyes widened. If he had read Empresses in the Palace, he would definitely shout, "I can't do it." At this time he frowned and said, "Yamacho, it's not easy to make these loudspeakers. In my opinion, the workshop can only make 30 loudspeakers a day. If you want 60, it's impossible." Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "The disaster is like a fire. I can wait, but the people who are suffering from the locusts can't wait. If they wait one more day, they may lose hundreds of pounds of food. The situation is urgent now. We can only ask the craftsmen in the workshop to work overtime to make a batch of loudspeakers during the day and at night." Li Tai was not a person who didn't know the importance of things. Hearing this, he nodded solemnly and said, "Okay. I'll go and ask Faubert to transfer a batch of craftsmen to help make the loudspeakers." After that, he cupped his hands at Li Zixuan and went directly to Faubert's office with his bag. "Old Li made me eat the locusts raw. Now I'm asking his son to work overtime to make loudspeakers. Is this considered as taking revenge?" Looking at Li Tai's back as he left in a hurry, Li Zixuan pinched his chin. Suddenly, such a thought flashed through his mind. No. I'm a selfless person. Why would I do something as despicable as taking revenge? Everything I do is for the people of the world." Li Zixuan shook his head fiercely, and then whispered with a firm face, "Marquis, this afternoon, the Sky Pheasant Brigade cleared a total of 15 farms of locusts. In terms of speed, it's much faster than previously estimated." In the evening, Li Zixuan returned to the Marquis Mansion in Lantian County. Not long after, County Magistrate, he heard that Li Zixuan had returned to the county. He hurriedly paid a visit and reported on his work. In the study, the servants quietly left after serving tea and snacks. Only Li Zixuan and County Magistrate he were in the room. Li Zixuan took a sip of the immortal tea but didn't swallow it. After returning home, he couldn't help but vomit for a long time when he thought of eating the locusts raw in the afternoon. At this moment there was a strange taste in his mouth. He rinsed his mouth with the immortal tea and spat the tea into the spittoon. Li Zixuan said, "I've already heard about this from Uncle Hu before I came back. The Sky Pheasant Brigade's speed of eliminating the locusts is amazing, but compared to the number of provinces and counties affected by the locusts this time, it's still somewhat insufficient." County Magistrate he was a little puzzled. What does Marquis mean? Is the Sky Pheasant Brigade going to other provinces and counties to eliminate the locusts? Li Zixuan glanced at him and said, "You guessed right. This afternoon, His Majesty did ask me to lead the Sky Pheasant Brigade to other provinces and counties to eliminate the locusts after eliminating the locusts in Lantian County. I'm a Marquis of the Tang Empire and I'm receiving the country's salary. Naturally, I can't only care about Lantian County. Therefore, it's my duty to let the Sky Pheasant Brigade go to other provinces and counties to eliminate the locusts. County magistrate. He was a civil official. When he was young, he also had the ambition to serve the country. Hearing this, he couldn't help but salute with a face full of admiration. I admire Marquis's righteousness. My words carry little weight and I can't help Marquis, but after Marquis leaves, I'll definitely manage Lantion County well for Marquis and let Lantion County survive this locust disaster. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's for the best. There are two things that I need to emphasize to you again. First, the grain prices in Lantion County must not be messed up. If we encounter unscrupulous grain merchants who hoard and profit, we must not tolerate it. Based on the current situation, the impact of the locusts on Lantion County is still considered small. The losses are also much smaller than the other provinces and counties. Therefore, the grain prices are unlikely to rise greatly. County magistrate. He nodded in agreement. Marquis is right. At the current speed, we'll be able to eliminate the locusts in the county's farmland by tomorrow. Although it will affect this year's harvest, the grain yield will definitely not decrease by more than 20%. The grain merchants will have no reason to raise the grain prices. Speaking of this, county magistrate. He couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration of Li Zishuan. Thinking back, if it wasn't for Li Zishuan rearing 150,000 chickens in the Han family manor in Plum Village, how could Lantion County become the first county in the Great Tang Empire to eliminate the locusts? Taking a step back, if Li Zishuan didn't give the entire Lantion County to Li Zishuan, then county magistrate. He would probably be having a headache because of the locusts. Li Zishuan smiled with gratification and then said seriously, Second, after this Marquis leaves, if there are refugees from other provinces and counties who want to escape to Lantion County, you should first set aside a piece of land in the county for them to live in. Don't reject them at the door. Lantion County is currently repairing the roads, and will be expanding the city in the future. Furthermore, the hydropower station and this Marquis workshop will require manpower. Our Lantion County still has too few people. Taking this opportunity to absorb a group of refugees to strengthen Lantion County is not a bad idea. County magistrate. He said in shock. Marquis, our Lantion County already has a lot of people. Even in the entire Great Tang, it can be considered an above-average county. Also, you just said that you want to expand the county? How can this be done? The city is now more than enough for the citizens to live in. Li Zishuan looked at county magistrate. He with disappointment and said, It's enough for now, but it doesn't mean it will be enough for the future. This Marquis doesn't intend to let Lantion County remain as an average county. Now the city is moving the power lines. Once the power lines are connected and the hydropower station is able to provide electricity to Lantion County, there will be electric lights. Even at night, Lantion County will be as bright as day. At that time, this Marquis intends to completely abolish Lantion County's curfew policy and let Lantion County become the first city in Great Tang that never sleeps. At that time, it will definitely attract merchants from all over to Lantion County. Rather than expanding it at that time, it's better to make plans early. County magistrate. He was stunned by Li Zishuan's description of the future of Lantion County. After a moment of silence, he said, Marquis has great foresight. This official admires you. Li Zishuan took another sip of the celestial tea and waved his hand. All right. Stop flattering me. Sometimes, natural disasters aren't scary, but man-made disasters are. Especially the Marquis of the Acripoid Kingdom. It's easy for people with ulterior motives to mislead the public. You must be careful in this aspect. This time, this Marquis will bring a telegraph machine. If you have any urgent matters, you can directly look for Qin Ke and let him send a message to this Marquis. This Marquis will rush back. Li Zishuan had a vague premonition that something big would happen in Lantion County or Chang'an City soon. If he had a choice, he would definitely not choose to leave Lantion County at this time. However, he couldn't let the Han family manor's children and Yanhuang College's students go to other counties for disaster relief because of this unwarranted premonition. Thus, he could only choose to go personally. For safety's sake, he planned to bring a telegraph machine with him. It had to be said that the telegraph machine in the workshop had been greatly improved compared to before. With the addition of a radio frequency amplifier circuit and a diode current detector, Its ability to send and receive telegrams had increased by more than a few times. Although it was still a distance away from Li Zishuan's goal of 1,000 miles communication, there was no problem for it to send and receive telegrams over a few hundred miles. Furthermore, with the lead-acid battery, the telegraph machine's endurance was greatly guaranteed. There was no need to worry about it running out of battery halfway through sending a telegram. This official obeys. Hearing Li Zishuan's serious tone, County Magistrate, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed solemnly to Li Zishuan. All right. This Marquis has told you everything that needs to be told. You can go back and do your work. Li Zishuan saw that the sky was getting dark, so he held a cup of tea and sent him off. This official will take his leave. County Magistrate, he cupped his hands and left. After a while, Li Zishuan walked out of the study. After asking the servant girl about Han Yushi's whereabouts, Li Zishuan went directly to the side room in the west courtyard. Wife, why are you helping your husband pack his luggage so early in the morning? In the afternoon, the overwhelming number of locusts had passed through, and the elders in the family had all seen it. After Li Zishuan returned home, he told his family that he was going to take the Sky Chicken Brigade to another county to exterminate the locusts. Although Madame Li was reluctant, she couldn't object when she heard Li Zishuan say that it was Li Er's idea. As for Li Jingma and Yi Guozhong, they were very supportive of Li Zishuan going to another county to exterminate the locusts. Both of them believed in the cycle of cause and effect. They believed that the more good deeds Li Zishuan did, the more blessings he would receive. After arriving at the bedroom, Li Zishuan saw Han Yushi helping him tidy up his clothes. Han Yushi replied as she folded his clothes, "Although my husband is leaving in the morning the day after tomorrow, I'm afraid that I will leave something behind, so I can only tidy up a little in advance." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. "Your husband is going out to help with the disaster, not to play. I only need to bring 2 sets of clothes to change into. Why do you have to trouble yourself, my wife?" Han Yushi turned around and stared at Li Zishuan with an expression. "You are my husband. I hope that no matter where you go, you won't suffer." "Husband, are you sure you can't bring me along this time?" Li Zishuan walked over and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. He sighed and said, "I can't. If my wife is unwilling to suffer for my husband, then I can't bear to let my wife suffer. You just stay at home obediently. Your husband won't leave for long and will be back soon." Han Yushi made a soft sound and then said, "I will help my husband take care of the Warmtang Foundation. If my husband is unable to handle the locusts in the Guangzhou area, the Warmtang Foundation can also provide some support to my husband." Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He said happily, "Hey, your husband had really forgotten about this. My wife's reminder is great. How about this? If the state or county is severely damaged, we can use the Warmtang Foundation to send a batch of resources to help." Hearing that Li Zishuan finally acknowledged her efforts, Han Yushi nodded happily and said, "Don't worry, my husband. The Warmtang Foundation will be able to help at any time." Li Zishuan smiled knowingly and said, all right. Let's go and eat. Otherwise, father and mother will send someone over to call for us." The next day early morning. Today's Datong Daily's headline: "The Emperor swallowed locusts alive. The words of the locust god, how absurd," made the people who had been suffering from the locusts suddenly feel excited, and their fighting spirit soared. "Oh my God! His Majesty is leading the officials to swallow locusts alive? The people have sinned. I am the only one. You have a spirit, but you should not erode my heart and harm the people. Otherwise, I would rather eat my lungs and intestines. Woo-woo. His Majesty's precious body is swallowing locusts alive to control the locusts. What do we have to be afraid of? Let's go. When I return, I will go catch locusts as well. There is no locust god in this world. I believe in His Majesty. His Majesty is the true God who will save us. If anyone dares to mention the locust god again, I will fight them. The locusts have harmed us and starved us. What kind of locust god is he? When I return, I will bring the 4 children at home to catch locusts." Yes. Let's catch locusts together. We can protect the crops and sell them to the government for money. Let's catch locusts together. His Majesty is wise. His Majesty is wise. When the people saw the content of the headline, they burst into tears. Living in such an era of virtuous emperors, the people were undoubtedly blessed, especially those who had experienced the chaos of the northern and southern dynasties. When they heard that Li Zishuan had personally swallowed locusts to encourage the people to go catch locusts, the old people fell to their knees in front of the palace with tears streaming down their faces. They chanted, "His Majesty is wise." They were so moved that their bodies trembled. This was the saint who was worthy of the people's loyalty to their deaths. On this day the heavens and earth seemed to be moved. As it rained, the rain fell on Chang, and the world was stained with tears. Ooh. Chapter 1475. Regardless of whether Li Ershing's original intention of swallowing the locusts was for show, one thing was undeniable. The positive effects of swallowing the locusts alive were irreplaceable by any other method. Quick look. The 15 villages in Lantian County were completely cleared of the locusts yesterday, and it is estimated that the remaining villages in Lantian County will also be cleared of the locusts today. How is this possible? It's true. The Marquis of Yong used 150,000 chickens to form the Sky Chicken Brigade, and the children from the Han Village and Plum Village are all proficient in training chickens. Yesterday, those children led the Sky Chicken Brigade from the Han Village and Plum Village all the way north. They used more than 4 hours to clear out the locusts in 15 villages. At this speed, they will definitely be able to clear out all the locusts in Lantian County today. Yes. It's true. My cousin is from the Wang Village in Lantian County. Yesterday, the Sky Chicken Brigade indeed went to their village. Now, there are basically no more locusts in the fields. So using chickens to kill locusts is really a reliable method? Of course. Look at this news. Didn't the Marquis of Yong say that an adult chicken can eat up to 300 locusts a day? 20 chickens can more or less guarantee that there are no locusts in 1 mu of land. Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade had 150,000 chickens that day. Logically speaking, they should be able to clear out all the locusts in Lantian County in 2 days. 150,000. How did the Marquis of Yong raise so many chickens? Hey, do you know who first proposed the policy of reducing taxes for raising chickens last year? It was the Marquis of Yong. He first implemented it in the Han Village and Plum Village, but the Marquis of Yong is kind and gave out free chicken seedlings to the villagers. Not only can the villagers reduce their rent by raising chickens, but the eggs that the chickens lay also belong to the villagers. I heard that in just 1 year, the villagers from the Han Village and Plum Village earned dozens of strings of coins just by selling eggs. So much? No wonder the villagers from the Han Village and Plum Village built new houses. But my brother-in-law is also from Lantian County. Why didn't he receive such treatment? Hey, your brother-in-law should be from another village in Lantian County, right? One had to know that the Han family village and the Plum Village were the first villages to be incorporated into Marquis' fief. How could their treatment be the same? However, now that the entire Lantian County belongs to the Marquis of Yong, the disparity between the various villages will definitely become smaller and smaller. I heard that Marquis is now getting people to pull wires into Lantian County. The people of Lantian County are getting more and more fortunate. Sigh. That's right. I heard that the electric light is very bright. It's dozens of times brighter than a candle. Do you think Marquis knew in advance that there would be a locust plague this year? Otherwise, why would he buy so many chickens in advance? When the commoners saw the news about Lantian County's locust eradication, they could not help but discuss it. However, it was unknown who said that Li Zishuan might have predicted this year's locust plague. The others could not help but look at each other. They all had the same guess. Hey, have you all forgotten? Marquis is the son of a deity. Even if he predicted this year's locust plague, what's so strange about that? That's right. I heard that the government's policy of reducing taxes on raising chickens last year was all pushed by Marquis. If that's the case, Marquis is our great benefactor. His Majesty is an ancient sage. Marquis must have been sent by the heavens to assist His Majesty. That's right. Our days will definitely get better and better. Li Zishuan had never thought of letting the commoners know that he had mentioned the locust plague prophecy to the government last year. However, he did not expect that with all the coincidences, some of the commoners had guessed it themselves. Moreover, the results of their guesses were very close to the truth. Did you see that? Tomorrow Marquis will bring the Sky Pheasant Brigade to the neighboring counties to eradicate the locusts. What are we waiting for? Let's go home and prepare first. Yes. Let's go home and catch the locusts. The locusts we catch now can be sold for some money. When the Sky Pheasant Brigade comes, we won't be able to catch any more locusts. Haha. Look at you, Zhao Erger, are you speaking human language? Do you think that the locusts will be eradicated too quickly? When the time comes, can't you just not let the Sky Pheasant Brigade go to your fields? That won't do. How can locusts be more expensive than grain? Without grain, our families will have to starve. As the government of each county was purchasing locusts, the commoners were actually feeling a little conflicted. If the locusts were eradicated too quickly, they would not be able to catch locusts and sell them for money. However, if the locusts were eradicated too slowly, the crops in the fields would all be destroyed. However, most of the people still knew what was important. Compared to the small amount of money they could make from selling the locusts, the crops in the fields were undoubtedly more important. Now that they knew that the Sky Pheasant Brigade was going to cross counties to eradicate the locusts, the commoners from other counties quickly rushed back home and called on everyone at home to capture the locusts before the Sky Pheasant Brigade arrived. In this way, they could not only make a small fortune, but also quickly eradicate the locusts and reduce the loss of crops. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's combination of taking down the locusts and Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade crossing counties to eradicate the locusts was really a beautiful combination. It instantly ignited the hope of the commoners who were originally in a state of despair due to the locusts' plague. They joined the team to eradicate the locusts and save themselves with high morale. Mr. Zhang San, this is the sea map to the North American continent. I have marked some of the small islands that can provide supplies for the fleet. The location of some of the islands may not be very accurate, but the general direction is definitely correct. The people living in the North American continent are a group of uncivilized people. I call them the Indians. They are the natives of the North American continent. They do not have a unified dynasty like the Tang Empire. At this time, they should still be living in a tribal way. Mr. Zhang San, if the people you bring really reach the North American continent, remember not to kill the innocent at the beginning. After all, compared to the entire Indian community, your people are still too small. You have to win their trust first, strive for their help, and gain a firm foothold in the area. In the morning after Li Zishuan had breakfast, he brought a package to Yanhuang College and found the bearded man. At this time, the bearded man was tasting wine with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan did not avoid Wang Ji and directly told the bearded man the purpose of his visit. A complicated expression flashed across the bearded man's face. He put down the wine glass and took the sea map that he had been longing for from Li Zishuan. But strangely at this time, he did not have the intention to open it and take a look. Perhaps he was reluctant to part with it. Sighing, the bearded man clasped his fist at Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you, Yamacho." He was not a wishy-washy person. Even if he had thousands of words in his heart, he was not willing to be wishy-washy and long-winded. All his feelings were expressed in these 4 words. "Thank you, Yamacho." Wang Ji, who was sitting at the side, was a little surprised. He looked at the bearded man and said in astonishment, "Mr. Zhang San, you're leaving the college?" The bearded man looked at his drinking buddy who had accompanied him for nearly a year. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but on the surface he laughed heartily and said, "Haha, there's no banquet that lasts forever in this world. Although the wine in the college is good and the people are good, the vast sea is what I, Zhang Zhongjian, yearn for. The next time I step foot on Tang Dynasty's soil, I'll definitely find you, old Wang, and drink for 3 days and 3 nights until we're drunk." Wang Ji's face revealed a trace of sadness. He sighed and said, "Since Zhongjian likes sailing and adventuring, then go. A person's life is only a short few decades. To be able to do something you like, this kind of life is the most exciting. But with Zhongjian gone, this old man will have one less drinking buddy. No matter how fragrant the immortal drunken wine is, I'm afraid it can only intoxicate the person but not the heart. Haha, Yamacho Zhongjian, you guys chat. I'll take a walk around the workshop." After saying that, Wang Ji shook his head and walked away. Looking at his hunched back, he seemed to have aged a little. Mr. Wang has a proud and aloof personality. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who can make him a confidant. Does Mr. Zhang San still insist on leaving? Li Zixuan paused for a moment and suddenly said. The bearded man said faintly, since we're confidants, why should we care about distance? Besides, Tang dynasty is flourishing with each passing day. With a wise ruler like Li Shimin and a virtuous minister like Yu Yamacho, this old man can't imagine what Tang dynasty will be like 10 years later. Maybe when this old man can't survive overseas, I'll return to the college dejectedly and beg Yamacho for food and old Wang for wine. Probably only the bearded man had the guts to call second master Li by his name in Tang dynasty. Li Zixuan said sincerely. As long as Mr. Zhang San is willing, the doors of Yanhuang College will always be open for you. The bearded man's eyes flickered. Then he sighed and said, this year in the college has been the most relaxing year of this old man's life. There's no scheming, no hard work in martial arts, no bloodshed and no fighting for hegemony. I've only taught a group of students, accepted a disappointing disciple, and had a drinking contest with old Wang. It's really enjoyable. Hearing the words accepted a disappointing disciple, Li Zixuan almost laughed out loud. Back then the bearded man wanted to train Cheng Chumo, so he accepted him as his personal disciple and taught him martial arts. However, Cheng Chumo's innate ambition was not to learn martial arts. Every time, he would use studying and preparing for exams to avoid the bearded man's training. The bearded man was not only Cheng Chumo's master, but also a teacher of the college. There was no reason for him to stop Cheng Chumo from learning the college's curriculum. Therefore, after a year, Cheng Chumo's martial arts did not improve much. The bearded man did not have any intention of laughing. Instead, his gaze became somewhat resolute and he continued. The comfortable days have passed, and I've enjoyed what I wanted. Next, this old man will go back to the original days of being blown by wind and waves and licking blood from blades. With Yamacho's sea map, this old man can move unhindered on the sea. I Zhongzhongjian want to see how high the sky is and how big the earth is. Haha. Facing such a heroic bearded man, Li Zixuan could not help but feel his heart waver. After a moment of hesitation, Li Zixuan took out a small booklet from his bag and said, the North American continent is rich in land and minerals. I have a few plants here that I need Mr. Zhang San's help to bring back. Their appearance and growth habits are all recorded in this booklet. There are two things that are especially important. Mr. Zhang San, please send people to find them and send them back to Great Tang no matter what. The first thing I call a potato. Its body is yellow and perfectly round. The first leaf is a single leaf and is complete. As the plant grows, it will gradually form feathery compound leaves. The underground tuber is round, oval-shaped, oval, and so on. It has bud eyes and red, yellow, white, or purple skin. The yield of this thing is extremely high, more than 1,000 caddies per mu. It can be used to cook, and during times of famine, it can also be used as food to allay hunger. The bearded man said in surprise, 1,000 caddies per mu? There's such a treasure in this world? One had to know that the grain crops of this era, such as rice and wheat, only had a yield of about 100 caddies per mu. If the harvest was not good, it would not be surprising to have a yield of several dozen caddies per mu. Thus, when the bearded man heard that a potato could produce 1,000 caddies per mu, he immediately felt that it was inconceivable. Li Zixuan nodded and said, there's only more, not less. More importantly, potatoes are more drought-resistant than rice and wheat. Thus, Mr. Zhang San, please bring back potatoes. There's also another crop, I call it corn. This thing is also very drought-resistant. It can produce at least 300 to 400 caddies per mu. The plant is tall, the leaves are flat and wide, and the carpels are spherical or oblate. After ripening, the carpels and carpels will be exposed. I've already drawn out its specific appearance. When the time comes, Mr. Zhang San can have people follow the map and search for it. With the potato from before, the bearded man was no longer surprised by the corn. He took the small booklet from Li Zixuan's hands, then cupped his fists and said, Yamacho has given me such a detailed map. It's just a few seeds. As long as I can find them, I'll definitely send someone to deliver them to Yamacho. Staying in the academy for a year, and finding a few plants for Li Zixuan was originally the condition that the bearded man had promised Li Zixuan. There was nothing to dispute. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Other than potatoes and corn, there are other crops that are recorded in this booklet. If you can find them, that would be the best. If you can't, it's also fine." The bearded man nodded and said, "I'll definitely do my best." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Actually, if Mr. Zhang-san can wait for another half a year, I might be able to help you build a bigger and better ship for your voyage. The risk will definitely be much lower." The bearded man waved his hand and said, "Haha, thank you for your kind intentions, Yamacho. However, this is the best season to go out to sea. In a few more months the fleet might encounter wind, waves, rain and snow on the way. Besides, the ships we have now are enough. If we really encounter a storm at sea, no matter how big the ship is, it won't be able to withstand it." Li Zixuan said helplessly, "Since Mr. Zhang-san insists on leaving, I won't stop you. I'll be going to another county tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll be back. Mr. Zhang-san can leave on your own after everything is ready. As for the compasses needed for the voyage, Mr. Zhang-san can ask Mr. Wang for a batch. However, you must be careful not to let the compasses fall into the hands of foreigners." The bearded man said happily, "Yamacho, don't worry. I'll definitely not let the compasses fall into the hands of foreigners." In Chapter 1476. Sigh. It's time to go. It's been almost a year since I came to Yanhuang College. Although the academy is good, it can't hold me Zhangzhongjian. If I was born 20 years later, maybe. Forget it. It's time to go. Otherwise, some people won't feel at ease. It's just a pity that I couldn't break through to the great grandmaster realm in the academy. Yanhuang College. Looking at Li Zixuan's back, the bearded man had a complicated expression. After a while, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. His sentence, "Although the academy is good, it can't hold me Zhangzhongjian," wasn't because Yanhuang College didn't treat him well. It was because he had once fought with Li Er for the throne. He was a man with a fierce tiger in his heart. Staying in the Tang dynasty for a long time would only arouse Li Er's suspicion. It was precisely because he had feelings for the academy that he chose to leave. He didn't want to implicate the academy. In addition, last year, the reason why the bearded man agreed to Li Zixuan's conditions and chose to stay in the academy was not only to ask for the sea map, but more importantly, he had seen the magic of Taiji Fist. He wanted to use Taiji Fist to break through to the great grandmaster realm in one fell swoop. However, after a year of enlightenment, it turned out that he was thinking too much. Breaking through to the next realm wasn't something that everyone could do like Li Zixuan, where breaking through to the next realm was a common occurrence. Especially the great grandmaster realm of martial arts. Although he felt regretful, the bearded man had to leave. It was already June. If he didn't leave now, he would have to wait until next year. No one would choose to go out to sea in winter. "Aunt Lu, remember to boil some ginger soup for the children. Also, I got a prescription from Dr. Sun that's specifically used to moisten the throat. I've sent the herbs over to you. Boil a pot and send it over to the children later." After leaving the academy, Li Zixuan's mood was a little complicated. After thinking about it, he sent someone to grab a batch of herbs and went straight to the Han family manor. As the children of the Han family manor and Plum Village were controlling the flocks of chickens to exterminate the locusts in other villages, if they came back for lunch, it would waste a lot of time. At this critical juncture, time was of the essence to the people who were suffering from the plague of locusts. Therefore, Li Zixuan arranged for the women of the Han family manor and Plum Village to prepare lunch for the children and deliver it to them. Anyway, this was not the first time something like this had happened. Back when Yanhuang College was being built, the food for more than 20,000 craftsmen and commoners on the mountain was prepared by the elderly, women, and children of the Han village and Plum Village. Lu Yuer beamed with joy and said, "Young master, you're so considerate. The children in the farmstead are used to being wild. Why would they need throat-soothing soup?" Now, the entire Lantian County relied on the Sky Pheasant Brigade and the children of the Han family manor and Plum Village. As the mother of Hu Guoji and Hu Guoji, the two originators of the chicken training technique, Lu Yuer had been enjoying a lot of glory recently. She was respected everywhere she went. This greatly satisfied Lu Yuer's vanity. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "The children have been roaring for half a day to train the chickens. Their throats must be smoking. How can they not drink some throat-soothing soup? They still have to follow me to another county tomorrow. I say Aunt Lu Hu Guoji is still so young. Are you okay with him going to another county?" Lu Yuer said, "With young master by their side, what's there to be worried about? Not only am I not worried, but the people in our 2 farmsteads are also not worried. Young master, please take a seat first. I'll go boil some throat-soothing soup for the children now." "Okay, Aunt Lu, go ahead." Li Zishuan nodded. At this moment, the fragrance of meat and rice floated in the air. In order to lead the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts, the children of the Han family manor and Plum Village had to run all over the place all day long. They also had to squawk non-stop. It was very tiring. Li Zishuan naturally would not treat them poorly in terms of food. Not only did he have the fattest and most tender pork, he also had watermelon that helped to cool down the heat. Furthermore, all these expenses were paid by Li Zishuan himself. He could not possibly let the children put in the effort and let their parents pay for the meals, right? Fortunately, the rain wasn't heavy this time. Otherwise, even if the crops in the field were not completely destroyed by the locusts, they would have collapsed on the ground and sprouted. Looking up at the sky, Li Zishuan muttered to himself, "This morning's rain was at most a drizzle." Li Zishuan, who was born in the countryside in his previous life, knew that during the summer and autumn harvests, the farmers did not want to see rain the most. This was because rain would cause the crops to sprout and not sell for a good price. In his previous life, Li Zishuan's family had a few rainstorms during the summer harvest, causing the crops to sprout. In the end, they did not even get back their capital after working hard for half a year to grow the crops. Therefore, no matter which era it was, the commoners were the most pitiful. They completely depended on the heavens for their livelihood. If the heavens gave them food, then they could live. If the heavens did not give them food, then no one could save them. "Young master, the children's lunch is ready. Wait here, I'll go and cook a few good dishes for you." Half an hour later, Lu Yue walked over and said to Li Zishuan with a smile. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "I'm not cooking anymore. I'm not cooking anymore. I'll eat with the children. They're all dishes cooked by Aunt Lu. There's no difference. I'll definitely eat them all." Although he liked to enjoy life in peace, it did not mean that he could not endure hardships and eat from a big pot of rice. Li Zishuan was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the rich young master. Now, who did not know that Li Zishuan was a rising official in the imperial court with a bright future? Therefore, when Lu Yue heard Li Zishuan's praise, she immediately smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits. She hurriedly said, Okay. Then, young master, I'll go and get Yuelan Qingji and the others to bring the villagers to deliver food to them." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Okay. Then I'll go first and wait for Aunt Lu and the others at Liujia village." The Sky Pheasant Brigade had already exterminated the locusts to Liujia village. More than half of the locusts in Lantian County had been exterminated. At this speed, they could completely exterminate all the locusts in the county before nightfall. After bidding farewell to Lu Yue, Li Zishuan led Pang Feiji, Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and a few other personal guards to Liujia village. From time to time, they would meet some commoners from other villages. When the commoners saw Li Zishuan, they naturally thanked him profusely. All of them wanted to kneel and kowtow to Li Zishuan because Li Zishuan had helped everyone in Lantian County save their crops. This was a life-saving grace. Li Zishuan never liked people kneeling to him. He always felt that it was weird. Therefore, the commoners who wanted to kneel to him did not manage to do so. Instead, he had to spend a lot of effort to comfort them. "Young master, you're here." In less than half an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the outskirts of Liujia village. On the ridge of the field, Hu Hanyun saw Li Zishuan coming from afar. Therefore, he quickly went up to him and said, Uncle Hu, let the children stop and rest. Aunt Lu and the others will send the food over in a while." Li Zishuan nodded and said. Hu Hanyun scratched his head and said with a grin, "Young master, how could we trouble you to personally inform us of such a small matter?" Seeing Li Zishuan frown, old Hu, who knew Li Zishuan's temper, quickly said, "Hey, okay. Young master, I won't say any more. I'll tell the children to control the chickens to rest and then prepare to eat. Not long after, the chickens in the surrounding fields were all obediently strolling in the fields. If they encountered locusts, they would casually peck the locusts as a side dish. The children all sat beside the fields where the chickens under their jurisdiction were, waiting for the food to be delivered to them. It was not that they were lazy, but if they left, the chickens in the fields might get lost, so they had to look after them from the side. After a quarter of an hour, the food delivery team brought by Lu Yue finally arrived. The children smelled the aroma of the rice and meat, and then saw the round watermelons on the ox cart. Suddenly there was a huge burst of cheers. All of them said that their hard work for half a day was completely worth it. Watermelons originated from ancient Egypt. Later they gradually moved north. First, they spread from the Mediterranean coast to northern Europe, then south to the Middle East, India, and other places. In the 4th or 5th century, they spread from the western regions to China via the Silk Road. Therefore, they were called watermelons. However, when watermelons were first introduced to China, they were mainly distributed in the Xinjiang region. When they really spread to the mainland on a large scale, it was around the end of the Tang dynasty or the Five Dynasties. Now, there were very few watermelons on the market, and the price was correspondingly more expensive. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. After a year of development in the Han family manor and Plum Village, although the villagers' lives had been greatly improved, none of the villagers were willing to buy watermelons for their children to eat. Therefore, when these children saw the 2 carts of watermelons, they were so hungry that their mouths were watering. Everyone 2 spoonfuls of stewed meat, a big bowl of rice, 2 pieces of watermelons, a bowl of ginger soup, and a bowl of throat-soothing soup. Don't waste it or I'll beat you up. Lu Yue pushed a cart and walked to the edge of the field to load the children's food. Then she said fiercely, "Auntie Lu, don't worry. I definitely won't waste it. No, why is there throat-soothing soup? I don't want to drink medicine." A 12-year-old child could not help but cry out. Lu Yue said with a straight face, "If you don't drink throat-soothing soup, don't think of eating meat or watermelons." No, I'll drink. I'll drink." The child immediately admitted defeat. What a joke, this was the first time in his life that he had the chance to eat watermelon. How could he miss it? Not to mention throat-soothing soup. He even dared to drink medicine that tasted even worse. "Hey, Mei Dezhuang, you little bastard." Hu Hanyun, who was not far away, could not help but laugh and scold him. Li Zishuan could not help but smile. At this moment his eyes suddenly flashed. This was because at the entrance of the Liujia village not far away, a group of villagers was walking out of the village. Each of them was carrying a bamboo basket in their hands. "Hey, Marquis, the children helped our village to exterminate the locusts. How can we let the Han family manor prepare lunch for the children?" The group of villagers walked closer and saw that the children were all holding bowls of rice and eating happily. The leader of the group, a white-haired old man, quickly walked in front of Li Zishuan and exclaimed in surprise. Li Zishuan looked at the basket in the old man's hands. It was filled with food. He could not help but laugh and said, "Lu Lizheng, these children are not only helping you exterminate the locusts, they are also helping me exterminate the locusts. How can I not give them food?" This year the county was hit by a plague of locusts. Although the locusts were exterminated quickly, the food supply will definitely decrease. "Lu Lizheng, please let the villagers take the food back and eat it themselves." Lu Mang, who was behind Lu Lizheng, shouted, "Marquis, the children helped our village to exterminate the locusts. If we don't even give them a meal, how can we justify it? Besides, we made so much food that we can't even finish it ourselves. If we take it back, it will probably spoil by tomorrow." "That's right. Marquis, this is more or less a token of appreciation from the villagers. Please accept it." "That's right. Marquis, my wife boiled chicken soup for 4 hours. Please let the children have a taste. My family stewed egg soup. My family stewed rabbit soup." Li Zishuan also felt that Lu Meng's words were reasonable. Seeing that the villagers of Liujia village were full of enthusiasm and sincerity, Li Zishuan felt that it was even more difficult to refuse. Thus, good. Then the villagers will leave the food behind. This Marquis will have people distribute it to the children. Aunt Lu, quickly. Distribute the food brought by the villagers of Liujia village. Tell the children not to waste it. Eat as much as they can. After eating, they still have work to do in the afternoon. Ah, they still want to eat? The naughty children who were sitting on the ridge of the fields were immediately stunned when they heard Li Zishuan's shout. For the first time, they felt the pain of eating too much food. Marquis, this old man has a presumptuous request. After all the food brought by the villagers had been distributed, Lu Lijing cupped his fist and said to Li Zishuan, Lu Lijing, please speak. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Lu Lijing wiped his sweat and said, Marquis, this old man heard that you will be leading the Sky Chicken Brigade to other places tomorrow to exterminate locusts. Although the number of chickens raised by Liujia village last year was not as many as those raised by Hanja village and Plum village, there are still about 1,800 chickens. The villagers' intention is that when the time comes, all the chickens in the village will be transferred to Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade. This way they can more or less help you a little. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but smile. Haha, Lu Lijing, even if you don't say it, the officials from the county government will enter the village and ask if the villagers are willing to lend their chickens to the Sky Chicken Brigade. This Marquis is very gratified that the villagers are so considerate and willing to send their chickens over. Please let the villagers tie the names of the heads of their families on the drumsticks of their chickens. When the time comes, there will definitely be no one missing. Even if there is one missing, this Marquis will compensate you. According to Li Zishuan's estimation, the number of chickens collected from the other villages in Lantian County was about 70 to 80,000. In addition to the support from Li Er, Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin and the others, there would be at least 300,000 chickens. This way, the speed of exterminating locusts would be doubled. Lu Lijing waved his hand and said, Marquis, what are you talking about? Even if a few chickens were accidentally lost, the villagers do not need you to compensate. The Sky Chicken Brigade saved the crops of the entire village. This is not something that can be exchanged with any number of chickens. When Lu Lijing's voice fell, the villagers, led by Lu Mang, immediately began to talk at once. Yes, yes, yes. We don't need Marquis to compensate. Marquis needs chickens. I will go back home and rush them to Marquis. Yes, yes, yes. Even if we lose them, we don't need Marquis to compensate. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan could not help but sigh in his heart. What a group of simple and honest villagers. If you treat them well, they are willing to give you everything they have in return. Ooh. Chapter 1477. Li Zishuan asked Lu Yui to prepare a bowl of rice and ate the steamed egg soup that the villagers of Liujia village sent over. Little brats love to eat fatty meat, so Lu Yui's meat soup was mostly fatty meat. However, he didn't like to eat fatty meat, so he could only eat steamed egg soup. This made Lu Yu vexed, thinking that she should have prepared some vegetarian dishes for Li Zishuan. Sure enough, Denyo, Ernyo, are you guys tired? While eating, Li Zishuan asked Huzhan, Denyo, and Ernyo, who were not far from him. Huzhan quickly swallowed the rice in his mouth and said, Young master, I'm not tired. I'm very happy to be able to help others. This child and his sister Huzhan were both kind-hearted. Even though many people mocked him for being a fool, he never minded it. A kind-hearted person would be rewarded with good fortune. Right now, Old Hu's family was happy, which was the best proof of this sentence. Denyo also grinned and said, Young master, we're not tired. Now, the adults of Lantian County no longer call us naughty little bastards. There are even many uncles and aunts who give us eggs to eat. Saying this, Denyo's face was filled with pride. Li Zishuan understood that this was the joy of being recognized by others. Old Hu couldn't help but slap the back of Denyo's head and scolded jokingly, You little bastard, who calls themselves a little bastard? If your father heard this, he would beat you to death. Denyo rubbed the back of his head and said with a face full of grievance, Ah, Uncle Hu, didn't you also call me a little bastard? Why can't I call you that? Li Zishuan heard this and almost spat out the rice in his mouth. Hu Hanyun's face darkened and wanted to slap Denyo again. This time Denyo learned his lesson. He turned around and got up from the ground and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Uncle Hu, don't hit my head all the time. My mother said that if you hit my head too much, I'll become stupid. Denyo hugged his rice bowl and shouted at Old Hu. Hu Hanyun couldn't help but laugh and scold. Young master, look at this little bastard, he's so tough. It's all thanks to you, young master, for letting them do something proper. Otherwise, they would be stealing melons and stealing birds' eggs again. Looking at these energetic children, Li Zixuan felt as if he was looking at his own childhood. Speaking of which, he was also very naughty when he was young. Haha. It's better to be thick-skinned. If you don't misbehave when you're young, you won't have the chance to do so when you grow up. Hearing Li Zixuan's deep tone, Hu Hanyun secretly guessed that Li Zixuan was most likely thinking of his childhood at Mount Longhu. Therefore, he didn't know what to say at the moment and could only eat silently. However, children could not feel the troubles of the adult world. After a while, Ernyo raised his head and asked, "Young master, I heard from my mother that we are going to take these chickens to another county tomorrow. Is it true?" Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. "It's true." "What? Ernyo, you don't want to go?" "Yes. I want to go even in my dreams." Ernyo suddenly became excited. It was likely that this brat had never been to a place outside of Lantian County before. However, his face immediately darkened. He scratched his head and stammered, "But young master, the other county is so far away. My brother and I don't know how to ride horses. What should we do?" "Hey, you little bastard, you're still dreaming. Who said that we have to ride horses to another county? Where will young master get so many horses for you? Use your feet to walk over." Hearing this, Old Hu slapped the back of Ernyo's head in annoyance. "Ouch! Uncle Hu, I was wrong." Ernyo cried out in pain and begged for mercy. "Haha! Uncle Hu, don't say that." Li Zixuan stopped Hu Hanyun and said, "We don't know how many counties we have to go to this time. Nor do we know how many miles we have to walk. It's definitely not possible to walk with our feet. Firstly, it will tire the children out. Secondly, it will affect the speed of eliminating locusts. However, some children are still young and don't know how to ride horses. In addition, the horses need someone to take care of them on the road. It will be very troublesome. Therefore, I plan to let the children ride bicycles and go to another county with me." At this point, he looked at Ernyo and said with a smile, "Ernyo, hurry up and eliminate the locusts. After all the fields in Lantian County are cleaned up, I will immediately give each of you a bicycle. Take advantage of the time to learn how to ride a bicycle before the sky turns dark. Tomorrow morning we will ride and set off." "Ah, young master, you want to give us bicycles? Wow, that's great. I'll tell my brother and the others now." When Ernyo heard this, he immediately jumped up from the ground happily. "Pa, what's so good about it? You little bastard, scram to the side." Ernyo was happy, but Old Hu was unhappy. Therefore, Ernyo received another slap on the back of his head. This brat looked at Hu Hanyun with grievance and then left dejectedly. "Uncle Hu, what are you doing?" Li Zixuan spread his hands and said helplessly. Old Hu said earnestly, "Young master, you can't spoil this group of little bastards. A bicycle is not cheap. It costs a few hundred. If you give one to each person, you will have to give more than 100 bicycles. It's too wasteful." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Uncle Hu, they are all things produced by the workshop. The cost is not much. Moreover, you also know that many children in the Han family village and Plum village don't know how to ride horses. In comparison, learning to ride a bicycle is easier than learning to ride a horse. Therefore, if we want to eliminate the locusts in other counties as soon as possible, using bicycles as a means of transportation is the best choice." Although Old Hu understood that Li Zixuan's words made sense, he still found it hard to accept. "Young master, this is too wasteful." Li Zixuan waved his hand and interrupted. "Uncle Hu, you don't have to say any more. I have made up my mind. This matter is settled. As for the workshop, I have already asked people to prepare the bicycles. Also, other than the bicycles, I have also prepared something good for the children." At the end, Li Zixuan could not help but smile mysteriously. Hu Hanyun was speechless and could only stop trying to persuade him. "Oh, that's right. Uncle Hu, you should also learn how to ride a bicycle later. This time you will come with me. As for the Han family village, I will temporarily let Second Master Lu handle it." Suddenly, Li Zixuan added, "What? Young master, I will go too?" No. Young master. Even if I, Old Hu, want to go, I will just ride an old horse. You don't have to waste it." Old Hu was stunned for a moment before he waved his hand and said, A bicycle cost a few hundred strings of coins. Even if Li Zixuan did not feel the pinch, he felt the pinch for Li Zixuan. Hee. Uncle Hu, you don't have to decline. Just a bicycle. Moreover, you have done so much for me. It is only right for me to give you a bicycle. Don't worry, the bicycle in the workshop is very easy to ride. It is not tiring at all. When the time comes, you can ride the bicycle and bring the children to exterminate the locusts. I will ask the local government to cooperate with us. Li Zixuan smiled. In the end, he just wanted to give a wave of benefits to the children in the two villages. After all, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had been exterminating locusts all over the world. In the end, the one who gained the reputation was himself, Li Zixuan. He could not let the others work for nothing, right? Bicycle with variable speed? Young master, you can't do that. Absolutely not. A normal bicycle is enough. Hu Hanyun was shocked. He had heard that a bicycle with variable speed was not only sold for more than 1,000 strings of coins, but it was also a priceless item. In the dark, some rich people were even willing to pay 2,000 strings of coins for one but could not get it. At first, he thought that Li Zixuan would give him and the children the first generation of bicycles. Therefore, Hu Hanyun was completely shocked. Haha, Uncle Hu, don't refuse. This is what you deserve. I still have something to do at the workshop, so I will leave first. When the locusts are exterminated in the afternoon, let the children gather back in the village. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said something. Then he turned around and left. Yes, young master. Hu Hanyun did not know what to say. He was stunned for a moment, then responded subconsciously. However, Li Zixuan was already far away. Mr. Wenji, Mr. Concubine, after I leave this time, the academy will be in your hands. Although he said that he was going to the workshop, Li Zixuan made a turn halfway and went to Yanhuang College. He was there to bid farewell to Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others. Li Gang nodded solemnly and said, Yamacho, don't worry. As long as I, Li Gang, am in charge of Yunshan, I will not let outsiders offend the academy. The academy's teaching work will also be carried out according to the original plan. Yamacho, don't worry about helping the world and saving the people. Yan Silu also nodded and said, Brother Wenji is right. Yamacho, don't worry about the academy. Even if someone causes trouble, there is still Mr. Mo and a group of guards. This time, Yamacho will bring the Sky Rooster Brigade to other provinces to exterminate the locusts. This will more or less increase the influence of Yanhuang College. Yes. After I leave, all the affairs of the academy will be temporarily handled by Mr. Wenji. The academy's safety will be handled by Mr. Mo. I will leave Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and 30 guards here to help protect the academy. Please protect the academy's confidential information and secret tools. In the past, Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhang San, and I were in charge of Yunshan. Naturally, the Jianghu people would not dare to cause trouble. However, this time I will be going to another province, and Mr. Zhangsan will also be going out to sea. Therefore, Mr. Mo, please be vigilant when the time comes. Li Zixuan grunted, then looked at Mo Huai with a serious expression and said, Yes. He was most worried about the academy's safety. With the advancement of several trump card projects, the academy now had some cutting-edge technical information. Even if these information fell into the hands of outsiders, they might not be able to understand it. However, it was still a hidden danger. In the past, there were 3 martial Dao masters guarding Yunshan. Li Zixuan was naturally not worried that someone would sneak into the academy to steal information. However, now that 2 of the 3 martial Dao masters were leaving in the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan felt a little uneasy. Mo Huai understood what Li Zixuan was worried about. His expression could not help but become serious. Yamacho, don't worry. As long as I am in Yunshan, I will definitely not let the academy be tainted by thieves. Li Zixuan nodded and said, With Mr. Mo's words, I am much more at ease. After the locusts in the county are eliminated today, summon the students back to continue their classes. However, this time I will be taking a few students with me such as Iron Egg, Hu Zhan, and a few others. This time, I will be bringing an improved version of the telegraph. If anything happens in the academy, immediately get Qing Ke to send me a telegram. Li Gang, Yan Silu, Mo Huai, and the others all cupped their hands and said, Yes, Yamacho. Marquis, the 64 villages in Lantian County are all willing to lend their chickens to Marquis to incorporate into the Sky Chicken Brigade. I have already asked someone to calculate. Excluding the 150,000 chickens from the Han Village and Plum Village, the remaining 62 villages can pool together a total of 93,000 chickens. Currently, these chickens have all been marked and will be transferred to the Han Village in a while. In the evening, around 5 o'clock, County Magistrate he came to the workshop and reported to Li Zishuan. 93,000 chickens? Yes, it's a little more than what I expected. This way, the Sky Chicken Brigade will have close to 310,000 chickens. When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but be overjoyed. Naturally, he had arranged for County Magistrate he to communicate with the villagers about borrowing chickens. The villagers all agreed, which was within his expectations. However, a total of 90,000 chickens was somewhat out of his expectations. With more chickens, Marquis will naturally be able to return victorious sooner. I only regret that I did not let the people of Lantian County raise hundreds of chickens in every household. County Magistrate he smiled and cupped his hands. Li Zishuan waved his hand and could not help but laugh and scold. Haha! All right. Don't be a hindsight Zhuge Liang. I will be leaving tomorrow. I have already told you what I should tell you. Quickly go back to the county office to handle your official business. I should go and get the children's carriages ready. After that, he turned around and left with a smile, leaving behind a stunned county magistrate he standing in the same spot. Get the children's carriages ready? What carriages? County magistrate he muttered to himself. At the threshing field at the Han village entrance, there were already more than 100 children gathered. The youngest of these children were 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was already 14 or 15 years old. If placed in ancient times, they would be considered adults. Although the children had just returned from the fields not long ago, there was not a hint of fatigue on their faces. Instead, they were in groups of 3 to 5 chatting and laughing wildly. Ernyo, did young master really say that? Don't lie to me. Big brother, why would I lie to you? Young master really said that, but uncle who seemed to be quite unwilling. I don't know if young master was persuaded by him in the end. Oh, that's true. I heard that the worst bicycle costs more than 200 strings of coins. The new second-generation bicycle released by the Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop costs 599 strings of coins. Young master took out so much at once, so he must have spent a lot of money. Uncle who definitely doesn't want to see young master spend money recklessly. Sigh. If I can really get a bicycle, I'm willing to do anything. Ernyo told his playmates what Li Zishuan had said to him in the afternoon. It immediately caused quite a stir in the crowd. The brats naturally yearned for the legendary bicycle. Some of the brats even felt that if someone gave them a bicycle, it would be worth it even if they had to give their lives. Just as the discussion was lively, Ernyo suddenly pointed to the east of the village entrance and exclaimed, "Wow! Look! Young master is here. There are a lot of people following behind him. Wow! There are a lot of bicycles on that ox cart. What? Young master really gave us a bicycle? Wow! There really are a lot of bicycles." What Ernyo said is actually true. Quiet! Let young master speak. When Li Zishuan walked to the threshing field, he saw such a scene. A group of brats were looking at the bicycles with sparkling eyes. They clearly wanted them, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that because they were too noisy, the bicycles that were delivered to them would fly away. The parents of the brats surrounding the threshing field all looked at the pile of bicycles behind Li Zishuan with faces full of shock. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan took a long wooden stick from Pang Feiji's hands and said loudly, "All right. You guessed right. I'm here today to give you bicycles. Now all the children will line up in 2 teams. The boys will be in one team and the girls will be in the other team. Those who are taller than this stick will get a bicycle. Those who are not as tall as this stick will sit behind other people's bicycles and follow me to other counties to kill locusts." Chapter 1478. Ernyo, you little bastard, you're not allowed to tiptoe. Xiaowu, you two. If you're short, you'll grow taller in a few years. Why are you tiptoeing? All the kids behind, listen up. You're not allowed to tiptoe. You're not allowed to tiptoe. Be obedient and measure your height. At the threshing field at the entrance of the Han family village, 100 or so children were neatly lined up in 2 rows. They were competing with the wooden stick that Li Zixuan had brought. Some of the brats, in order to get a bicycle, tried their best to stand on their tiptoes, wanting to be a head taller than the wooden stick. However, they were discovered by Hu Hanyun. As a result, they could not avoid a round of scolding. The reason for this was not because Li Zixuan was reluctant to give everyone a bicycle, but because of safety considerations. It was to prevent the young children from getting into danger while riding a bicycle. Anyone who had ridden a bicycle before knew that if they were short, not only would they not be able to sit on the seat, it was also easy to get into danger during the ride. The pedestrians at the entrance of the village saw this scene and could not help but discuss it. Look, isn't that Marquis? What is he doing here? Why are there so many bicycles around Marquis? Marquis seems to be giving bicycles to those kids. What? Giving bicycles? Don't tell me? A bicycle costs a few hundred strings of coins. It should be. I heard that Marquis is bringing the Sky Pheasant Brigade to another county tomorrow to exterminate locusts. These kids will definitely follow along. Oh my God. It seems like Marquis intends to let these kids ride bicycles there. This is too extravagant, isn't it? Sigh. If I had known earlier, I would have let my kid learn how to train chickens from the Han family village's children. Yeah. Who said it wasn't? Hey. I say you guys are really insatiable. Ever since the entire Lantian County was incorporated into Marquis' fief, haven't our lives been getting better and better? As long as we do well under Marquis' leadership, we will definitely be able to live a good life like the Han family village and the Plum village. 7th Master is right. During this locust plague, the hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile farmland in Lantian County had to rely on Marquis to exterminate the locusts within 2 days. Look at the farmers in the other counties, they are still suffering from the plague of locusts. The commoners were naturally envious of the fact that the children of the Han family manor and Plum village were able to get bicycles. Although since ancient times, people did not worry about scarcity but about uneven distribution, the commoners did not feel jealous or resentful because of this. Even if they did, they were very narrow-minded people. This was because most of the commoners knew who gave them the good life they were living now. Furthermore, everyone firmly believed that under Li Zixuan's rule, their lives would only get better and better. Uncle Hu, this speed-changing bicycle is prepared for you. I will ask the workers in the workshop to teach you how to ride it in a while. After half an hour, the bicycles were finally distributed to the children. There were a total of 125 children, but only 68 bicycles were distributed. Obviously, there were more than 50 children whose height did not meet the standards. As for the remaining bicycles, they would definitely be sent back to the workshop later on. At this time, Li Zixuan asked someone to push out a bicycle with a special design, and then said to Hu Hanyun. A trace of envy flashed in Uncle Hu's eyes, but more than that, he was in a difficult position. He hesitated and said, "Young master, why don't you give me a normal bicycle? This speed-changing bicycle is too expensive." Li Zixuan pretended to be unhappy and said, "Uncle Hu, we already agreed on this before. Why are you still rejecting it now?" "Master, young master has good intentions. You'd better accept it quickly." Lu Yu saw Li Zixuan's unhappy expression, and hurriedly used her elbow to nudge Hu Hanyun and advised him. In fact, she also coveted this speed-changing bicycle. However, coveting was one thing. If she were to ask Li Zixuan for such a valuable item, she would feel embarrassed. At this moment, she saw Li Zixuan's unhappy expression, so she spoke up to persuade Hu Hanyun. This since young master insists on giving it to me, then I, old Hu, will accept it. When I return from the other county, I will return the bicycle to young master." Old Hu hesitated for a moment and said, "Haha, we'll talk about it when the time comes." Li Zixuan waved his hand. He did not want to be entangled with Hu Hanyun on this matter. He looked at the excited children who had just received their new bicycles and said loudly, "All right, everyone quiet down. Now that you have all received your bicycles, those who did not receive your bicycles will ride on other people's bicycles tomorrow. Take advantage of the fact that it's not dark yet and learn how to ride your bicycles. Fellow villagers, please watch from the side to prevent any accidents. Tomorrow morning bring a change of clothes and we will set off on our bicycles. Yes, young master. The children who received their bicycles were in a good mood. After listening to Li Zixuan's instructions, they shouted in unison. It could be said that their momentum was like a rainbow. Li Zixuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he took out a cylindrical object from the ox cart next to him. Everyone could not help but be puzzled. They did not know what Li Zixuan was up to. They saw him press a button next to the cylindrical object, and put the smaller end of the cylindrical object next to his mouth. Hey, hey, hey! Suddenly, Li Zixuan's voice, which was dozens of times louder, came out from the cylindrical object. Everyone was shocked. Some of the more timid children were even scared to the point of screaming. Li Zixuan smiled. Then he lowered his voice as much as possible and said, "This thing is called a loudspeaker. Tomorrow you will be divided into 62 small teams. Each team will bring 5,000 chickens and be equipped with a loudspeaker like this. When the time comes, you will use this thing to control the flock of chickens. This way, it will be much easier." When the naughty children heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. Wow! This loudspeaker is too magical, isn't it? It feels like an immortal magical artifact. With this loudspeaker, we don't have to shout at the top of our lungs. This loudspeaker is definitely not cheap. Young master is really generous. The children were ignorant, but old who was not. He looked at Li Zixuan and said anxiously, "Young master, the value of this loudspeaker is definitely not ordinary. What if you give these dolls to them and they break it or lose it? You'd better put it away. These children are used to being wild. It's just a matter of shouting a few more times. It won't tire them out." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Hu, this time we don't know how many provinces and counties we will have to go to. If we keep shouting at the top of our lungs, I reckon that in a few days the children's voices will become hoarse. Among them, many of them are in the stage of voice change. They are still growing. This is not good for them in the future. Although the loudspeaker is precious, it is not as precious as the children's bodies. Besides, this loudspeaker will be handed over to Uncle Hu for safekeeping. It will only be given to the children when they need it. There shouldn't be any accidents. Uncle Hu, you don't have to worry anymore." Hu Hanyun didn't know what to say for a moment because he was moved by Li Zixuan's words. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so considerate of the children in the village. Although he spoke casually just now, he also felt sorry for these children. Now that Li Zixuan had made a loudspeaker, it greatly reduced the children's burden. With such a master, Hu Hanyun felt that the people of the Han village must have accumulated a lot of merit in their previous lives and received the blessings of the heavens. That's good. Old Hu will definitely take good care of these loudspeakers for young master. After pausing for a moment, Hu Hanyun nodded solemnly at Li Zixuan and said, Then I'll leave this place to you, Uncle Hu. Now that it's dark in this season, try to let the children learn how to ride bicycles before it gets dark. I'll go back first." Li Zixuan nodded and said something to Hu Hanyun before preparing to go home. Hu Hanyun hurriedly said, "Young master, don't worry. These children may not be good at other things, but they can definitely ride bicycles by themselves. They'll definitely learn before it gets dark." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "That's good. Tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., let all the children bring their luggage and chickens and gather at the village entrance. First stop, we'll go to Xinfeng County first." After saying that, he turned and left. Hu Hanyun hurriedly replied from behind, "Yes, young master." "Ooh, loudspeaker? What's that?" Night fell. Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er looked at Zhao Song and asked curiously. Obviously, the incident that happened at the Han village entrance in the evening had already reached Li Er's ears. Zhao Song clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this loudspeaker is a metal cylinder. When placed next to the mouth, it can amplify a person's voice by more than 10 times. It's said that the Marquis of Yong and prepared it for the children who are training the chickens. He was probably worried that the children would hurt their voices from all the shouting." Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but squint his eyes. After hearing Zhao Song's explanation, he really felt that the loudspeaker was quite magical. However, to say that Li Zixuan specially made it for the children was really a waste of God's gift. Bicycles, loudspeakers, this kid is really generous. However, to bring more than 100 children and more than 300,000 chickens to the various counties to kill locusts, using a bicycle is indeed the best method. Sigh, it's going to be hard on him. Li Er pondered for a long time before sighing and said, how about this? After Li Zishuan leaves Lantian County, let Li Junxian lead a group of 100 riders to Lantian County to protect his family. This kid doesn't care about fame or fortune, but he cares about relationships. I'm guessing that he's most worried about his family. Hearing Li Er's brainless arrangements, Zhao Song couldn't help but be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly bowed and replied, yes, Your Majesty. Seeing this, Li Er couldn't help but laugh and said, why? Do you think that this emperor's arrangements are a little superfluous? Zhao Song hurriedly bowed and said, this old servant doesn't dare. Li Er waved his hand and said, this emperor doesn't mean to blame you. You've served by this emperor's side for many years. How can this emperor not know what you're thinking? Having his thoughts seen through by Li Er, Zhao Song's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he clasped his hands and said, this old servant is just thinking that under such peace and prosperity, the safety of the Marquis of Yong'an's family should be safe. After all, the security of Lantian County has been pretty good recently. Li Er narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, this plague of locusts is indeed a bad thing for the Great Tang Imperial Court and the people. However, to some people it's a great opportunity. Demons appear in troubled times. When the locusts cover the sky and cover the sun, some demons and monsters will definitely come out to dance with them. This emperor will wait for them to come out and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Zhao Song sensed something unusual from Li Er's words. He couldn't help but tense up and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. He bowed and clasped his hands and said, this old servant is willing to accompany Your Majesty and slay demons and monsters for Your Majesty. Li Er nodded his head. Actually, these were all just his conjectures. However, as the second son of the Duke of Tang, he had climbed step by step to his current position as the ruler of the world. He had always been more sensitive to conspiracies and danger than the average person. He always felt that in this plague of locusts, the damage caused by natural disasters to the Great Tang Empire could be controlled. Only man-made disasters could catch the imperial court off guard. The slightest carelessness could cause the Great Tang Empire to be in danger. Your Majesty, according to the report of a spy, the workshop of the Curious Pavilion seems to be working on a secret project. The courtyard in the deepest part of the workshop is heavily guarded. Normal people can't even get close to it. Therefore, this old servant has no idea what the Marquis of Yong and has ordered people to research. However, His Highness the Prince of Wei is among them. After pausing for a moment, Zhao Song suddenly remembered something and clasped his hands and said to Li Er, oh, there's such a thing? Li Er's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but stand up and walk 2 steps in front of the dragon desk with his hands behind his back. He then turned around and said, have the Green Sparrow return to the palace tomorrow afternoon. Zhao Song bowed and said, understood. Li Er nodded and then waved his hand to signal Zhao Song to leave. Suddenly, he was the only one left in the huge Ganlu palace. He muttered to himself, a few days ago I wanted to reprimand that kid for not doing his job properly. Now it seems that I have wronged him. There should be progress on the telegraph machine, right? Ooh. The next day early morning, after Li Zishuan had breakfast, he carried the bag that Han Yushi packed for him and bade farewell to his family. Lan'er was crying her eyes out. The little girl had always been inseparable from Li Zishuan. She would feel terrible if she didn't see him for a day. This time, after knowing that Li Zishuan would be leaving home for many days, the little girl insisted that Li Zishuan bring her along. However, Li Zishuan was here for disaster relief and not for a holiday. How could he let this little cutie suffer with him? Hence, the little girl pulled on Li Zishuan's arm and refused to let Li Zishuan leave. In the end, under Han Yushi's earnest persuasion and Mrs. Li's forceful tugging, the little girl finally let go of his arm. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, wife, Lan'er, take care of yourselves. I'll be back in half a month if I'm short and a month if I'm long. Li Zishuan clasped his hands at his family and then turned around to leave with Pang Feiji, Xiongda, and Xiong Er under the reluctant gazes of the crowd. This time he only planned to bring 3 guards. As for the rest of the guards, half of them would stay at Yanhuang College and the other half would stay at the House of Ho. As for the transportation, he chose Big White. As a modern person, he was not interested in bicycles. He preferred to ride horses. Ooh. Chapter 1479. Cuckoo, cuckoo, coo. Cuckoo, coo. The sun rose from the east and endless light shone on the earth. On the cement road of Lantian County, there was a huge and strange troop. The reason why it was said to be huge and strange was because this team was made up of about 100 people and more than 300,000 chickens. Roughly every 2 people were controlling 5,000 chickens. One person was riding a bicycle, and the other person was using a cylindrical object to make cuckoo cuckoo sounds to the chickens. The chickens were running on the cement road with their 2 chicken feet. The team stretched for several miles. When the pedestrians saw it, they all moved aside and avoided it. Where did so many chickens come from? It's Marquis. Marquis is leading the Sky Chicken Brigade. They must be going to other counties to eliminate the locusts. Oh my God. These kids are all riding the second-generation bicycles from Strange Interest Pavilion. There are about 100 bicycles in total, right? Not that many, but there are at least 50 to 60 of them. Tisk tsk. According to the price of 599 strings of coins per bicycle, these bicycles alone are worth tens of thousands of strings of coins. These children are so lucky. But they are also working hard. If it weren't for them, how could Lantian County be able to eliminate all the locusts in less than 2 days? That's right. These children are amazing. The Marquis of Yong. And is even more amazing. They are living bodhisattvas who can save the world. The pedestrians were first shocked by the size of this troop. Then they could not help but praise the children from the Han family village and Plum village. After all, if it was in the past, when faced with such a large scale of locusts, the civilians could only wait for death. Now, the locusts in Lantian County were wiped out in 2 days. Of course, the Sky Chicken Brigade's contribution could not be ignored. At the same time, it also proved to the world that the locusts were not invincible. Lantian County was a living example. Yamacho, have we planned our route to eliminate the locusts this time? At the front of the troop, Li Ku asked Li Zishuan, who was riding on Big White, while riding a bicycle with variable speed. It was Li Ku who had volunteered to join this locust extermination operation. He had already been transferred to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank in Chang'an City, and could be considered the second in command of the bank. As for the first in command, it was Li Zishuan. However, this first in command usually did not care much. As long as there were no problems with the development of the bank, Li Zishuan would generally not interfere. Now Li Ku had placed many Yanhuang College students in Yanhuang Bank. With these students who were proficient in the new mathematics and double-entry bookkeeping, Yanhuang Bank could maintain high efficiency and not easily make mistakes. Li Ku planned to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the locusts in other counties to check on the operations of Yanhuang Bank branches in other counties. It was for this reason that Li Zishuan decided to bring him along. At this point, it was necessary to mention Li Tai. Li Tai had wanted to come, but Li Zishuan did not allow it. Firstly, Li Tai stayed in Yunshan. If anything happened in Yanhuang College, Li Tai could send a telegram to inform Li Zishuan immediately. Secondly, Li Tai did not know martial arts. Even though he had undergone military training, his physical fitness was still relatively weak. This kind of long-distance operation was not suitable for him. Therefore, little Fatty could only grumble bitterly in the Cloud Mountain. The general route has been planned out. According to the latest information received by the Imperial Court, we will go from the south to the north. First we will go to Xinfeng, then Weinan, Liang, Jingyang, Yunyang, Sanyuan, Fuping, and Xianying. After Xianying, we will split into 2 groups. One group will clean up the affected counties in the west, and the other group will follow the Yellow River to the east. We will clean up as many counties as we can. After cleaning up the counties in the west, we will immediately go to the east to meet up with the other group. While everyone else was enjoying the novelty of riding a bicycle, Li Zishuan was leisurely riding on Big White's back. He observed the farmland along the way while telling Li Ku about the itinerary plan for this trip. Obviously, Li Zishuan had made sufficient preparations before they set off. Hearing this, Li Ke roughly sketched out the marching route in his mind. In the end, he couldn't help but nod. With Yamacho's plan, we will be able to save a lot of unnecessary detours. In the shortest amount of time, we will be able to help more counties to eliminate the locusts. Li Zishuan's face didn't relax at all. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "We can only try our best to help as many counties as possible. However, according to the information received by the Imperial Court, there are a total of 108 counties affected by the locusts. Even if we speed up and don't stop working day and night, we won't be able to eliminate all the locusts in a short period of time. This time, the locusts are ferocious. Every day, or even every hour, thousands of caddies of food will enter the locust stomachs. We don't have much time left. According to my estimation, the counties that can eliminate the locusts in half a month will have less impact on the food production this year, so there won't be a large-scale famine. However, if the locusts can't be eliminated in half a month or even a month, then there's basically no need to eliminate the locusts. They can only wait for the government or the Imperial Court to release food for the disaster relief. Therefore, half a month is the best time to eliminate the locusts. It's best if we can eliminate as many locusts as possible within this half a month. After that, we can only cooperate with the Imperial Court to provide disaster relief." Hearing this, Li Ke's expression couldn't help but become heavy. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Yamacho is right. Disaster relief is like putting out a fire. If we delay for too long, disaster relief is better than disaster relief." Li Zishuan made a sound of acknowledgement and continued, "According to the speed at which the Sky Pheasant Brigade eliminated the locusts in other counties, it will take about a day and a half to eliminate the locusts in a county. Now that the Sky Pheasant Brigade has more than doubled in size, and we have loudspeakers, the efficiency of our command will definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, I hope that we can eliminate 2 counties a day. In half a month, that's 30 counties. If we can help more than 30% of the affected counties, then our efforts won't be in vain." Li Ke thought for a moment and said, "Lantian County can be considered an above-average county. It has a population of 80,000 people and hundreds of thousands of mu of fertile land. The Sky Pheasant Brigade, formed by 150,000 chickens, could eliminate all the locusts in a day and a half. Now, the Sky Pheasant Brigade wants to eliminate the locusts in 2 counties in a day. Although it's a little difficult, it's not impossible. It all depends on the efficiency of these children's command. In addition, every time we reach a county, I can arrange food and accommodation for the mountain elders and the children. This will give you more time to exterminate the locusts." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I originally wanted to entrust this matter to you. Now that you've taken the initiative to ask, I won't stand on ceremony. Little Ku, every time we arrive at a county, you will first go to the Yanhuang Bank for an inspection. Then, you will contact the local government and ask them to arrange food and lodging for us. We will pay for this ourselves, or we can directly withdraw it from the Yanhuang Bank. We will settle the accounts after we have exterminated the locusts." Li Ke cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Yamacho." Li Zishuan turned his head and looked at the huge team behind him. Then he said to Peng Feiji, "Let the children move faster. We will try to reach Xinfeng County before noon." "Yes, Marquis." Peng Feiji cupped his hands and left. Li Zishuan was at the front of the team, while Hu Hanyun was at the back of the team to prevent any children from falling behind. At this time, Chang Chumo smiled and said, "Yamacho, if we run too fast, what will we do if the chicken gets tired?" This guy was originally someone who couldn't stay put. This was a rare opportunity to go to another county with Li Zishuan. How could he not seize this opportunity? Although he had a sweetheart, Ge Qingyue, she had always ignored him. Moreover, his father Cheng Yaojin also hoped that he could go with Li Zishuan to help with the disaster. He had even lent his treasured bicycle to him. Therefore, Chen Chumo came. Li Zishuan heard this and rolled his eyes. He said unhappily, "You're such a busybody. Why don't you let the chicken ride the bicycle while you run below?" The bicycle's speed was not comparable to that of a war horse. Normally, it would only go about 15 kilometers per hour. Even if it ran faster, the chicken would still be able to catch up. Cheng Chumo was worrying too much. No. Cheng Chumo quickly shook his head and said, "I think it's better for them to be tired. When they're tired, they'll be hungry. When they're hungry, they'll be able to eat locusts later. Yamacho, don't you think so? Li Zishuan smiled and didn't answer. In his heart, he secretly thought that Chang Chumo's words were right. It was true that the chicken liked to eat locusts, but they couldn't bear to eat hundreds of locusts every day. If these chickens didn't exercise more, how could they continue to eat locusts? In addition, after these chickens experienced a lot of exercise and ate locusts, the meat of these chickens would be incomparably delicious in the future. This was a top-grade ingredient. Cough cough. These chickens were the heroes who killed the locusts, and now I want to eat them. What a sin, what a sin! Li Zishuan thought to himself with shame. Mother! Look, Mao and I caught a big bag of locusts. Good, good, good. Mao, good job. Catch more. Catch more. Later, we'll sell them at the county office and you two brothers can buy sweets to eat. Okay. Mother. We'll go now. In a field in Xinfeng County, two children carried a cloth belt and ran to the field to ask for praise from a middle-aged couple. After the two children left, the middle-aged woman said with a worried face, "Husband, if we keep catching locusts like this, when will we be able to catch all the locusts in the 30 mu of field?" The middle-aged man next to the woman first wiped the sweat on his forehead, then sighed heavily and replied, "Mother of the children, with our speed, it'll probably take a month. This is my fault. If I knew there would be a locust plague this year, I would have raised more chickens last year. Look at old Master Zhang's family raised more than 500 chickens last year. Yesterday, they cleared more than 30 mu of locusts in one day." The woman's face was full of regret, but she still comforted him. "Husband, it's not your fault. Even if we knew there would be a locust plague last year, we can't afford to raise so many chickens. Old Master Zhang's family is rich, that's why they can raise so many chickens. How can we compare?" The middle-aged man also knew that the woman's words made sense, and his face became even more dejected. Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help but say excitedly, "In the morning, I heard from Li Zheng that all the locusts in Lantian County have been eliminated. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong and will bring the Sky Chicken Brigade to other counties to eliminate locusts. I don't know when they'll come to our Xinfeng County. With Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade, all the locusts in our Xinfeng County's farmland will probably be eliminated in a day." "What? Eliminated in a day? Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade is that powerful?" The middle-aged woman was shocked when she heard this. The man stared and said, "Of course. Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade is said to have 150,000 chickens. Sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and catch the locusts." At the same time, in a forest in the south of Xinfeng County, Uncle Hu, let the children find a shady place to rest for 15 minutes and drink some water. After that, we'll start eliminating the locusts. After more than 2 hours of traveling, the Sky Chicken Brigade with more than 100 people and more than 300,000 chickens finally arrived at Xinfeng County. Li Zishuan jumped down from Big White's back and said to Hu Hanyun, "Yes, young master." Elder Hu replied. Then, he turned around and said loudly to the children of the Han family village and Plum village, "Everyone rest here. Drink some water and eat some dry food. After 15 minutes, we'll start eliminating the locusts." The children had been riding bicycles for more than 2 hours. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tired. No matter how much they liked riding bicycles, they would still be tired after riding for so long. After hearing Hu Hanyun's words, they instantly cheered. "Got it, Li Zheng." The children all agreed. At this moment, Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku and said, "Little Ku, I'll get Peng Feiji and Chonyo to accompany you to Xinfeng County. First, we'll go to the Yanhuang Bank in the city for an inspection. Then we'll go to the Xinfeng County magistrate and ask him to help with the children's lunch. Remember to prepare some throat-soothing poplar and mung bean soup." Li Ku clasped his hands and said, "Yamacho, cook and go alone. Let Chonyo and Guardpeng help you here." Li Zishuan said seriously, "No, they have to accompany you. I don't need their help here." No matter what, Li Ku was the current king of Shu and the son of Li Zishuan. Now that they weren't in Chang'an, Li Zishuan naturally had to consider Li Ku's safety. Seeing this, Li Ku roughly understood Li Zishuan's intentions. He clasped his hands and said, "All right, then Ku will go to the county now." Pang Feiji and Cheng Chumo clasped their hands at Li Zixuan before following Li Ku. 15 minutes later. Cuckoo. Coo. The commoners who were catching locusts in the fields under the scorching sun suddenly heard waves of children's coo sounds coming from the road. They couldn't help but raise their heads to take a look. What they saw stunned them. On the road not far away, an endless number of chickens were being chased by a group of children towards them. The flock of chickens was divided into sections by the children. It was about 2 children controlling a flock of chickens. There were thousands of chickens in each flock. Sky Chicken Brigade. The Sky Chicken Brigade is here. Someone reacted at this moment and shouted excitedly, "Oh my God! My crops can be saved." A shirtless old man couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cry tears of joy when he saw this scene. "We're saved. Marquee Sky Chicken Brigade is here. Our crops can be saved." Chapter 1480. Have you heard? The price of grain at Zhangji Grain Shop in the west of the city has increased. It's now 5 copper coins for 1 dan. What? 5 copper coins for 1 dan? It was only 3 copper coins for 1 dan a few days ago? Isn't it because of the locust plague? Now the price of grain in every county has increased. The shopkeeper of Zhangji Grain Shop said that if we don't buy now, the price of grain will only get higher. Ah, then let's go buy some. I heard that the farms outside the city have all been destroyed by the locust plague. I think there won't be any harvest this year. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go buy some grain from the shop. Li Ku, Cheng Chumo, and the others had just arrived at Xinfeng County when they saw some people hurrying towards the west side of the city, whispering as they walked. The price of grain in Xinfeng County is increasing? I haven't heard of any increase in the price of grain in Chang'an City. Why would the price increase here? Cheng Chumo couldn't help but ask when he heard the discussions of the citizens. Li Ku frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Then we'll have to ask the Xinfeng County magistrate." "Let's go, we'll go to the bank first before going to the county office." Cheng Chumo nodded and the group headed towards the Yanhuang Bank in the north. "Shopkeeper Jean, what do you think of the matter that I mentioned earlier?" In a study in the backyard of Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, asked with a smile. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged scholar of about 30 years old. That person frowned and said, "Boss Zhang, the Yellow Flame Bank can indeed provide loans to private merchants, and you have indeed provided sufficient guarantees. However, you must explain to this Jean the reason why you want to borrow so much money. Otherwise, this Jean will not lend you so much money." The man with the surname Zhang narrowed his eyes and said, "Shopkeeper Jean, the Yanhuang Bank is also a business. I am willing to borrow 6,000 strings of coins at double the interest rate of the bank. You have no reason to reject me, right?" When Shopkeeper Jean heard this, he remained unmoved. Boss Zhang is right. The Yellow Flame Bank is no different from any other shop. We all need to make money. However, the Yanhuang Bank has its own rules. Every sum of money that is lent out must be used for a specific purpose. I do not dare to break the rules. So, if Mr. Zhang wants to borrow the money, please state your purpose." The man surnamed Zhang frowned, and there was a trace of displeasure in his expression. His fingers tapped on the table rhythmically. Dong 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 dong. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry. Since Shopkeeper Jean is so eager to know, there is no harm in me telling you. Recently, this Zhang's grain store is in urgent need of a sum of money. That's why this Zhang has come to the Yanhuang Bank. I hope that Shopkeeper Jean can help us out." Shopkeeper Jin's face revealed an expression that said he had expected it. Then he asked in a low voice, "In my opinion, Mr. Zhang is planning to borrow money from the Yellow Flame Bank and then buy a large amount of food. He's going to take advantage of the locust plague to make a fortune, right?" Although his intentions were exposed, the man surnamed Zhang did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he smiled and said, "Why does Shopkeeper Jean have to say such unpleasant words? With the locust plague, the farmlands outside the city are filled with locusts. This Zhang is doing this for the sake of the people of Xinfeng County. How can Shopkeeper Jean say that this Zhang is a profiteer who hoards food for profit?" Shopkeeper Jean said with a serious face, "Mr. Zhang, your words can only be used to deceive children who do not know the ways of the world. They are useless to this Jean. If you want to hoard food and drive up the prices, aren't you afraid of the county magistrate's investigation? Aren't you afraid of the court's condemnation? The man surnamed Zhang smiled and said, Shopkeeper Jean, this Zhang is here today to borrow money, not to be interrogated. In addition, as long as this Zhang does not raise the price of food too ridiculously in a short period of time, the county magistrate will not interfere. Now that the locust plague is wreaking havoc, the price of food in Chang'an City has not budged. Xinfeng County is only 60 to 70 li away from Chang'an City. As long as we transport food from Chang'an City, I only need to wait for the people's crops to be completely destroyed. When that time comes, it will be difficult for the price of food to not rise. Even the current emperor will not be able to control it. This is a business that is guaranteed to be profitable. I hope that shopkeeper Jean can open the door for me. After this matter is completed, this Zhang will definitely repay you handsomely. Shopkeeper Jean was silent for a long time. His eyes were filled with hesitation. After a while he opened his mouth and said, But Mr. Zhang, don't forget. It is said that the Marquis of Yong and has a sky pheasant brigade. Their speed of exterminating locusts is astonishing. The locust plague in Lantian County was completely exterminated in 2 days. Furthermore, the Marquis is planning to bring the sky pheasant brigade to other counties to exterminate the locusts. Perhaps the locust plague in Xinfeng County is not as serious as you think. When the man surnamed Zhang heard this, he could not help but sneered and said, Sky Pheasant Brigade. What a joke. This time, more than 100 counties have been affected by the locust plague. Even if the Sky Pheasant Brigade is able to exterminate a county of locusts in 2 days, they will only be able to exterminate 15 counties in a month. This does not include the time spent on the road. In fact, if they can exterminate 10 counties of locusts in a month, they will be thanking the gods. In a month's time, all the crops in the fields will have been eaten by the locusts. When that time comes, the price of food will definitely skyrocket. Not only the Marquis of Yong and will not be able to change this, but even the imperial court and the current emperor will not be able to change this. Shopkeeper Jean was instantly speechless. Clearly, he agreed with the man surnamed Zhang's words. When the man surnamed Zhang saw this, he suddenly felt that he had a chance. He quickly added, Haha, this Zhang will naturally not let shopkeeper Jean work for nothing. A while ago, this Zhang bought 2 extremely beautiful twin Hu ladies in Chang'an City. A beauty to a hero. Today this Zhang has brought them over. This Zhang will gift them to shopkeeper Jean. Clap, clap, clap. At this point, the man surnamed Zhang clapped his hands. A moment later, the door to the room was pushed open. 2 tall beauties with golden hair and blue eyes wearing veils walked in. The veils were not very thick, and one could faintly see the outlines of their faces behind them. These 2 Hu ladies actually looked exactly the same. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes lit up. Although he was not completely infatuated, it was obvious that he had been mesmerized by the beauty of the 2 Hu ladies in front of him. Haha, why aren't you pouring wine for shopkeeper Jean? The man surnamed Zhang was also an experienced man. How could he not see that shopkeeper Jin's determination had already been shaken? Thus, he quickly ordered the 2 Hu ladies. Yes, old master. The 2 Hu ladies bowed and then came before shopkeeper Jean. One of them held a wine pot, while the other held a wine cup. Pink wine flowed down the spout of the pot, illuminating the beautiful faces of the Hu ladies. Shopkeeper Jean could not help but swallow hard. Shopkeeper Jean, please. A moment later, a woman approached shopkeeper Jean, handed him a cup, and whispered to him in a soft voice. Good, good, good. Shopkeeper Jean came back to his senses and quickly took the wine cup. Naturally, he would take advantage of the Hu lady in the process, causing her to grumble coquettishly. Ha ha ha. Looks like shopkeeper Jean is also a man who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Then this Zhang will be relieved to give them to shopkeeper Jean. I wonder if shopkeeper Jean will agree to this Zhang's proposal? The man surnamed Zhang struck while the iron was hot. Shopkeeper Jean rubbed his chin and pretended to be deep in thought. A moment later he opened his mouth and said, Since boss Zhang is in urgent need of funds, this Jean, as the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, can naturally lend a sum of money to boss Zhang. Let's go. This Jean will have someone pass the money to boss Zhang today. The man surnamed Zhang was overjoyed when he heard this. He laughed heartily and said, "Haha, shopkeeper Jean is straightforward. Please." 15 minutes later, in front of Yanhuang Bank. "Haha, many thanks for shopkeeper Jin's generosity. If this Zhang comes again, I hope that shopkeeper Jean will not refuse me," the man surnamed Zhang said with a smile. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes flashed and he said with a fake smile, "No problem, no problem. Then this Zhang will take his leave." The man surnamed Zhang clasped his hands and turned to leave. "Ouch! Who is that? Don't you have eyes when you walk?" Who knew that when he turned around, he would bump into a towering figure and almost fall to the ground. He rubbed his forehead and could not help but feel annoyed. "Hey, does this road belong to your family? You're the one who walked with your eyes closed. How can you blame others?" A young man beside him could not help but mock him. The man surnamed Zhang was instantly enraged and said, "Humph, where did this wild kid come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in Xinfeng County?" Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The young man was pushing a strange-looking bicycle. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the latest limited edition variable speed bicycle from the Strange House Workshop. There were only 3 of them in the entire market, and the young man in front of him and the young man beside him each had one. What did this mean? This meant that this group of people in front of him were either rich or powerful. He might not be able to afford to offend them. "Haha, this Zhang has offended all of you. I'm really sorry. This Zhang still has things to do, so I'll take my leave first." In line with the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, the man surnamed Zhang apologized and hurriedly left. "Hey, why did this old bastard suddenly change his attitude? Humph, at least he knows what's good for him. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat him up until even his mother can't recognize him." The tall young man looked in the direction that the man surnamed Zhang left and snorted. That's right. This group of people in front of him was Li Ku, Cheng Chumo, Pang Feiji and the rest. Li Ku and Cheng Chumo rode bicycles into the county town, while Pang Feiji rode a horse. "Chumo, forget it. We're new here. Let's not cause any trouble. Disaster relief is more important," Li Ku said sternly. Cheng Chumo snorted and said, "It's not like I'm the one causing trouble. He's the one who ran into me. Do I have to praise him for running into me?" Li Ku shook his head helplessly and said, all right, let's go in quickly." After saying that, he parked his bicycle in the empty space outside the bank and walked straight in. He was not worried about his bicycle being stolen because Pang Feiji would be outside looking after it. Seeing this, Cheng Chumo quickly parked his bicycle and followed. "Young masters, are you here to exchange money or to borrow money?" Shopkeeper Jean had seen the scene outside the house. He had also seen the 2 bicycles that Li Ku and Cheng Chumo rode in. Thus, when he saw the 2 enter the bank, he personally went up to greet them. Speaking of which, the bank in Xinfeng County only had 2 businesses: exchanging copper coins for Tang Yuan and lending Tang Yuan. It was unlike the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County, which also had a deposit business. "Ask your shopkeeper to come out. We have something to talk to him about." Cheng Chumo raised his head and said arrogantly. Li Ku wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He could only shake his head helplessly. He had originally wanted to observe the attitude of the servants in the Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, but after being yelled at by Cheng Chumo, he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. "I am the shopkeeper of the bank. May I ask what the 2 young masters need?" Shopkeeper Jean guessed that Cheng Chumo and Li Ku were nobles from Chang'an, so he did not dare to offend them. Thus he spoke politely. "You're the shopkeeper of this bank? TSK, you don't look like one. Your belly is not even as big as that old man at the door." Cheng Chumo glared at him and looked him up and down. Then he ridiculed him. Li Ku's face darkened. In order to prevent Cheng Chumo from continuing to spout nonsense, he quickly took out a fish talisman and showed it to shopkeeper Jean. He said, "We're here today to check the accounts. Please cooperate with us, shopkeeper Jean." When he saw the dragon pattern on the fish talisman and the 2 words King of Shu, shopkeeper Jean was shocked. He quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, King of Shu." The servants in the room were stunned for a moment before they reacted. They bowed to Li Ku together and said, Your Highness, King of Shu. Li Ku waved his hand and said, I'm not here in the name of King of Shu. I'm here in the name of Deputy Manager of the Yanhuang Bank. Shopkeeper Jean, quickly go to Xinfeng County and retrieve the accounts of the Yanhuang Bank for the past 3 months. Li Zishuan was the head manager of the Yanhuang Bank, and Li Ku was now the deputy manager. This matter had been sent to the various branches of the bank in the form of an internal document. Shopkeeper Jean was naturally aware of this, but when he heard that Li Ku was here to check the accounts, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. However, he did not dare to refuse and could only bow and say, Yes. Your Highness, please wait for a moment. This subordinate will go and get it. Your Highness, please take a seat in the side hall. Moments later, Shopkeeper Jean walked over with a thick book of account books in his arms. Handing it over to Li Ku, he said, Your Highness, these are the accounts of Xinfeng County Bank for the past 3 months. Please have a look. Li Ku nodded and said, You can go and do your work first. I'm just going to take a look. Shopkeeper Jean was flustered, but he did not dare to show any flaws on his face. He nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. This subordinate will take his leave. After Shopkeeper Jean left, Chang Chumo could not help but say, Little Ku, how long will it take you to finish reading such a thick account book? We still have to go to the county yamen. Li Ku smiled and said, Who said I'm going to finish reading? I'm just checking some of the accounts. Moreover, the bank's accounts are now recorded using double-entry bookkeeping. It's easy to check. As long as there are no problems, we'll go to the county yamen immediately. Chang Chumo scratched his head and said, Oh, that's fine. Little Ku, hurry up. I'll go out for a walk. If you ask this fellow to fight, he would be more than happy to do so. However, if you asked him to help check the accounts, he could only say, This concubine can't do that. Li Ku also knew that Chang Chumo could not sit still, so he nodded and replied. Chapter 1481. Shopkeeper Jean, we haven't had the time to record Boss Zhang's loan in the account book. Should we inform His Highness King of Shu about it? In Xinfeng County, at the front counter of the Yanhuang Bank, a servant dressed in green saw Shopkeeper Jean walk out from the back room and asked nervously, Shut up. Hearing this, Shopkeeper Jean panicked. He hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. When he saw that there was no one around, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he walked over to the manservant and put on a calm expression. He said earnestly, I'm sorry. Wang Xiaodong, His Highness King of Shu, is very busy every day. This time, he came to our bank to check the account book as he pleased. After checking the account book, His Highness still has to rush back to Chang'an. How can he waste so much time here? So the less trouble the better. Don't tell His Highness that Boss Zhang came to the bank to borrow money. If His Highness becomes impatient, even this old man won't be able to save you. Do you understand? Wang Xiaodong was only a servant of the bank and had not seen much of the world. He also didn't know the nature of nobles like Li Ku. When he was frightened by Shopkeeper Jean, he immediately panicked. Don't worry, Shopkeeper Jean. I definitely won't say anything. Thank you for your reminder. Shopkeeper Jean nodded with satisfaction and said, Xiaodong, you're very sensible. I heard that your mother was bedridden a while ago. Seeing a doctor must be very expensive, right? In a while, withdraw 2 strings of money from the account book. Take it as a token of my appreciation. When Wang Xiaodong heard this, he immediately shed tears of gratitude and said, Thank you, Shopkeeper Jean. You're really too good to me. If Shopkeeper Jean has any requests in the future, this little one will definitely do it. Not bad, not bad. Xiaodong, you know how to repay kindness. This old man really didn't misjudge you. Now, bring some people to the 10,000 guests restaurant in the city, and prepare a table of high-quality banquet for His Highness King of Shu. Remember, it must be the best wine and the best dishes. Shopkeeper Jean saw that he had achieved his goal and said with a smile, Yes, Shopkeeper Jean. Wang Xiaodong replied excitedly. Then, he hurriedly put down the work in his hands and left the bank. Why do I feel that Shopkeeper Jean wants to hide the account book that Wang Xiaodong mentioned? Who was Mr. Zhang? Oh, the person Xiao Ku and I bumped into outside the house was also surnamed Zhang. Could it be that Wang Xiaodong was talking about that person? No, there must be something fishy going on here. I'll go tell Xiao Ku. What shopkeeper Jean didn't know was that his conversation with Wang Xiaodong in the front hall had been overheard by Cheng Chumo, who had just come out of the side hall. Although Cheng Chumo was a straightforward person, that didn't mean he was stupid. The conversation between shopkeeper Jean and Wang Xiaodong made him think that shopkeeper Jean was hiding something. Thus, he hurriedly retracted his aura and quietly returned to the side hall. Little Ku, how is it? Did you find anything wrong with the accounts? After returning to the side hall, Cheng Chumo approached Li Ku and asked hurriedly. Li Ku flipped through the account book and replied, "How can it be so fast? However, I haven't found any problems with the accounts I've checked for the past few days." "Choax, didn't you say you were going out for a walk? Why are you back?" Cheng Chumo turned around and stuck his head out to look around. After confirming that there was no one outside, he closed the door and walked over to Li Ku and said mysteriously, "Little Ku, I feel that there's something wrong with shopkeeper Jean. I'm afraid that the account book he gave you is incomplete." Hearing this, Li Ku couldn't help but raise his head and asked, "Oh? Why does Brother Cho Ox say that?" "I was just about to go out for a walk when I accidentally overheard shopkeeper Jean talking to the manservant in the front hall about an account." Cheng Chumo lowered his voice and told Li Ku what he had seen and heard. After listening, Li Ku couldn't help but frown deeply. "Choax, from what you said just now, it seems that there's something wrong with shopkeeper Jean. If we want to get to the bottom of this matter, we need to find out who this Mr. Zhang is and how much money Wang Xiaodong was talking about." Cheng Chumo laughed softly. "Heh, that's simple. That Wang Xiaodong went to prepare a banquet. I'll stop him halfway and scare him. I'm not afraid that he won't tell the truth." Li Ku pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's good. But we still need to do it secretly to avoid alerting the enemy." Cheng Chumo nodded. "Little Ku, don't worry. Leave this matter to me." Bang bang bang. Not long after the two of them finished their discussion, there was a series of knocks on the door. Li Ku asked, "Who is it?" "Your Highness, it's me. It's Jean Wanfu. Your Highness must be tired from the long journey. I have prepared a banquet for Your Highness in the city's 10,000 guest restaurant to welcome Your Highness. I hope Your Highness will do me the honor." Just as Li Ku finished speaking, Jean Wanfu's voice came from outside the door. The two of them looked at each other. Li Ku stood up and opened the door. He then said to Jean Wanfu, "Shopkeeper Jean, to be honest, this prince is following Marquis Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade to Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts. Checking the bank's accounts is just a convenient thing to do. So this prince can't have lunch at 10,000 guest restaurant. I'm sorry to disappoint shopkeeper Jean." When Jean Wanfu heard this, he was stunned and said in surprise, "What? Marquis Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade is coming to Xinfeng County? If the Sky Pheasant Brigade really came to Xinfeng County, then the locusts in Xinfeng County would be completely eradicated in less than 2 days. By then, Xinfeng County would become the second county after Lantian County to completely exterminate the locusts. The price of food in the city would also stop increasing. And the 6,000 strings of coins that Zhang Xiongfei borrowed from the bank would not only not make a huge profit, but he would also suffer a loss." Li Ku's eyes flashed and he asked with deep meaning, "Why? Shopkeeper Jean doesn't want to see the Sky Pheasant Brigade come to Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts?" When Jean Wanfu heard this, a layer of cold sweat instantly formed on his back. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, that's not it. For Marquis Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade to come to Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts, this Jean is more than happy. Why would this Jean be unwilling? This Jean is just a little surprised that Marquis would come to Xinfeng County so quickly. This Jean has no other intentions." Li Ku looked deeply at Jean Wanfu, then picked up the account book on the table and said, I didn't expect shopkeeper Jean to be so concerned about the people's livelihood. This prince will take a look at this account book for a while. I will have someone send it back before dark. Right now, this prince still has some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Although Jean Wanfu was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to raise any objections. He could only cup his hands and said, "Your Highness, please take care. If Your Highness has any orders, just say the word and this Jean will be at your beck and call. In. Chonyo, let's go." Li Ku nodded and called out to Cheng Chumo. The two of them then left. Could it be that King Shu found something in the account book? That shouldn't be the case. This account book follows the rules and regulations. This old man has personally checked it before. Although there are some small flaws, there are definitely no major problems. Sigh, maybe I am overthinking. Looking at the departing backs of Li Ku and Cheng Chumo, Jin Wanfu had a bad premonition, but he couldn't figure out where he had exposed himself, so he could only comfort himself with this thought. However, the bad premonition did not dissipate. Instead, it was like a stone that weighed heavily on his heart. It was to the extent that he did not have the mood to return to the backyard to meet the two beautiful ladies that he had just obtained. Ooh, little Ku. That's him. After leaving the bank and walking on the street, Cheng Chumo suddenly pointed to a servant in green who was walking towards them on a small path on the right. He said to Li Ku, "Little Ku, why don't you and Pang Feiji go to the county office first? I will go find Wang Xiaodong and ask him clearly." Seeing that it was almost lunchtime, Li Ku knew that there was no time to delay. He nodded and agreed. All right. However, Chon Yo, don't hurt anyone and don't alert the enemy. If possible, it is best to persuade that servant to submit to our side. Cheng Chumo patted Yu Xiong's chest and smiled. Little Ku, don't worry. All right, let's not talk too much. I will go first. After saying that, Cheng Chumo turned around and walked towards the servant in green. Let's go. Let's go to the county office. Although Li Ku was still worried, he had limited manpower and could only trust Cheng Chumo this time. He turned his head and said something to Pang Feiji. Then, the two of them went straight to the county office of Xinfeng County. Haha. It is the fortune of the people of Xinfeng County that the Marquis of Yong could bring the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts. As the county magistrate of Xinfeng County, this lowly official has been worried sick about the locust plague. Now that the Marquis has solved this lowly official's problem, this lowly official must thank the Marquis in person. Otherwise, my heart will not be at ease. In the county office of Xinfeng County, after Li Ku stated his identity and purpose, County Magistrate Wang Dezheng cupped his hands and said excitedly. Li Ku said calmly, if County Magistrate Wang wants to thank Marquis Yong in person, that is fine. However, the most important thing now is to prepare food for the 100 people who came with us. I hope that County Magistrate Wang can arrange it as soon as possible. The food does not need to be luxurious. It just needs to have meat. Other than that, prepare a pot of throat-soothing soup and a pot of green bean soup. When the time comes, send them to the farmlands outside the city. Wang Dezheng said in surprise. Your Highness, Marquis Yong'an and the children of Lantian County are not going back to the county to eat? Li Ku shook his head and said. Eating back in the city is too much of a waste of time. County Magistrate Wang, quickly send someone to prepare food. All the expenses will be paid by this prince. This is the throat-soothing soup that Divine Doctor Sun prescribed. Get someone to brew it carefully. There must not be any mistakes. Otherwise, this prince will hold you accountable. Wang Dezheng's face turned solemn. He received the prescription with both hands and said, The Sky Pheasant Brigade is here to help Xinfeng County exterminate locusts. The expenses for the food should be paid by Xinfeng County. How can I let your Highness spend money? As for the throat-soothing soup and green bean soup, I will personally watch over them. There will definitely not be any mistakes. Your Highness, please rest assured. Li Ku waved his hand and said, You don't have to worry about the expenses for the food. This prince has already made up his mind. Quickly arrange for someone to prepare lunch. Wang Dezheng was helpless. He could only cup his hands and say, Yes. Your Highness, please have a seat. I will arrange it now. After saying that, County Magistrate Wang walked out of the inner hall and arranged for someone to prepare the food. Li Ku just happened to take out an account book. He leaned over the table and began to read it seriously. After about half an hour, Cheng Chumo walked in and said excitedly to Li Ku, Little Ku, I have found out. Li Ku kept the account book and stood up in surprise. So fast? Then tell me quickly, Chon Yo. Cheng Chumo looked around and said to the maidservants standing on both sides, All of you can leave first. I have something to discuss with His Highness King of Shu. Yes. Everyone knew that the two young men in front of them were nobles from Chang'an. Even County Magistrate Wang could not afford to offend them, so they quickly bowed and left. Chang Chumo saw that there was no one around and said to Li Ku in a low voice, "Little Ku, I have found out. The boss Zhang that Jin Wanfu mentioned is called Zhang Xiongfei. He is the big fat man that we bumped into at the entrance of the bank. I heard from Wang Xiaodong that Zhang Xiongfei is the owner of Zhangji Grain Store. This time Zhang Xiongfei came to Yanhuang Bank to borrow money from shopkeeper Jin. Guess how much he wants to borrow?" "How much?" Li Ku was still sorting out the clues that Chang Chumo had mentioned. He could not help but frown and ask subconsciously. 6,000 strings of cash. And it is at an annual interest rate of 16%. Chang Chumo lowered his voice and said, 6,000 strings of cash? 16% interest rate? Li Ku couldn't help but exclaim. First of all, 6,000 strings of cash might not be worth mentioning to a nouveau riche like Li Zishuan, but to a small county like Xinfeng County, 6,000 strings of cash was definitely a huge sum of money. The number of people who could take out 6,000 strings of cash could be counted on one hand. Another thing that surprised Li Ku was the interest rate of the 6,000 strings of cash. A 16% annual interest rate was indeed considered cheap in the past. However, Yanhuang Bank had just recently implemented a standard annual interest rate of 8%. Shopkeeper Jin had directly lent 6,000 strings of cash to Zhang Xiongfei at a 16% annual interest rate. Li Ku wouldn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on here. What does Zhang Xiongfei want to borrow so much money for? Moreover, he is willing to borrow money at twice the interest rate. This means that he is in urgent need of money, and is confident that he can use this money to earn more money in a short period of time. Therefore, he must have a business that is guaranteed to make a profit. At least, he thinks that it is a business that is guaranteed to make a profit. Li Ku thought for a moment and muttered to himself, "Hey, isn't this easy to guess? This surname Zhang must have used the 6,000 strings of cash to buy food. Now that there is a locust plague everywhere, this old man must want to stock up on more food. When the people's crops have been destroyed by the locust plague, he will take the opportunity to drive up the price of food and make a fortune." Little Ku, do you remember when we first entered the city? The people said that the price of food in Zhangji Grain Store in the west of the city increased again? Doesn't this mean that this old bastard is up to no good? Chang Chumo laughed. Yes, Chumo, your analysis is very reasonable. Li Ku heard this and nodded his head in agreement. Suddenly, he looked at Chang Chumo strangely and said, "That's not right. Chonyo, when did your brain become so flexible? This is not like you." Chang Chumo's old face suddenly froze. At this moment, he probably had tens of thousands of alpacas galloping through his heart. F***ck. Little Ku, you are not being kind. I worked so hard to get money and then help you investigate the case, and you are insulting your brother. Li Ku laughed and said, I was just joking with you. But then again, Chonyo, how did you make Wang Xiaodong tell you the truth willingly? Ooh. Chapter 1482. Haha. What's so difficult about this? That Wang Xiaodong's mother has been suffering from chest pain for a long time. I told him my identity and told him that I am familiar with Sun Daozhong and he can treat his mother's illness. Then I told him that shopkeeper Jin broke the rules by lending money, and is currently being investigated by the imperial court. If he cooperates with us, he will be fine and can even get Sun Daozhong to treat his mother's illness. If he insists on following shopkeeper Jin to the end, then he will go to jail with shopkeeper Jin. In the back hall of the Lantian County Yamen, Chang Chumo smiled proudly when he heard Li Ku's question. Then he briefly explained the cause and effect of the incident. Hearing this, Li Ku couldn't help but praise. Cho-ox, you moved him with emotion, reason and even offered him benefits. Not bad, not bad. With this, that Wang Xiaodong should be on our side, and we will have enough time to gather more evidence. Heh, if you ask me, what evidence do we need to gather? Let's just capture Jin Wanfu and Zhang Xiongfei and interrogate them. They will definitely confess. Chang Chumo curled his lips and said disdainfully, Absolutely not. Li Ku shook his head. We left the capital this time to exterminate the locusts. My imperial father did not give us the right to arrest people without permission. Even if we find out that Jin Wanfu broke the rules by lending money to Zhang Xiongfei who wanted to hoard food and inflate the price of food, we still need to borrow the power of Xinfeng County Yamen. Let's wait for a while and ask for Yamacho's opinion. Chang Chumo shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, "All right. It's up to you." "Oh, someone is coming." Towards the end, Chang Chumo's expression changed slightly because he heard footsteps coming from outside. Hearing this, Li Ku sat down and his expression returned to normal. "Your Highness, the food and soup are all prepared. Do you want to send it over to Marquis Yong'an and the children now?" Wang Dezheng walked in and saw that there was another Chang Chumo in the room. He was stunned for a moment before he cupped his hands and reported to Li Ku. Li Ku nodded and said, Send it over now. County Magistrate Wang, take the Yamen runners and follow me to deliver food outside the city." Wang Dezheng bowed and said, "This official obeys." Not long after, 5 ox carts drove out of the Xinfeng County Yamen. Each cart carried a large wooden bucket filled with food prepared by County Magistrate Wang. Li Ku led County Magistrate Wang and a dozen Yamen runners straight to the South City Gate. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was completely different from when Li Ku and the others had first arrived. The news of the Sky Pheasant Brigade coming to Xinfeng City to exterminate the locusts had already spread. After the citizens heard the news, they immediately rejoiced. The oppressive atmosphere caused by the locusts suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Have you heard? The Marquis of Yong and has brought the Sky Rooster Brigade to our Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts." "Really? How could it be fake?" "Go to the farmland outside the city and take a look. There are countless flocks of chickens brought over by the Marquis of Yong, and everywhere." "Good boy. That's great. Our Xinfeng City's crops can be saved. I heard that the Sky Pheasant Brigade used less than 2 days to exterminate all the locusts in Lantian City. Doesn't that mean that the locusts in our Xinfeng City will also be exterminated in 2 days?" No. It should be even faster. I just heard a kid from the Han family village say that the Sky Pheasant Brigade brought a total of 310,000 chickens. It's more than double the previous number. That means that the locusts in our county will be exterminated today. "Ah, that's great. The price of food in the city has risen these past 2 days. I thought that a food shortage was coming. Let's see how those unscrupulous grain merchants in the city will continue to raise the price of food." That's right. Sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. I still have a dozen chickens at home. I'll go back and chase them out of the city to help the Marquis of Yong and the rest exterminate the locusts. I have 30 chickens at home. I'll go and chase them out too." Although the citizens were overjoyed, there were some who were upset. What? The Marquis of Yong'an brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Lantian City? And the size of the Sky Pheasant Brigade has doubled from before? West of the city in the back hall of Zhangji Grain Store. After listening to the servant's report, Zhang Xiongfei's old face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He slammed the table heavily and stood up. "Yes, Master. Now that the news has spread in the county, should we still go to Chang'an City to buy food?" The servant said carefully with a bitter face. "By my ass." Zhang Xiongfei's face darkened. "The locust plague is about to be exterminated. Buy so much food to feed the rats? Get out! Get out!" "Yes, Master." Seeing that Zhang Xiongfei was angry, the servant hurriedly scrambled out of the room. 300,000 chickens. That means that the Sky Pheasant Brigade will be able to exterminate all the locusts in Xinfeng County in less than a day. In some small counties they can even clear 2 counties in a day. Even if there are hundreds of affected counties, the Sky Pheasant Brigade will be able to clear at least 20 of them in half a month. There will definitely be no more locust plague near Chang'an City. If we want to sell our food at a high price, we can only go to other places. That's too much of a loss. Inside the room, Zhang Xiongfei muttered to himself with a gloomy face. After a moment, he suddenly remembered the 2 girls that he had given to Jin Wanfu in the morning. He slapped his thigh and said angrily, It's over. This old man had just borrowed 6,000 strings of cash from the Yanhuang Bank at double interest. I thought that I could use this money to make a huge profit. Now, does this count as losing the wife and losing the army? Sigh. My 2 delightful beauties. What a pity. Saying that, Zhang Xiongfei hammered his chest with a face full of heartache. He did not know that there was an even bigger problem waiting for him. Ooh! This official greets Marquis Yong. For Marquis to bring the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts in Xinfeng County, this official and the 50,000 people in the county are extremely grateful to Marquis. In a village outside of Xinfeng County, after Li Ku and his group found the main army, they hurriedly distributed food to the children. Wang Dejing came before Li Zixuan and bowed sincerely. Li Zixuan nodded expressionlessly and said, "This Marquis brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts. Firstly, it was because of the Emperor's orders. Secondly, it was because I could not bear to see the common people being poisoned by the locusts. However, this Marquis heard that the price of grain in Xinfeng County has recently reached 5 copper coins per dan. County Magistrate Wang, can you explain this?" Saying that, he stared at Wang Dejing with a burning gaze. Clearly, Li Ku had already told him everything that they had found in Xinfeng County. County Magistrate Wang's face was instantly covered in a few drops of sweat. It was unknown whether it was because the weather was too hot or because he was too nervous. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This official did not manage the county well and caused the appearance of profiteers who took advantage of the locusts to raise the price of grain. This official has let down the imperial court and the emperor. After returning to the city, this official will write a letter of apology to the imperial court." Li Zixuan coldly said, "As the county magistrate of Xinfeng County, the price of grain in the county has skyrocketed. Of course, you cannot escape the crime of negligence. However, the most important thing right now is to find out which grain merchants took advantage of the locusts to raise the price of grain. The imperial court has repeatedly ordered all the counties to stabilize the price of grain. Xinfeng County is less than 100 li away from Chang'an. However, on the 3rd day of the locust plague, the price of grain had already risen. If this Marquis had come a little later, would the price of grain have become 10 copper coins per dan, or even 100 copper coins per dan?" County Magistrate Wang cupped his hands and said, "Marquis is right. This official will return to the city to investigate the merchants who raised the price of grain." "Wait." County Magistrate Wang turned to leave. However, Li Zixuan stopped him and said meaningfully, "It's not scary for grain merchants to raise the price of grain. What's scary is that officials and merchants collude with each other to raise the price of grain. Therefore, there is no need for you to investigate this matter. This Marquis does not have the authority nor the time to investigate. Before the sky turns dark today, there will be officials from the Ministry of Personnel coming to investigate this matter. I hope that County Magistrate Wang can cooperate with them." According to Li Ku and Chang Chumo's information, Li Zixuan felt that there was something wrong with this Wang Dejing. There was a need to investigate this matter. However, Li Zixuan was right. They only went to the counties to eliminate the locusts. Li Er did not give them the authority to investigate the officials and merchants in the counties. Even if they had the authority, Li Zixuan did not have the time to waste here. Therefore, he planned to send this matter back to Lantian County via telegram, and let Li Tai report it to Li Er. When Wang Dejing heard this, his face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly said, "Marquis, please forgive me. This official has been busy with the disaster relief and neglected the soaring price of grain in the city. This official is guilty of negligence. Yes, it's Zhang Xiongfei. This time he was the one who led the charge to raise the price of grain. This official's wife is his sister, so he has nothing to fear. However, this official dares to swear to the heavens that this official did not receive a single copper coin from Zhang Xiongfei. This lowly official has been wrongly accused. I hope that Marquis will investigate this matter properly." When Li Zixuan heard this, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "Ah, whether or not you received any benefits is not up to you nor this Marquis to say. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel will investigate this matter thoroughly. However, since you are willing to tell this Marquis all this, you are quite honest. This Marquis will pass on your words to the imperial court. As for whether you are guilty or not, that will be up to the emperor to decide." Wang Dejing cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Marquis." At this moment, Li Ke quickly walked over and said, "Yamacho, there are many villagers over there, saying that they want to see you." Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "See me?" What do they want to see me for? Li Ke smiled and said, some of them are here to deliver food, some are here to thank you in person, and some are here to deliver chickens. Deliver chickens? Li Zishuan could understand delivering food and thanking him in person, but the delivery of chickens made him unable to react. Oh, what Ke means is that the villagers want to send their chickens to the Sky Chicken Brigade to help catch locusts. When we are done with them, we will return them to them. Seeing Li Zishuan's puzzled expression, Li Ke quickly explained, oh, there is such a thing. Let's go and take a look. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was very surprised. Although there were 90,000 chickens in the Sky Chicken Brigade that came from the villagers of Lantian County, Xinfeng County was not Lantian County. The villagers here did not trust him as much as the villagers of Lantian County. Now that someone was willing to lend their chickens, it really surprised him. The two of them walked towards the villagers not far away. County Magistrate Wang thought for a moment and followed them. Marquis is here. This is the Marquis of Yong'an. So young. No wonder he is the son of a deity, he is so handsome. If it was not for the Marquis of Yong'an, my crops would have been ruined by the locusts. I want to kowtow to the Marquis of Yong'an. When they saw Li Zishuan walking towards them, the villagers immediately became excited. Greetings, Marquis. When Li Zishuan was only 4 or 5 steps away from them, the villagers all bowed and greeted him. Li Zishuan took a look. Good heavens, there were over 1,000 people. It was currently noon, and these people most likely did not even have lunch before coming over to deliver food, chickens, and express their gratitude. He never thought that he would be so popular in Xinfeng County, and for a moment, he was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Don't be so courteous. Please rise. Li Zishuan hurriedly raised his hands and said in a clear voice, Marquis, you brought these children to help us exterminate the locusts, and we are extremely grateful. We just want to use some food to reward these children for their hard work. We hope that Marquis will not reject us. At this moment, a white-haired old man carrying a food basket stood out and said sincerely to Li Zishuan. As soon as he said that, the rest of the villagers immediately shouted excitedly. That's right. Marquis, this is the chicken stewed by my wife. I hope it can nourish the children's bodies. We also stewed eggs. Marquis saved my crops, which means he saved my family of 7. This old man will kowtow to Marquis. I hope that Marquis will be safe and prosperous for the rest of his life. I will also kowtow to Marquis. Thank you, Marquis, for saving my family's 35 mu of crops. Marquis, I have 30 chickens at home. Do you think we can join the Sky Chicken Brigade to exterminate the locusts? Marquis, I have 50 chickens at home, and I'm willing to lend them to you. It doesn't matter if we lose them. Please, Marquis, don't reject us. The villagers were all talking at once, and soon, there was a crowd of villagers kneeling in front of Li Zishuan. Among them, there were children of 7 or 8 years old, middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s, and even old people in their 60s and 70s. They were all people who had been in danger during the locust plague, and today they were saved by Li Zishuan. No one could understand the joy and gratitude in their hearts. At this moment they were willing to do anything for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't like people kneeling to him. When the first old man was about to kneel to him, he had already reached out to stop him. However, he could only stop one person, but he couldn't stop hundreds and thousands of villagers. Seeing that more and more people were kneeling to him, and the scene was getting noisier and noisier, Li Zishuan hurriedly circulated his vital energy and shouted, "Villagers, listen to me." His loud and clear voice entered everyone's ears, and the excited villagers immediately quieted down. Li Zishuan continued, "Villagers, please get up first. This kid has just turned 20 years old. Many of you can be considered my elders. How can this kid bear such a big gift from all of you? You are not repaying me. You are shortening my lifespan. So villagers, please get up quickly. Let's stand up and talk slowly." Hearing this, the villagers who were kneeling on the ground couldn't help but look at each other. After a while they all stood up. Seeing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. To prevent the villagers from kneeling again, he quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Villagers, I am very grateful that you sent food to the children of Lantian County. However, as you can see, the children already have food. To avoid wasting it, I would like to ask the villagers to bring back the food you brought. How can we do that? That's right. The children have already eaten, they can eat more. The moment Li Zixuan finished speaking, the villagers were instantly dissatisfied. Seeing this, Li Zixuan directly took a loudspeaker from Old Hu beside him and used his zhenqi to suppress the voices of the common people. He only heard him say loudly, "This is the first time I've heard of this." He shouted, "I have extra food prepared. Villagers, please bring back the food you brought. However, you can keep the chickens you brought. Please mark the drumsticks of your chickens and register them with County Magistrate Wang. After that, they will be incorporated into the Sky Chicken Brigade. This marquee will take them to other provinces and counties to exterminate the locusts. After the locust plague is quelled, this marquee will definitely return all the chickens that I borrowed from you. If any of them are lost, this marquee will pay double. On behalf of the people of other counties, I thank all of you for your help." Ooh. Chapter 1483. According to Li Zixuan's original plan, he only wanted to bring these 300,000 chickens to sweep through the various provinces and counties. However, since the people of Xinfeng County were willing to lend their chickens to him, there was no reason for him to reject them. There were more than 8,000 households in Xinfeng County. If each household lent 30 to 40 chickens, they would be able to gather more than 20,000 chickens. This was a significant increase in the overall scale of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. On the other hand, now that the children of the Han Village and Plum Village had loudspeakers, the size of the flock they could control was much larger than before. The Sky Pheasant Brigade could completely eat the 20,000 chickens in Xinfeng County. If the people of other provinces and counties were willing to lend their chickens, Li Zixuan would still dare to continue accepting them. After appeasing the people, Li Zixuan looked at Wang Dezhing and instructed in a deep voice, "County Magistrate Wang, I'll leave the matter of registering the people to you. This is also a chance for you to atone for your mistakes. Now, immediately send the Yamen runners to inform the entire county that those who are willing to lend their chickens to me should register as soon as possible." Wang Dezhing cupped his hands solemnly and said, "Rest assured, Marquis. I'll send the Yamen runners to inform the people of the various villages and gather all the officials in the county government to register the people. It's best if the people register before the hour of the afternoon. After that, we might have to head to Weinan County to exterminate the locusts." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Marquis is leaving Xinfeng County with the Sky Pheasant Brigade today?" Wang Dezhing was shocked when he heard this. He thought that Li Zixuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade was going to stay the night in Xinfeng County. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Based on the speed of this morning, all the locusts in Xinfeng County will definitely be exterminated before the hour of the afternoon. Now that the locust plague is everywhere, the people are living in an abyss of suffering. Time waits for no one. If the Sky Pheasant Brigade can head to the next place as soon as possible, the people there will suffer less losses." Hearing this, Wang Dezhing couldn't help but feel deep veneration. He bowed deeply to Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis is devoted to the country and loves the people as if they were your own children. Your noble character and unquestionable integrity has earned my admiration and shame. No matter how the imperial court deals with me, even if I can only be a small official in the future, I will remember Marquis' admonition today and be a good official who benefits the people." Seeing Wang Dezhing's sincere face, Li Zixuan's impression of him changed greatly. Even if County Magistrate Wang couldn't absolve himself from the blame for the soaring grain prices, it was undeniable that County Magistrate Wang was a magnanimous person. Generally speaking, although Wang Dezhing had flaws and neglected his duties as an official, he wasn't so bad that he couldn't be saved. He could still be saved. County Magistrate Wang, last year when the Chui clan was exterminated, I once said to His Majesty, "The ruler is a boat, the commoners are water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it." The Chui clan thought that the people were weak and powerless, so they wantonly oppressed the people and harmed the servants. They had no respect for the people and in the end, they died in the sea of people. In fact, the same principle applies to an official. County Magistrate Wang, if you don't care about the people and don't care about the people's livelihood, then one day when the people can't live anymore, that's when you, as an official, can no longer be an official. You must know that when an ordinary man is angry, blood will splash 5 steps away. There was no need for Li Zixuan to say these words. It was mainly because Wang Dejing could still be saved that he said a few more words. What if because of his words there was another good official in this world? Wang Dejing obviously understood this principle. Hearing this, he bowed to Li Zixuan gratefully and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your admonition. I will remember it for the rest of my life." "Yes, go and do your work." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Beep, beep, 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 beep." Lantian County, Strange Interest Pavilion's new workshop. Accompanied by the sound of the telegraph, Li Tai quickly came to the desk and took a pen to record the code. After about a quarter of an hour, the telegraph finally stopped ringing. Li Tai shook his sore wrist and began to translate the telegram. "Qing Ke, there are palace people outside looking for you. Quickly go out and see." At this time, Meng Wenhao walked into the room and said to Li Tai, who was in front of the desk. Since Li Tai was the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects of Yanhuang College, he had a special office in this courtyard. It was convenient for him to receive and send telegrams. No one outside the project was allowed to enter this courtyard where the trump card project was carried out. Even the eunuchs from the palace were no exception. People from the palace? Why are they looking for me? Li Tai had just finished translating the telegram and asked curiously. Meng Wenhao shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. The little eunuch didn't say. Qingke, you should go out and see." "Okay, I'll go take a look." Li Tai thought for a while, then took out a page and handed it to Meng Wenhao, saying, "Wenhao, this is a telegram from Yamacho. It's about publishing a notice in tomorrow's Datong Daily. Take it and give it to Mr. Ma Zhou." "Okay, I'll go now." Meng Wenhao nodded, and the two of them went out together. "Your Highness, His Majesty summons you to the palace." The little eunuch outside the courtyard was a little angry because he was rejected, but when he saw Li Tai come out, he quickly put on a smile and greeted him. "Father summons me to the palace? What's the matter? I'm very busy here," Li Tai said reluctantly. The two trump card projects had entered the critical stage, and he was indeed very busy now. The little eunuch choked when he heard this. He thought to himself, what's wrong with Prince Wei that he doesn't even want to respond to His Majesty's summons? If the other party was a normal official, the little eunuch would have left in a huff. However, the other party was Li Tai, the Prince of Wei, who was greatly favored by the second emperor. The little eunuch did not dare to be arrogant or rash. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty only said that he summoned you back to the palace for an important matter, but he didn't tell us what it was. Your Highness, do you want to go back to the palace to take a look?" Li Tai thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay. I also have something to talk to His Majesty about." The little eunuch heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Highness, this way please. The carriage has been prepared for you." "What carriage? Don't you know that my time is precious? Ride back to Chang." Li Tai glared at the little eunuch and said angrily. The little eunuch was stunned at first, then quickly bowed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I will go and prepare a horse for your Highness." Speaking of which, Li Tai used to ride a carriage when he went out. After all, riding a carriage was much more comfortable than riding a horse. Today's abnormal behavior really made the little eunuch unable to understand. "Oh, your son pays his respects to His Majesty." Sweet Du Hall. After being notified by the chamberlain, Li Tai walked in and bowed to Li Er, who was reading memorials. You may dispense with the formalities." Li Er put down the memorials and raised his head to look at Li Tai. After a while he frowned and said, "You've lost weight. Qingke, why haven't you returned to the palace to pay your respects to me and your mother for so long? Even if you have classes on weekdays, you should still have time to return to Chang'an during the weekends at Yanhuang College. Your mother has already talked about you in front of me more than once." When Li Tai heard this, he said with some guilt, "Your son is unfilial and has caused His Majesty and mother to worry. In the future, when your son has time, I will definitely return to the palace to pay my respects to His Majesty and mother." Li Er narrowed his eyes and said, "What? From what you're saying, you haven't had time recently. Is there something important that you have to deal with?" This. Li Tai was a little dumbfounded. According to the rules of the academy, The second and third trump card projects were classified as top-secret projects. No one involved could reveal it to outsiders, not even their own family members. However, the person in front of him was not only his family member, but also the ruler of the empire. This made Li Tai feel awkward for a moment. Should he say it or not? What? What kind of thing made you hide it from me? Li Er's face suddenly became gloomy, and there was a trace of coldness in his voice. Although he already knew what Li Tai was busy with recently, seeing that his son even hid it from him as his father made him feel a little angry in his heart. Li Tai felt a chill down his spine and quickly said, "No, father. Your son doesn't dare." Yamacho started the second and third trump card projects at the academy a few days ago. Your son has been busy with this matter recently. Oh, the second and third trump card projects? What is it for? Li Er's eyes flashed as he straightened his body and asked. He knew that the first trump card project of the academy was the Ba River Hydroelectric Power Station project. As for the second and third trump card projects, he still knew nothing. The academy's confidentiality work was really good. Li Tai had already decided to tell Li Er about the trump card project. At this moment, he had no scruples, so he continued, "Father, the second trump card project of the academy aims to improve the current telegraph machine. On one hand, it will increase the transmission power of the telegraph machine. On the other hand, it will enhance the telegraph machine's signal recognition ability and anti-interference ability. On the other hand, it will build telegraph relay stations in key states and counties for electromagnetic wave transmission and reception relays. Finally, it will increase the effective communication range of the telegraph machine to more than 1,000 miles, or even further." 1,000 miles? When Li Er heard this, he was completely shocked. Previously, Li Zixuan had told him that there was still a lot of room for improvement in the telegraph machine. He was still a little skeptical, but now that the second trump card project had been set up to increase the communication range of the telegraph machine to more than 1,000 miles, and even the improvement plan had been formulated, he had no choice but to believe it. "Qingke, tell me, is it feasible to increase the communication range of the telegraph machine to more than 1,000 miles? After a moment of shock, Li Er came back to his senses and asked eagerly. Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Father, the plan of this trump card project has been discussed several times by more than 10 teachers in the academy. We all think that 1,000 miles communication range is absolutely feasible. Moreover, if the number of relay stations is enough, a few thousand miles communication range is not a problem." Good, 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 good. When Li Er heard this, he was instantly delighted, but then he felt that there was something wrong with Li Tai's words. "We all think. Qingke, what are your responsibilities in this project?" When he heard Li Er ask this, Li Tai scratched his head a little embarrassedly. That was the embarrassment of a child who had achieved good results in front of his parents, but was afraid of showing too much and making himself appear immodest. "Father, your son is the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects, and Mr. Mo Huai is the chief designer." Li Er's eyes widened. Although he had always been calm in the face of change, when he heard that his son had become the deputy chief designer of the trump card project, he could not hide his shock because he knew that the teachers in Yanhuang College were all capable people. How rare was it that Li Tai, as a student, could stand out from the crowd and become the deputy chief designer. "Haha, you are indeed worthy of being my son, Qing. Good job." After the shock, Li Er could not help but laugh out loud. "Last year, Qingke, when you wanted to enter Li Zixuan's tutelage and study at Yanhuang College, I was still a little hesitant because you had always been studying Confucianism. I was worried that the proud and arrogant you would not be able to adapt to engineering in Yanhuang College. But I did not expect that in less than a year, Qingke, your achievements in engineering would reach such a level. Your father is very pleased." Li Tai was overjoyed in his heart, but he said modestly, "Father, you flatter me. Compared to Yamacho, your son is still far behind." "Haha, take it slow. There is no rush." Li Er was delighted when he heard this, and then he asked, "Oh right, what is the third trump card project?" Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, "Father, for the third trump card project, Yamacho wants to create new units of measurement, standards, and measuring instruments. In addition, Yamacho has also created new units of length to facilitate the precision production of the later stages of the workshop. Compared to improving the telegraph, these tasks are not difficult. Li'er nodded thoughtfully and said, "When will the second trump card project be completed?" Li Tai replied, "Within half a year. The deadline for these 2 trump card projects is half a year. Yamacho wants us to reach the target within half a year." Half a year. Good. I will wait for you for half a year. Once you are done, I will reward everyone handsomely. Li'er said excitedly. Just think about it, if the telegraph was successfully improved and could achieve long-distance communication, then the Tang Empire's territory would expand by several times. He, Li'er, would also have the ability to control the country's affairs and military affairs. This was an achievement that even Qin Huang and Hanwu could not achieve. Li Tai suddenly thought of something and said, "Father, we have already made some initial improvements to the telegraph. It is estimated that the distance of communication can reach up to 400 to 500 miles. This time, when Yamacho went to another county to exterminate locusts, they brought along the telegraph that we have just improved. This time we can test its maximum effective range." "Oh right, Yamacho just sent back a telegram regarding Xinfeng County. Father, please take a look." With that, Li Tai took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and raised it above his head. Li'er's eyes flashed and he quickly said, "Oh? Let me take a look." Zhao Song quickly took it and passed it to Li'er. Chapter 1484. Bam! Xinfeng County is less than 100 miles away from Chang'an City. However, on the 3rd day of the locust plague, grain merchants started to raise the price of grain. The imperial court has repeatedly issued orders, but some people have turned a deaf ear to it. Do they really think that my butcher's knife won't cut off their heads? In the Sweet Dew Hall, after Li'er finished reading the report, he slapped the dragon table and coldly said with an ashen face. The palace maids and eunuchs in the hall kept quiet out of fear when they saw Li'er's rage. Li Tai's face was dark, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Song, immediately send a decree to Zhang Sunwuji and Lu Dui. Order the Ministry of Personnel and the Supreme Court to send officials to Xinfeng County to investigate the matter of grain merchants raising the price of grain. If there is no collusion between officials and merchants, then forget it. If there is, then don't let a single one of them off. No matter who is involved in this, find them all and punish them severely. The hall was silent for a moment before Li'er said with a dark face, "This old servant obeys." Zhao Song cupped his fists and prepared to leave. "Wait," Li'er interrupted. "Pass on the imperial decree, Xianling. Let the Secretariat send another official document to the various counties in Guangzhou. Strictly order the counties to stabilize the price of grain. If the price of grain soars, grain merchants, local county officials, and provincial governors will all be severely punished and will not be tolerated." "Understood." Zhao Song bowed. Seeing that Li'er didn't have any other orders, he cupped his fists and left the hall. Li'er turned his gaze to Li Tai. After some thought he said, "Qing Yanhuang College's 2nd and 3rd trump card projects should be kept strictly confidential, right?" Li Tai's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. He cupped his fists and said, "Father, the reason why Yamacho wants us to keep it a secret is to prevent the college's core technology from being stolen by those with ill intentions toward Tang Dynasty." I didn't say that it was wrong. But if you are guarding against outsiders, don't tell me you are also guarding against me? Li'er's eyes turned cold as he interrupted Li Tai's words. "If I hadn't interrogated you today, I wouldn't have known what your 2nd and 3rd trump card projects are for. Li Zishuan may be thinking for the benefit of the Tang Empire, but don't forget that I am the master of this country." As monarchs, they didn't like the feeling of being deceived, because it made them feel that the matter was beyond their control. Even though Li'er was a wise monarch, he was no exception when it came to this. Even though it was currently midsummer, Li Tai still felt a trace of coldness in the Sweet Nectar Hall. At this time, he recalled that his imperial father was never a soft-hearted and mediocre ruler. Instead, he was a decisive person who could conquer the world and kill his brother and imprison his father. Imperial father. This son is terrified. This son has never thought of hiding this matter from you. It's just that the college has been busy recently, and this son has no time to worry about this. This son didn't mean to deceive Imperial Father. I believe that Yamacho is the same. Recently, there has been a locust plague in the Guangzhou area. Yamacho was busy with disaster relief and didn't report this to Imperial Father. Furthermore, this son has heard from Yamacho that Yamacho has improved the telegraph system. He has already mentioned it to you before, so this son didn't rush to report it to you. Imperial Father, please don't hold a grudge against Yamacho because of this. Little Fatty's mind spun quickly as he explained. He knew that if he didn't explain this matter clearly to Li Zixuan today, not only would he be unlucky, but Li Zixuan might also be unlucky. Since ancient times, when there was a grudge between a ruler and his subjects, the unlucky ones were usually the ministers. Hearing this, Li Er's expression softened. After a long silence, he finally said, Li Zixuan has indeed mentioned the improvement of the telegraph system to me before. I let him do it freely. I will give him the manpower and resources he needs. This time the locust plague happened in the Guangzhou area, so I can't blame you. Forget it. Forget it. I'm not a narrow-minded person, so I won't blame you for this matter. However, if something similar happens again next time, don't lie to Imperial Father. Li Tai heaved a huge sigh of relief. When Li Er was silent just now, he had already prepared himself to be punished. At this moment his hanging heart finally settled down. Many thanks, Imperial Father. Imperial Father is broad-minded, and will definitely become a benevolent ruler like Qin Huang and Han Wu. Li Er looked at Li Tai with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, Qin Ke, you also know how to flatter Imperial Father now? However, Imperial Father couldn't tell that you are actually so protective of Li Zixuan now? He was naturally talking about how Li Tai pleaded for Li Zixuan when he was angry just now. Li Tai was stunned. Not long ago, he and Li Zixuan were sworn enemies. Moreover, he had always been looking for trouble with Li Zixuan. But now, not only had he become Li Zixuan's student, he was even willing to take the risk of being punished by his Imperial Father to plead for Li Zixuan. How did things become like this? Scenes of the past flashed through Li Tai's mind. After a long time, Li Tai cupped his hands towards Li Er and said with a serious face, Imperial Father, not only is Yamacho knowledgeable, he is also a person worthy of respect. This son feels that the Tang Empire needs someone like Yamacho. Seeing his beloved son praising another person in front of him, Li Er felt a little jealous. However, for the sake of his face, he was embarrassed to show it. Moreover, Li Tai's words were generally correct. Thus, he waved his hand dispiritedly and said, Qing, you have grown up. Go and pay respects to your imperial mother. Then go and do what you want to do. Yes, Imperial Father. Li Tai cupped his hands and was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and said, Imperial Father, this son will not be by your side. Please take care of your dragon body. Li Er's heart warmed as he chuckled and said, Imperial Father knows. Go, go. Li Tai nodded and turned to leave. The next day, on the front page of the Datong Daily there was an eye-catching piece of news. Whose fault is it for the soaring grain prices? 108 official letters issued by the Secretariat, strictly ordering the affected counties to stabilize the grain prices. This piece of news described how Zhang Xiongfei of Xinfeng County had hoarded grain and inflated the grain prices. Furthermore, just yesterday evening, Zhang Xiongfei had already been detained by the Xinfeng County Yamen. Li Er had personally ordered that he would be executed 3 days later. One must know that ever since the Five Barbarians' Rebellion, the population of the Central Plains had sharply decreased. After experiencing the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang Empire had always pursued a policy of recuperation. Under such circumstances, the local yamen rarely sentenced criminals to death. Even if they did, they had to report it to the higher levels and obtain the emperor's personal approval before the death penalty could be carried out. In the Jingguan dynasty, even if Li Er wanted to sentence someone to death, he had to obtain the approval of the court officials. It was recorded in the history books that when Taizong ascended the throne, he discussed with the court officials how to enforce justice. According to Wang Gui's suggestion, a righteous, kind, and impartial judge person would be appointed as a judge. After Zhang Yonggu was killed, Taizong immediately remembered that this young judge was a loyal follower of his cautious punishment policy and was dedicated to reversing the previous generation's practice of excessive punishment. He played chess with prisoners and exempted mentally ill people from punishment. These were all implementing the cautious punishment policy. When he was killed, he did not have the chance to defend himself. This was truly regrettable. Thus, Taizong ordered that in the future, even if the emperor ordered the death penalty to be immediately executed, there had to be 3 overturned memorials. Only after the overturned memorials could the death penalty be carried out. Not long after, he ordered that the 3 overturned memorials were changed to 5 overturned memorials in the capital, 3 overturned memorials outside the capital, and 1 overturned memorial for an evil traitor or a servant who killed his master. Of these, 5 overturned memorials were to be overturned once 2 days before the execution, once a day before the execution, and 3 overturned memorials on the day of the execution. On the day of the execution, there was to be no alcohol or meat, and all entertainment activities were to be stopped. According to the law, death can be pardoned cases were to be brought up in a timely manner. Such a complicated system of overturning the death penalty greatly reduced the number of people sentenced to death in the Jingguan dynasty. According to historical records, in the 3rd year of the Jingguan dynasty, there were only 29 people sentenced to death in the country. Of course, this was because Li Er had no choice but to do so to preserve the limited labor force in the country. However, the social order of the Jingguan dynasty did not become chaotic because of this. On the contrary, the social order of the Jingguan dynasty was so good that it was unbelievable. East to the sea, south to the 5 ridges of the 5 ridges of the south, the door is not closed. This time Li Er directly sentenced Zhang Xiongfei to death to make an example out of him. He wanted to be a warning to the other provinces and counties in the Guangzhou region. He wanted the grain merchants to think of Zhang Xiongfei's fate before they raised the price of grain. Xinfeng County's grain price actually rose to 5 won per dan a few days ago. These grain merchants are really heartless. Exactly. This Zhang Xiongfei was well executed. That's right. We should make an example out of him. Let those profiteers take advantage of the locust plague to raise the price of grain. After the citizens of Chang'an City saw the headlines of the Datong Daily, they all cheered and applauded Zhang Xiongfei's tragic end. They were lucky to live under the emperor's rule. During this time, the price of food in Chang'an City did not fluctuate. All the major grain stores were still selling the food at the original price. The people could buy as much as they wanted. It was no different from before. Chang'an City is still better. The price of grain did not skyrocket. If you ask me, this should be the work of the Marquis of Yong'an. Oh, why do you say so? The Marquis of Yong'an led the Sky Pheasant Brigade to quickly eliminate the locusts in Lantian County. This greatly stabilized the people's hearts. Besides, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce also has some grain stores in Chang'an City. They have plenty of grain. With them around, how would the other grain merchants dare to raise the price? That makes sense. Hey look, Marquis Sky Pheasant Brigade actually eliminated the locusts in Xinfeng and Weinan counties in 1 day. What? Isn't that too fast? It's true. It's true. And Marquis even announced that he wants to borrow the chickens raised by the citizens of the affected counties. After the locusts are eliminated, they will be returned in full. If any are lost, they will be compensated twice the amount. Now the Sky Pheasant Brigade already has 350,000 chickens. Marquis wants to borrow the chickens raised by the citizens? That's great. I still have 30 chickens at home. I wonder where Marquis is now? Is it too late to send them over? That I don't know. I think Marquis' announcement should be for the counties waiting for the disaster relief to see, right? When the Sky Pheasant Brigade arrives, they will directly send their chickens over. That's possible. Right. My brother-in-law is providing relief to Xianyang County. Marquis will definitely pass by Xianyang County in the next few days. I have to get someone to send a letter over. I must send all the chickens at home to Marquis. This is a meritorious deed. Even if they lose a few chickens, they won't have to ask Marquis for compensation. That's right. That's right. Marquis is running around with the children of Lantian County. For the people affected by the disaster in Guangzhou, we have no reason to stand by and do nothing. If we can do something, we will feel at ease. That's right. I also have relatives in Xianying County. I have to get them to prepare the chickens and wait for Marquis to come and lend them to Marquis. When the citizens saw Li Zishuan's chicken recruitment notice, published in Datong Daily, they were all enthusiastic and wanted to send all the chickens at home to the Sky Pheasant Brigade. However, the citizens of Chang'an City didn't know where Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade was now. It was obviously unrealistic to send chickens over. Therefore, the quick-witted citizens thought of getting their relatives in other affected counties to prepare their chickens for the Sky Pheasant Brigade. In fact, these warm-hearted citizens of the capital didn't have to do this at all. Datong Daily's speed of dissemination was much faster than their speed of sending letters. Since Li Zishuan founded Datong Daily at the beginning of last year, it had been more than a year. The editorial department of Datong Daily not only set up offices in various counties, but also established a complete communication network. Every morning before dawn, there would be a dozen fast horses running out of Lantian County with the latest issue of Datong Daily. At this time, more than 20 counties around Chang'an City basically saw the latest issue of the newspaper just like the citizens of Chang'an City. As for the counties further away, it would only take a few days for them to receive today's newspaper. Therefore, in the counties around Chang'an City, there were already citizens outside the county government, asking when the Sky Pheasant Brigade would come to their counties. They had already prepared chickens. But how would the county magistrates know when Li Zishuan would go to their counties? But they couldn't ignore the surging public opinion, especially in the context of the imperial court ordering all the counties to seize the time to actively provide disaster relief. It was even more impossible for them to ignore the public opinion. Xinfeng County was a living example. The county magistrate was demoted, and the deputy was directly dismissed. Therefore, in the face of the surging public opinion, the county magistrates of each county hurriedly sent yamen runners to the county where Li Zishuan was located to ask about Li Zishuan's marching route. There were also some county magistrates who were far-sighted. While they sent people to inquire about the route, they also helped the citizens register how many chickens they were willing to lend. They also instructed the citizens to mark the legs of their chickens in advance, and then drove them to the county government to be kept by the yamen runners. When the Sky Pheasant Brigade arrived, they would directly send them to Li Zishuan. As a result, the backyards of many county offices became bustling chicken farms, and the county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and yamen runners were all turned into breeders. Ooh! Chapter 1485. Mountain Elder. Jin Wanfu has already been taken away by the Supreme Court. According to our investigation, he knew that Zhang Xiongfei was borrowing money to hoard food and drive up the price of food. However, he still chose to lend money because he accepted two beautiful women from Zhang Xiongfei. Those two women have already been dismissed. The 6,000 strings of cash that Jin Wanfu loaned to Zhang Xiongfei has also been recovered. I've sent someone to quickly send a letter back to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank to transfer a gentleman who is both virtuous and skilled to Xinfeng County to be the manager of the bank. Li Ku came to Li Zishuan's side on the fields outside Liang County and cupped his hands. They spent the night in Weinan County after exterminating the locusts yesterday, and set off at dawn this morning to exterminate the locusts in Liang County. Along the way, they borrowed more than 20,000 chickens in Xinfeng County, and more than 10,000 in Weinan County. After seeing the Datong Daily today, the people of Liang County had spontaneously started to send their chickens to the county government. It was estimated that Li Zishuan and the rest could absorb another 20,000 chickens after exterminating the locusts. This was the snowball effect. The Sky Chicken Brigade was like a snowball. Not only did they exterminate the locusts in the disaster-stricken counties of Guangzhou, but they also grew stronger as they absorbed the chickens sent by the people along the way. The more fertile the soil, the easier it is to breed corruption. The Yanhuang Bank manages countless silvers, and the manager of the bank is a lucrative job in the eyes of countless people. Today we can punish one Jin Wanfu, but in the future there will be hundreds and thousands of Jin Wanfu. Little Ku, how will you deal with that? Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Li Ku with a faint gaze. Li Ku heard this and was startled. Clearly, he agreed with the first half of Li Zishuan's words, but he had not thought about how to solve this problem. After a moment of silence, Li Ku cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, please teach me." Li Zishuan sighed and clasped his hands behind his back. We can't always find a corrupt manager of a money house and punish him. You and I don't have the time to do that. It's like His Majesty and the officials of the imperial court. His Majesty is usually busy, so how can he have the time to investigate whether the civil and military officials are corrupt? But will my great Tang allow corrupt officials to run rampant because of this? No. This was because the imperial court had an imperial censorate. There were dozens of imperial censors who had been meticulously carrying out their duties to supervise the officials. Therefore, I believe that the Yanhuang Bank also needs a self-monitoring department to monitor the corruption in the various banks. Only then will we be able to prevent people like Jin Wanfu from appearing. In fact, when the bank was first established, he had thought about this problem. However, the scale of the bank was limited to Cloud Mountain, so he was not worried about the problem of corruption. Later on, Yanhuang Bank received the approval of Li Er and the other officials in the imperial court, and was affiliated with the Ministry of Revenue. After completely becoming a national bank, it began a rapid expansion. Under the rapid expansion of anything, there would be many hidden dangers. Yanhuang Bank was the same. Jin Wanfu was just the tip of the iceberg. Li Zishuan believed that within the Yanhuang Bank in the various counties of Great Tang, there would definitely be many scum like Jin Wanfu, who used their power for personal gain and corruption. Catching one and dismissing another would obviously not solve the problem completely. The only way to solve the problem was to improve the current system and prevent such a phenomenon from happening again. That was the correct way to solve the problem. When Li Ku heard this, he suddenly understood and said, Yamacho is wise. After this operation to exterminate the locusts is over, I will return to Chang'an to gather people and set up a monitoring department in the Yanhuang Bank. They will regularly check the accounts of the banks in the various counties, and from time to time, send monitoring officers to the local banks to investigate if there are any illegal activities by the managers of the local banks. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that would be best. Otherwise, if there are too many people like Jin Wanfu, not only will it cause a great loss to the bank's economy, but it will also cause the bank's reputation among the people to plummet. At this point, Li Zishuan's face flashed with a hint of anger. Colluding with grain merchants to drive up the price of grain. Fortunately, this matter was not blown out of proportion and was nipped in the bud. Otherwise, our Yanhuang Bank would be hated by the people. Little Ku immediately used Jin Wanfu's example as a model and issue an internal notice in the Yanhuang Bank. Let all the bank managers take note of this. Otherwise, they will end up like Jin Wanfu. Not only will their reputation be ruined, but they will also be imprisoned. The Yanhuang Bank was founded by Li Zishuan. Seeing someone destroy his hard work, of course he would be heartbroken and angry. Li Ku's expression turned serious as he cupped his hands and said, Yamacho, don't worry. I have already released the internal notice yesterday. The managers of the various banks should have received it in the next few days. Also, what should we name the internal supervision department of our bank? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, the bank is involved in gold and silver. Let's call them the gold-robed guards. The gold-robed guards not only need clerical personnel who are good at investigating and analyzing accounts, but also military personnel who are good at arresting and fighting. This department must be well-versed in both the pen and the sword, because in the future, the scale of the Yanhuang Bank will be bigger and bigger. When Li Ku heard this, he opened his mouth wide in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zishuan to play with such a big game. Yamacho, this matter involves the military. I'm afraid we will need father's permission to proceed. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that's natural. Yanhuang Bank is, at best, a financial institution. Of course, it does not have the authority to set up an armed force. However, it is precisely because the bank is a financial institution that it needs a strong military force to ensure its internal and external security. Therefore, I will leave this matter to you, Xiao Ku, to consult His Majesty. The future gold-robed guards will not only be able to ferret out the corrupt scum within the bank, but also protect the bank from external criminals. He definitely didn't set up the gold-robed guards for fun. The daily cash flow of the Yanhuang Bank was very impressive. Money could move people's hearts. Everyone liked money. The people inside the bank might think of embezzling money, while the criminals outside the bank might think of robbing the bank. If they didn't take precautions early, something bad would definitely happen one day. For example, modern banks not only had supervision banks like the CBRC, financial asset management companies, trust and investment companies, and other deposit-taking financial institutions, but also bank security guards to protect the safety of the bank. The Yanhuang Bank was similar to modern banks. Of course, it also needed a corresponding supervision and security department. When Li Ku heard this, he seriously pondered in his heart for a moment. Then he cupped his hands and said, Yamacho's words are reasonable. When we return to Chang'an, Ku will personally report this matter to father. Li Zishuan nodded and said, the most important thing now is to eliminate the locusts. The scale of the Sky Pheasant Brigade is getting bigger and bigger. Little Ku, you have to coordinate and arrange tasks for each team in advance to ensure that we eliminate the locusts faster and faster. Otherwise, wouldn't the chickens that the people lent us be in vain? For the Sky Pheasant Brigade, the increase in the number of chickens wasn't entirely a good thing. The expansion of the scale required the commander to have higher requirements. For example, previously, a team of 5,000 chickens was required to eliminate the locusts in 1,000 mu of fertile land in half a day. But now the total number of chickens had increased, and each team would be allocated more chickens. If they still divided the tasks according to the previous speed, there would be a waste of resources. But if there were too many tasks, it would also affect the progress of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. The actual commander of the Sky Pheasant Brigade was Li Zishuan. That was why Li Zishuan said this. Li Ku cupped his hands and said solemnly, Yamacho, don't worry. I will definitely weigh all the factors and assign tasks to each team. That's the best. After we eliminate the locusts, we will make some preparations and go directly to the next county, Jingyang County. Let the county magistrate of Liang County send over the chickens that the people lent us. Yes, Yamacho. Oh. On the first day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 2 counties and the scale of the flock grew to 350,000. On the second day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 2.5 counties. The reason why it was 2.5 counties was because the locusts in the third county were only half cleared when the sky turned dark. Li Zishuan and his team had to stay there and wait until dawn to continue eliminating the locusts. On the third day, the scale of the flock grew to 410,000. On the third day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 3 counties and the scale of the flock grew to 470,000. At noon on the fourth day, after the Sky Pheasant Brigade had eliminated the locusts in Xianyang County, the Sky Pheasant Brigade made up of 500,000 chickens split into 2 groups. 200,000 chickens were led by Li Zishuan and set off to the west. The other 300,000 chickens were led by Li Ku and Chang Chumo and set off to the east. They followed the Yellow River and eliminated the locusts in the disaster-stricken counties along the way. As the good news spread out, the scale of the Sky Rooster Brigade was also increasing exponentially. The people in the disaster area who had been in desperation and helplessness because of the locust plague were immediately ignited with infinite fighting spirit after they read the good news about the Sky Rooster Brigade on the Tang Dynasty Daily. All the states and counties in the Guangzhou area that were affected by the disaster began to carry out large-scale relief operations. At the same time, the various departments of the imperial court had already begun to move. The 12 imperial censors had been sent by Li Er to the 12 disaster-stricken counties to investigate the officials who had failed to provide disaster relief, and had even used the locust plague to make money. Moreover, behind each imperial censor was a long transport team. Some of the transport teams even borrowed the power of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. This could be considered the second time in the history of the Great Tang that officials and merchants had openly cooperated with each other. The first time was when the imperial court had sent a fleet south to trade for grain last year, and many private merchants had participated. As for the source of the grain, it all came from Chang'an's largest granary, Taicang. Taicang was considered the granary of the imperial family. Its main function was to provide for the imperial family's consumption, rewards, the salaries of officials, military supplies, and the government's financial aid. Although Taicang's main function was to serve the ruling center, it also had some positive functions. For example, whenever there was a famine, Taicang would take out grain to replenish Chongping's granary, and suppress the soaring price of grain. It would also sell some grain at a low price to provide relief to the victims. Last year, the imperial court had sent a fleet south to trade for grain, and directly filled Taizong to the brim. Now, Taizong had a total of 600,000 dan of grain, and Luoyang's Hanja granary had more than 1,000,000 dan of grain stored. It could be said that the Great Tang had enough resources to deal with this locust plague. As the locust plague had started, the effects of the shortage of grain had not yet appeared. The imperial court had sent a portion of the grain to the various provinces and counties mainly to tell the affected people in the Guangdong region that the imperial court had the strength and ability to help them through this difficult time. In the face of such a huge natural disaster, sometimes, it was better to take out white rice than 10,000 words to make the people feel more at ease. Thus, the grain in Taizong was not only for disaster relief, but also to stabilize the people and stabilize the price of grain. Li Er not only had to stabilize the price of grain with his words, but also with his actions. Ooh! On the evening of the 5th day of the Sky Rooster Brigade's expedition, Li Zishuan's group and the roosters arrived at Yong County. Li Zishuan also finally saw his old friend whom he had not seen for many days, Wang Renbiao. Haha! Little Xian, I haven't seen you for nearly half a year. I didn't think that we would meet again under such circumstances. Renbiao really doesn't know if I should be happy or sad in this situation. At the end of last year, Li Er had appointed Wang Renbiao as the provincial governor of Qizhou, and ordered him to go to Qizhou at the beginning of this year. Qizhou belonged to Jiangyi Province and was also known as Fengxiang Province. It had 9 counties under its jurisdiction, and the administrative center was Yong County, where Li Zishuan and the others were now. A natural disaster should be sad for the people, and a meeting should be happy for friends. There is no conflict between the two. Li Zishuan smiled and said. Wang Renbiao's eyes lit up and he could not help but sigh. Little Xian, you are still as cheerful and open-minded as before. After sighing, his expression suddenly turned solemn. He bowed solemnly and said, Today, as a mere provincial governor, I welcome your Sky Rooster Brigade on behalf of the 400,000 people of Qizhou. Li Zishuan quickly helped him up and said, You and I are brothers, there is no need to be so polite. Besides, it is the Sky Rooster Brigade's duty to kill locusts and provide disaster relief. We are just following the route that we planned before we set off. Even if you are not the provincial governor of Qizhou, the Sky Rooster Brigade will still come to Qizhou. Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, No matter what, I have to support you, Little Xian. Little Xian, you must be tired after such a long journey. Follow me back to the provincial governor's mansion to rest. Li Zishuan thought about it and refused. No, it is more important to kill the locusts. Actually, I am not very tired along the way. After all, I have martial arts. The ones who are most tired are these children. Wang Renbiao could not help but look at the children in the field who were holding loudspeakers and directing the chickens. They were all sweating profusely. However, they were still as enthusiastic as before. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Lantiang County is really a place with outstanding talents. With a virtuous and knowledgeable marquis like you, Little Xian, these children will definitely be able to do well in the future. I have already ordered people to prepare meat, throat-soothing soup and summer soup. How about I treat the children tonight? This? Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but he was interrupted by Leng Yuyao who was beside him. Marquis, don't refuse. When my young master knew that you were coming to Qizhou today, he had already sent people to prepare these things yesterday. Yuyao knows that you don't lack the money for these meals, but my young master also wants to show his sincerity. Please fulfill his wish. Li Zishuan was helpless. After thinking for a moment, he could only nod and agree. All right. Renbiao, you have to spend money. Actually, Renbiao, you are now the provincial governor of a province. You should prioritize your official duties. There is no need for you to personally come out of the city to welcome us. Wang Renbiao laughed and said, Little Xian, you and I are brothers. There is no need to be polite. The same words, but the answers were different. The two of them could not help but look at each other and smile. All right. I won't be polite with you. Prepare 20 watermelons for the children tonight. Haha. No problem. I will send people to buy them now. Chapter 1486. Haha. Eat. All of you eat more. Little guys, you've worked hard all the way here. At night in Yong County, the provincial governor's mansion held a banquet and invited guests. The entire back garden of the provincial governor's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banquets. It was very lively, as if it was the new year. Wang Renbiao walked back and forth between the tables in high spirits and said loudly to the children around the table, "Slurp! Oh, this official is really generous. He even gave us watermelons to eat." Ernyo muttered as he ate the delicious watermelon. Denyo rolled his eyes and said, "Heh! He's the provincial governor of Chizhou. How can he not be generous?" Although he was talking, Denyo's mouth did not stop. Although Li Zishuan had also treated them to watermelon, this thing was not enough for the children. Moreover, they were almost scorched during the day. Eating some watermelon now could cool them down. "Hey, big brother. This watermelon is not cheap. This provincial governor gave us so many watermelons. Where did he get so much money? He can't be a corrupt official, right? In that case, wouldn't we be harming the young master?" As Ernyo ate, he suddenly said something for no reason. Denyo tilted his head and thought for a while. He also felt that what his second brother said made sense. He quickly spat out the watermelon in his mouth. "Bah! I didn't eat the watermelon of the corrupt official. I didn't harm the young master. Pa! I say, can the two of you not be so imaginative? This provincial governor of Chizhou is master's best friend. Moreover, he is the eldest young master of the Wang family of Taiyuan. It's just treating you to a watermelon meal. Is there a need for him to be corrupt because of this?" Iron Egg, who was sitting at the side, could not listen anymore. He slapped Ernyo's shoulder and said angrily, "Today, more than 100 people were only notified by Li Zishuan to come here for a meal. Not many people knew about Wang Renbiao's identity. However, as Li Zishuan's disciple and brother-in-law, Iron Egg still knew the inside story. This provincial governor of Chizhou is young master's good friend. And he is the eldest young master of the Wang family?" Denyo opened his mouth wide and was instantly dumbfounded. Swish! Swish! What else was there to say? "I want to eat 5 more watermelons." Ernyo reacted and immediately started eating with full motivation. Last time when Li Zishuan treated them to watermelon, some of them were afraid that they would make Li Zishuan poor if they ate too much, so they didn't dare to eat too much. Today, eldest young master Wang treated them to watermelon, so what reason did they have to not eat as much as they wanted? After all, even a 5 or 6-year-old kid knew that the Wang family of Taiyuan was a super rich family that had been standing for hundreds of years. It was impossible for the Wang family to collapse because of a few watermelons, right? Seeing Ernyo's gluttonous look, Iron Egg couldn't help but have black lines all over his face. "Haha, come on, little Xian. This cup of wine is for our reunion after a long separation. Let's do this." In the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the garden of the provincial governor's mansion, Wang Renbiao and Li Zishuan sat opposite each other while Leng Yuyao stood by the side. At this time, Wang Renbiao held up a cup of warmth and tenderness and raised his cup to Li Zishuan. It could be seen that Wang Renbiao was very happy to meet an old friend in a foreign land. "Young master, you. En? Yaoer, don't be a wet blanket. I'm very happy today." Leng Yuyao was about to say something but was interrupted by Wang Renbiao in time. Leng Yuyao could hear the coldness in Wang Renbiao's tone and could only shut up. Wang Renbiao shook the wine cup in his hand and urged Li Zishuan, "Little Xian, come on, let's have a toast." Although Li Zishuan felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, he was too lazy to think too much at this moment. He raised his wine cup and clinked it with Wang Renbiao. "I haven't seen you for half a year. Renbiao, your alcohol tolerance has improved." After 3 rounds of wine, Li Zishuan said half-jokingly, Little Xian, you've been living in a bustling place like Chang, and for a long time and have a lovely wife as your companion. Naturally, you don't know that in a desolate county like Chizhou, only good wine is the best sustenance." Wang Renbiao's face suddenly became a little dejected, and he seemed to be a little drunk as he muttered. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. At this time, he could finally conclude that Wang Renbiao was indeed problematic. Oh no, to be precise, Wang Renbiao should be hiding something in his heart. "Renbiao, if you have something in your heart, just say it. As long as it's within my ability as a brother, I'll definitely do my best to help you. Li Zixuan put down his wine cup and said with a serious face. Can't help. Can't help anyone. Little Xian, come on. Drink. Let me tell you, once a person is drunk, it's like he's an immortal. Incomparably happy. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Wang Renbiao waved his hand and then poured himself another cup of wine. He raised his head and drank it all. Li Zixuan curled his lips. When he was drunk, he would only have a splitting headache, but he had never felt as happy as an immortal. Perhaps only those who drown their sorrows in alcohol would have such a feeling, right? Because the air they breathed in reality was bitter. Only when they were drunk and entered a dream would they forget the bitterness. Young master, you can't drink anymore. Leng Yuyao, who was standing at the side, couldn't hold it in anymore. She went up and took the wine pot from Wang Renbiao's hand and shook her head. Leng Yuyao? Are you going to disobey me too? Wang Renbiao's voice suddenly became incomparably cold, causing Leng Yuyao's body to tremble. At this time, she saw that his hair had unknowingly become messy. With his disheveled appearance, he looked like a drunken, arrogant scholar, but also like a lonely lovelorn. Li Zixuan had never seen Wang Renbiao like this before. He couldn't help but advise, Renbiao, you've drunk too much. Go and rest first. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Miss Leng, quickly help your young master to rest. Leng Yuyao looked at Li Zixuan gratefully, and then went up to help Wang Renbiao up from the chair. However, Wang Renbiao twisted his body and broke free. He snorted. I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. Who dares to pull me? Little Xian, come. It's rare for us brothers to meet. Let's get drunk tonight. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. To the end he actually coughed. Moreover, this cough was completely unstoppable. His shoulders couldn't help but tremble violently. Leng Yuyao panicked and quickly took out a white silk handkerchief from her sleeve. Young master, quickly go back to your room and lie down. Yaoer will send someone to call Dr. Zhang over right now. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Renbiao's entire body arched as he coughed. Suddenly, his expression changed. He quickly snatched the handkerchief from Leng Yuyao's hand and coughed heavily. Then, as if he had collapsed, he directly fell into Leng Yuyao's arms. That white and flawless handkerchief was now dyed bright red. As Wang Renbiao fell, that handkerchief slowly fell to the ground. Someone, quickly go to the west of the city and call for Dr. Zhang. Leng Yuyao's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she couldn't care about anything else. She directly helped Wang Renbiao up and anxiously said to the servants in the courtyard. Li Zixuan's expression changed. He quickly got up to help Leng Yuyao support Wang Renbiao and said to Hu Hanyun in the courtyard, Uncle Hu, let the children go back to rest. Today's banquet is over. Yes, young master. Old Hu also knew that something urgent had happened in the provincial governor's residence and couldn't be delayed. He responded and called a group of stunned children out of the provincial governor's residence. Miss Leng, quickly help Renbiao lie down on the bed. Let me take a look at him first. Li Zixuan looked at Leng Yuyao, whose face was full of tears, and said in a deep voice. Leng Yuyao, who had always been a cold-faced swordswoman, was not only crying like a pear blossom in the rain, she was also a little confused. After Li Zixuan's voice fell, it took her a while to realize that Li Zixuan also seemed to know medical skills. Thus, her eyes suddenly burst forth with infinite splendor. Marquis, you must save my young master. Leng Yuyao supported Wang Renbiao into the room, and said to Li Zixuan with a face full of expectation. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Renbiao is my good brother. I will do my best. While the two were talking, they had already helped Wang Renbiao into the side room and laid him down on the bed. Li Zixuan grabbed Wang Renbiao's wrist and a pure and gentle Taoist true qi slowly entered Wang Renbiao's body. From his wrist to his arm, then to his internal organs, limbs and bones, Li Zixuan's brows were knitted deeper and deeper. Leng Yuyao was trembling with fear as she watched from the side. She was so anxious that tears fell down drop by drop, but she didn't dare to make any noise. Miss Leng, Dr. Zhang is here. After an unknown period of time, a servant's shout came from outside the room. Come in. Leng Yuyao saw that Li Zixuan didn't speak for a long time, and was at a loss. When she heard the servant's shout, It was as if she heard a voice from the heavens and hurriedly said. But then she realized that this was disrespectful to Li Zixuan and hurriedly said, "Wait, don't come in first." But her words were a little too late. A white-haired old man carrying a medicine box had already walked in. The old man couldn't help but say with an awkward expression, Miss Lung, should this old man come in or go out?" Lung Yuyao couldn't help but be embarrassed. She froze there and didn't know what to say. "Since you're here, come forward and take a look at Provincial Governor Wang." At this time, Li Zixuan, who was taking Wang Runbiao's pulse by the bed, finally stood up and said to the old man, "This?" The old man had a troubled expression. For a moment he didn't know what to hear. Because he knew Lung Yuyao, but he didn't know Li Zixuan. Lung Yuyao first looked at Li Zixuan apologetically, then said to the old man, "Marquis Yong, and wants you to take a look at my young master. Why aren't you going?" You are Marquis Yong'an? Pardon my disrespect." The old man opened his mouth in shock. Li Zixuan wasn't just famous in martial arts and engineering. He was also extremely famous in the medical field. After all, other than the Imperial Physician Bureau, the best medical institution in Great Tang was on Mount Yunshan. This old man will take Provincial Governor Wang's pulse now." The old man wiped the sweat on his forehead and suddenly felt a little pressured. After all, he had heard of Li Zixuan treating Qin Qiong's illness. In his opinion, Li Zixuan's medical skills definitely wouldn't lose to him. "Marquis, I'm sorry." Yuyao lost her composure just now and let Physician Zhang in. At the door, Lung Yuyao said softly with an apologetic expression. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "This Marquis isn't a petty person. Some doctors have the problem of being arrogant because of their talents, but this Marquis doesn't. The most important thing now is to stabilize Runbiao's condition, then we can talk about other things." Lung Yuyao said gratefully, "Thank you, Marquis." After pausing for a moment, she asked softly, "Marquis, how is my young master?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about it after Physician Zhang is done." Although Lung Yuyao was anxious, she couldn't persuade him anymore. She could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart and wait quietly by the side. 15 minutes later, Physician Zhang stood up and walked toward Lung Yuyao and Li Zixuan. "How is my young master, Physician Zhang?" Lung Yuyao couldn't wait to welcome him and asked. Physician Zhang sighed and said, "Miss Lung, the provincial governor is still suffering from his old illness. This old man has already told him not to let the provincial governor drink anymore. But why?" At this point, he looked at the tear-stained Lung Yuyao and thought that the other party wouldn't be able to persuade Wang Runbiao to drink, so he sighed helplessly and said, "Sigh." To the provincial governor, "Alcohol is a poison that penetrates the intestines. Miss Lung, if it's for the sake of the provincial governor, please don't let him drink anymore." Lung Yuyao's tears fell to the ground and she nodded repeatedly. "I will definitely not let my young master drink anymore in the future." "Physician Zhang, when do you think my young master will wake up?" Physician Zhang shook his head and said with a difficult expression, "It's hard to say. If it's short, it'll be an hour. If it's long, it'll be 3 to 5 days. Of course, this is only this old man's personal opinion. If I've said something wrong, I hope Miss Lung and Marquis can forgive me." After saying that, he cupped his hands toward Lung Yuyao and Li Zixuan. Lung Yuyao quickly turned her gaze to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Physician Zhang's diagnosis is basically correct. It's just that this Marquis feels that although drinking too much has hurt Runbiao's liver and stomach, Runbiao's biggest problem right now is that he overthinks and has a knot in his heart. If this heart disease can't be cured, even if he doesn't drink for the rest of his life, his body will continue to deteriorate." A trace of surprise flashed across Lung Yuyao's eyes, but it was more of pain. The tears in her eyes flowed faster. She probably didn't cry as much as she did in the past 10 years. At this time, Physician Zhang nodded and said, "Marquis is right. This old man has also said that the provincial governor has more of a heart disease. But this old man has lived for dozens of years and only knows how to treat physical illnesses, but not mental illnesses. Please forgive this old man for being powerless, Miss Lung. Farewell." After saying that, Physician Zhang carried the medicine box and turned to leave without waiting for Lung Yuyao's persuasion. "Physician Zhang." By the time Lung Yuyao reacted, Physician Zhang had already gone out of the door. She could only look at Li Zixuan and begged. Marquis, your medical skills are brilliant. Yu Yao begs you to save my young master. Li Zixuan said with a pained face. Renbiao is my brother. Seeing him in such a situation, this marquis is also heartbroken. But the heart disease still needs to be cured. Before that, Miss Lung, you have to tell this marquis in detail. What has Renbiao experienced in the past 6 months in Qizhou? Lung Yuyao opened her mouth. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, My young master, he fell in love with a commoner girl. Chapter 1487. What? Renbiao fell in love with a commoner girl? Inside the provincial governor's mansion, after hearing Lung Yuyao's words, Li Zixuan's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder Wang Renbiao said that no one could help him at the banquet table. Li Zixuan really couldn't help him with this matter. Since ancient times, it was difficult for an upright official to settle a family dispute, not to mention the marriage of the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Li Zixuan himself didn't care about family background, but that didn't mean that others didn't. As a large aristocratic family, the Wang family of Taiyuan valued family background more than anyone else. As a matter of fact, the 5 surnames and 7 gazes had always attached great importance to the marriage of their clan's disciples. They would usually choose to marry between the 5 surnames and 7 gazes for generations. Currently, the 7 great clans the 4 great clans were basically related to the other 4 great clans. This was the result of generations of marriage. For thousands of years, commoners had always been proud of marrying a girl of the 5 surnames. Even some important officials in the imperial court were the same. However, it was often difficult for ordinary people to marry a girl of the 5 surnames because their family background wasn't enough. Later on, the 5 surnames came up with something called dowry money. What was dowry money? To put it in layman's terms, if a high official wanted to marry a girl of the 5 surnames, but didn't have the prestige, he would need dowry money. Dowry money could be millions, but even so, there were still many people who flocked to it. If a girl of the 5 surnames was like this, how could a man of the 5 surnames get married so casually? Especially since Wang Renbiao was the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. It was almost impossible for him to marry a commoner girl. Wang Yu wouldn't agree, Princess Tong'an wouldn't agree, and the other elders of the Wang family of Taiyuan wouldn't agree either. Young master did fall in love with a commoner girl, but that girl doesn't seem to like young master. This damn girl is really blind. Young master is willing to lower himself to take a fancy to her, but she doesn't know what's good for her. At the end, a trace of anger appeared on Lung Yuyao's face. Li Zixuan couldn't help but say, That girl doesn't like Renbiao, shouldn't Miss Lung be happy? Li Zixuan had long seen through Lung Yuyao's feelings for Wang Renbiao, so he asked this question. Lung Yuyao stared blankly for a moment before her face flushed red. This made Li Zixuan click his tongue in wonder. Even an icy beauty like Lung Yuyao would blush? I am only young master's shadow. Wherever young master goes, I will be there. But I will never be young master's woman, because I know that I don't have the qualifications. In this life, I only want to silently guard by young master's side. I will never have any improper thoughts. After a moment of silence, Lung Yuyao said softly. Li Zixuan was speechless. He didn't think that Lung Yuyao's love would be so humble. Sure enough, the prejudice of family status killed people. Miss Lung, what's the name of the woman that Renbiao likes? Where does he live? How did they know each other? Can you tell me more about it? The awkward atmosphere lasted for a long time. Li Zixuan wasn't good at comforting people, so the two just stood there quietly. After a long time, Li Zixuan opened his mouth and asked faintly. He was really curious about the woman that could make Wang Renbiao fall head over heels for her. Who was she? Lung Yuyao's face turned cold. She paused for a moment and recalled. At the beginning of this year, young master was ordered to take up his position in Qizhou. When he arrived at Yong County, the people of Yong County lined the streets to welcome him. But there was one exception. Just as young master was about to enter the city, a white-clothed woman in mourning clothes and 2 servants carrying a coffin blocked the city gate. Wearing mourning clothes and blocking the gate with a coffin. Could it be that there was an unjust case in Yong County? Li Zixuan couldn't help but interject when he heard this. Lung Yuyao nodded expressionlessly and said, There was indeed an unjust case. At that time, young master also didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But young master was kind and didn't blame her for it. Instead, he went up and asked the woman if there was an unjust case. After some questioning, he found out that the woman's name was Li Jingqiu. Her father's name was Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun had owned a carriage shop when he was alive. It was the largest carriage shop in the Qizhou. He bought goods from the members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and specialized in selling carriages and bicycles from the Strange Taste Pavilion in the Qizhou. But by chance, the former county magistrate of Yong County, Zhang Liang, took a fancy to Li Jingqiu's beauty and wanted to take her as his concubine. Although Li Jingqiu was the daughter of a merchant, she had her own pride. Of course, she wouldn't marry a man in his 40s and would rather die than become his concubine. Zhang Liang couldn't be forced, so he could only set his sights on Li Xingyun. He first invited Li Xingyun to the county office and tried to persuade him. But Li Xingyun wasn't willing to use his daughter's happiness to climb up the social ladder, so he tactfully refused. Zhang Liang was furious and threatened to make Li Xingyun unable to do business in Yong County. From then on, the Li family's carriage shop had local ruffians causing trouble every few days. Li Xingyun reported it to the officials a few times, but in the end, nothing was done. What was more serious was that one night, a large group of bailiffs suddenly surrounded the Li family's residence. Zhang Liang said that there was a treasonous item in the Li family's residence and wanted to search it. When Li Xingyun heard the news, he immediately came out of his bedroom. But he couldn't stop the bailiffs from searching the residence. The entire Li family was in chaos. The women were also alarmed. They all put on their clothes and left their rooms to avoid being violated. Li Xingyun thought that Zhang Liang was just trying to scare him. But who knew that the bailiffs really found a treasonous item in the Li family's residence? It was a gold medal. Gold medal? What gold medal? Li Zixuan was curious. Leng Yuyao paused for a moment and said softly, "That gold medal came from the Eastern Palace, and it was engraved in the Wuda era." Hidden Crown Prince? Li Zixuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He secretly thought that the county magistrate was really King Ruthless. He actually used King Shi Li Jianqing to frame Li Xingyun. This was playing with fire. Leng Yuyao nodded and said, "That's right. That was the gold medal used by the Eastern Palace when the Hidden Crown Prince was still in power." Zhang Liang used this as an excuse to put Li Xingyun in jail. In jail, he ordered the jailers to torture Li Xingyun and force Li Xingyun to agree to marry his daughter to him. He also secretly sent someone to send a message to Li Jingqiu, saying that if she wanted to save her father, she would obediently become his concubine. In order to save her father, Li Jingqiu hesitated for a while before finally deciding to give up her lifelong happiness. That day, she went to the county yamen alone and expressed her willingness to give herself to Zhang Liang, begging him to let her father go. Zhang Liang naturally agreed and immediately ordered the yamen runner to bring Li Xingyun out of the prison. But who knew that the yamen runner would return empty-handed in less than a quarter of an hour? It turned out that Li Xingyun was worried that Li Jingqiu would do something stupid in order to save him. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't endure Zhang Liang's torture, he used a wooden chopstick to pierce his throat and committed suicide. Li Zixuan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He couldn't help but say, "Bastard! How can such a scum be worthy of being a county magistrate?" "Miss Leng, what happened after that? Where is that Zhang Liang now?" Leng Yuyao sighed softly and continued to narrate. When Li Jingqiu heard that Li Xingyun had committed suicide in the prison, she was extremely sad. She immediately pulled out the knife in the yamen runner's hand and was about to slash at Zhang Liang. But Zhang Liang narrowly dodged it. Zhang Liang was naturally shocked and furious that his head was almost chopped off. He quickly ordered his men to capture Li Jingqiu. But right at that moment, a yamen runner came to report that my young master was about to enter the city. In order to leave a good impression in front of my young master, Zhang Liang quickly turned around to prepare a carriage and went out of the city to welcome him. Li Jingqiu took the opportunity to escape. Logically speaking, if Zhang Liang had sent someone to chase after her, he would definitely have been able to catch up with her. But in order to welcome my young master, he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble at such a crucial time, so he didn't send anyone to chase after her. After Li Jingqiu returned home, she immediately asked the servants to prepare mourning clothes for her, and went to a coffin shop to buy a coffin. Then she put on her mourning clothes and led people to carry the coffin to the city gates of Yong County. Coincidentally, she blocked my young master's path. Thus the scene just now happened. It's actually an empty coffin. This woman is quite quick-witted. Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. Humph. Leng Yuyao sneered and continued. At that time, Li Jingqiu told my young master that if my young master could make a decision for her, this coffin would be prepared for her father who died unjustly in prison. If my young master and Zhang Liang were in cahoots, then this coffin would be prepared for her. What the F***ck so ruthless? Li Zixuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. This woman was so ruthless. She was even tougher than most men. Isn't she very special? Leng Yuyao asked without rhyme or reason. Li Zixuan nodded subconsciously. Then he realized that something was wrong and quickly shook his head. Leng Yuyao smiled bitterly and said, "At that time my young master also saw Zhang Jingqiu in a new light because of this sentence. In my impression, my young master had never looked at other women with that kind of gaze. There was gentleness and pity in that gaze, and there was even some indescribable and inexplicable feelings. Now that I think about it, it should be love." Li Zixuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Usually the best choice at such a time was to stay silent and be a quiet and pure listener. After a moment's pause, Leng Yuyao continued. After hearing Li Jingqiu's statement, my young master immediately ordered the arrest of Zhang Liang. However, Zhang Liang was long gone by then. My young master had no choice but to order a search in the entire Qizhou. And then? Did you find this Zhang Liang? Li Zixuan asked. Leng Yuyao shook her head and said, "No." After searching for nearly half a year, Qizhou was almost turned over by the state government's bailiffs. My young master even mobilized the family's secret guards, but he still couldn't find Zhang Liang's shadow. It was as if this person had evaporated into thin air. There's actually such a strange thing? Li Zixuan couldn't help but frown. In his heart, he felt that this matter revealed a trace of strangeness. Regarding the secret guards of the aristocratic families, he had already heard about it during the rebellion in Guan City. Even the black armored army would suffer relatively large casualties when facing them head-on. It was enough to show that the secret guards of the aristocratic families were definitely not ordinary. The entire Qizhou's army, plus some of the Wang family's secret guards, couldn't find Zhang Liang after half a year. Leng Yuyao nodded and said, "My young master and I also feel that it's very strange. Although it's said that finding a person in a vast sea of people is like finding a needle in a haystack, it's impossible for my young master to not find him after mobilizing so many people and searching for half a year. Unless this person can fly and escape from Qizhou in a short period of time." Li Zixuan was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about Ren Biao and Li Jingqiu. What happened after that? What happened between them?" At this time, Li Zixuan was like a woman who liked to gossip. He was actually a little addicted to listening to other people's affairs. Leng Yuyao pursed her lips and said, "Later on, Li Jingqiu transported Li Xingyun's corpse out of the prison and buried it in a low-key manner. My young master attended Li Xingyun's funeral and told Li Jingqiu that if she needed anything, she could go to the provincial governor's mansion to find him. From then on, I already felt that my young master did indeed treat Li Jingqiu differently from others. But that Li Jingqiu was unmoved by my young master's good intentions. Her birth mother passed away early, and Li Xingyun remarried a few years ago. After Li Xingyun committed suicide, the Li family's huge assets were all seized by her concubine mother, because her younger brother was born from her concubine mother. When Li Jingqiu was in poverty, my young master sent people to give her money more than once, but she didn't accept it. When she was chased out of the house by her concubine mother time and time again, my young master extended a helping hand time and time again, but was rejected by her every time. Why is that? Ren Biao is young and has a high position. Moreover, he is a talented person. Why does Li Jingqiu keep him at a respectful distance? Hearing up to here, Li Zixuan couldn't help but wonder. The more he listened, the more he felt that this story was like the story of Cinderella and the prince. However, although Li Jingqiu was a Cinderella who was tortured by her stepmother, Wang Renbiao wasn't the prince who could win Cinderella's heart. But logically speaking, Wang Renbiao's heart conditions weren't bad. He had a powerful family background, an official position, money, and good looks. He was simply the perfect husband in the hearts of the women of this era. Why didn't Li Jingchu like him? Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Leng Yuyao was a little angry and said, "Humph! It's that Li Jingchu who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My young master appreciating her is her fortune. She actually doesn't know what's good for her and brushes away my young master's good intentions again and again. She doesn't know that even if she is willing, master and princess aren't willing." Hearing that, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be speechless. This Leng Yuyao's logic was really weird. In her eyes, any woman that Wang Runbiao took a fancy to should be that woman's fortune. That woman should eagerly come up to thank Wang Runbiao for his appreciation. This was probably the scene in Leng Yuyao's heart. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Cough cough. Cough cough. Yao don't talk nonsense. Just at this moment, a violent cough came from the bed. It turned out that Wang Runbiao, who was in a coma, actually woke up at this moment. Young master, you're awake? Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink water? Leng Yuyao was shocked and hurriedly walked to the side of the bed. She squatted down and asked with both joy and concern. Chapter 1488. I'm fine. In the side room of the provincial governor's residence, Wang Runbiao finally calmed down after coughing for a while. With Leng Yuyao's help, Wang Runbiao propped himself up and leaned against the bed. He turned to Li Zishuan and bitterly smiled. Little Xian, I've let you see a joke. I brought this upon myself, and I shouldn't have told Yao to disturb your state of mind. Li Zishuan frowned. We're brothers, and there are some things that we should share together. Indeed, I can't interfere in the matters of the Wang clan, but I, Li Zishuan, can't watch my brother suffer. If Renbiao truly likes that Li Jingchu, then courageously pursue her. Let's not worry about the consequences for now. Even if your father and Princess Tong and don't agree to this marriage, we'll think of another way. The worst outcome is that you'll be expelled from the Wang clan, but do you care about that? Li Zishuan vaguely remembered that Wang Runbiao's son was called Wang Fangyi, a famous general of the Great Tang during the Gaozong era. His mother's surname seemed to be Li, and she might be the Li Jingchu that Leng Yuyao spoke of. Bringing this pair of fated people together was not only to follow the trend of history, but also to help Wang Runbiao fulfill his wish. If Wang Runbiao continued in this state, he might not be able to live for long. This was definitely not an exaggeration. When he took Wang Runbiao's pulse earlier, he could feel that the latter's pulse was weak, and there was an extremely dense gloomy aura in his body. Furthermore, Wang Runbiao also died at an early age, so Li Zishuan couldn't help but be cautious. At this moment, as long as he could resolve the knot in Wang Runbiao's heart, Li Zishuan was willing to do anything, let alone persuading him to fall out with Wang Yu and Princess Tong. This was because he felt that Wang Runbiao was a good person, and he valued this friendship. Leng Yuyao, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but stiffen. What did he mean by the worst outcome is that he'll be expelled from the Wang clan? When did the title of the eldest son of the Wang clan become so worthless? Furthermore, who would persuade someone to betray the clan? Was he trying to persuade him? Just as she was about to say something, Wang Runbiao, who was lying on the bed, said, "Of course I don't care about these empty titles. The title of the eldest son of the Wang family in Taiyuan may mean glory and wealth in the eyes of ordinary people, but for me, it's more of a burden. Although ordinary people live in poverty, they can find a wife who can share weal and woe with them for the rest of their lives. But I don't even have the right to pursue the person I like. I'd rather not be the eldest son of the Wang family." Li Zishuan nodded approvingly and said, "Since you don't care about these false reputations, then what's there to worry about? Even if you leave the Wang clan with your talent and knowledge, are you afraid that you won't be able to make a living? Moreover, even if you leave the Wang clan, you still have me as your brother. How can I just stand by and watch you suffer? Therefore, use all your strength to pursue the person you think is worth pursuing. If you are overcautious, you will only get nothing. Don't regret it when you are old. It will be too late by then." This guy's encouraging words greatly moved Wang Runbiao. He had always been very conflicted. He liked a person, but he didn't dare to use all his strength to pursue her, because he was worried that his family would oppose him. Until now, he hadn't pursued his love, and his body had already collapsed. After Li Zishuan's words, Wang Renbiao suddenly felt enlightened. Indeed, if he was overcautious, it was very likely that he wouldn't get anything. It was better to let go of all the burdens and unscrupulously fall in love. At that time, even if he lost his identity as the young master of an aristocratic family, it would be worth it. Xiaoxian, you are the first person to support me. It is the fortune of my life to have a friend like you. Wang Renbiao looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously. From this sentence, Li Zishuan could also tell that Wang Renbiao had made a decision in his heart. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Haha, you and I are brothers. Don't say such mushy words. A real man should have no regrets in his life. As your brother, I hope that you can pull yourself together as soon as possible and pursue the woman you like." Leng Yuyao's face suddenly darkened. She bowed and said, "Young master, you just woke up from a serious illness. You must be hungry. I will go to the kitchen and get someone to cook some porridge for you." After saying that, without waiting for Wang Renbiao to respond, Leng Yuyao turned and left the room. Her back view was very bleak. Li Zishuan looked at Leng Yuyao with a complicated gaze. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He only cared about comforting Wang Renbiao and neglected Leng Yuyao's feelings. Although Leng Yuyao once said that she didn't have any extravagant hopes of becoming Wang Renbiao's woman, this kind of behavior in front of her, encouraging Wang Renbiao to pursue another woman, would more or less hurt her. Sigh. It's also troublesome to have too many women. Fortunately, I only have one wife. At the end of his thoughts, Li Zishuan couldn't help but rejoice. Miss Leng is also a good woman. Seeing Wang Renbiao looking at Leng Yuyao's back view with a complicated gaze, Li Zishuan, who came back to his senses, suddenly said meaningfully. Wang Renbiao was startled. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Little Xian, don't make fun of me. I only treat Yaoer as a younger sister. There are no feelings between us." "Enough. I don't care about your matters. As a brother, I only hope that you can untie the knot in your heart as soon as possible and pursue your own happiness. This way we can continue to drink and chat merrily in the future." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. Wang Renbiao nodded but then frowned again. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sigh. But Jingchu has always been neither close nor distant to me. I really don't know where to start. Little Xian, you are quite experienced in this aspect. Can you teach this brother?" Li Zishuan heard this and his forehead was full of black lines. "What do you mean by I am quite experienced in this aspect? I only have one wife, okay? Do you have to make me sound like a saint of love?" But compared to Wang Renbiao, who was a noob in the field of love, he did have a little more experience in this aspect. "Renbiao, have you ever thought about why Miss Li has been keeping a distance from you? Could it be that she feels that she is of low birth and not worthy of you?" After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan asked. Wang Renbiao shook his head without thinking and said, "No. Although Jingchu is a woman, she is also a proud person. She has never lowered her voice just because I am the eldest young master of the Wang family and the Qizhou provincial governor. She has her own pride and is definitely not someone who belittles herself." Li Zishuan was puzzled and asked, "Then why is she still unwilling to accept you? Could it be that she has no feelings for you at all?" Wang Renbiao hesitated for a moment and said, "That shouldn't be the case. In the process of interacting with her, I can feel that she definitely has some feelings for me. But I feel that she might have some misgivings in her heart, so she has been keeping a distance from me." Misgivings? What misgivings could it be? Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Just like that, the two big men were not sleeping in the middle of the night, but were thinking about the thoughts of a little woman together. He did not know if Li Jingchu should feel honored or unlucky if she knew about it. "Why don't I go meet that Li Jingchu and help you sound her out? If you don't mind." After a long silence, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Renbiao and said. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, "Xiaoxian, it would be best if you could help her out." "Why would I mind?" Li Zishuan laughed bitterly in his heart. He secretly wondered why he was acting like a matchmaker. He said, "That's good. It should take a few more days for the Sky Pheasant Brigade to clear out the locusts in Qizhou. Tomorrow, I will go to the Li family to meet Li Jingchu." Wang Renbiao solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Xiaoxian, I can't thank you enough. I, Wang Renbiao, will remember this kindness. Li Zixuan did not mind and said, let's not talk about this first. After you get married, just treat me to a cup of wine. Wang Renbiao smiled. He suddenly remembered something and quickly said, oh right, Xiaoxian. There's something I forgot to tell you. When I heard that your Sky Pheasant Brigade was coming to Qizhou, I ordered the county magistrates to start collecting chickens from the people. Now, 120,000 chickens from the counties have gathered in the city, and all of them have been marked and registered. Xiaoxian, you can add them to the Sky Pheasant Brigade tomorrow. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up and said happily, 120,000? That's great. With these 120,000 chickens, the Sky Pheasant Brigade scale will increase to 620,000. It has basically reached the limit of the children's control ability. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, yes, as long as it can help you, Xiaoxian. Li Zixuan thanked him and then left. You Jinx, why did you come back again? Do you want to kill everyone in your family before you are satisfied? In a luxurious mansion in the west of Yong County, a woman in embroidered clothes and a group of servants blocked the gate of the mansion and said fiercely to a woman in white clothes, this is my home. Why can't I go back? The plain-clothed woman, however, remained fearless as she retorted with a cold expression. You damn girl, how dare you talk back? If it weren't for you Jinx, how could Master be harmed by that corrupt official Zhang Liang? How can you still have the face to step into this house? The woman in embroidered clothes said with a sharp voice. My father? Humph. You still have the face to mention my father? The plain-clothed woman's expression turned cold, and the temperature around her dropped to freezing point. She said coldly, back then, before my father's body was even cold and he was buried, some people were already in a hurry to divide up the family property. They replaced the shopkeeper and accountant of the carriage shop with their own family members. Lu Yuerong, do you dare to say that you have a clear conscience in front of my father's memorial tablet? You rebelled. You wild girl, you're really rebelling. No matter what, I'm still your concubine. How dare you call me by my name? You're really a wild girl who didn't have a mother to teach you. The woman in embroidered clothes pointed at the woman in white clothes with trembling hands and feet, and her voice became sharp. The woman in plain clothes had a cold glint in her eyes. She coldly stared at the woman. If looks could kill, then the woman would have been cut into 1,000 pieces. If my mother was still alive, how could a vicious woman like you be so arrogant? I came back today just to burn incense for my father. I don't want to argue with you. Burn incense? Don't even think about it. Men, get this Jinx out of here. The woman in embroidered clothes glared and ordered the servants around her. Let me see who dares. The woman in white clothes shouted. My father treated all of you well when he was alive. You all know very well whether the Li family is thriving or declining under this woman's hands. Normally, I can't be bothered to argue with this woman. Today I, Li Jingqiu, just want to burn incense for my father. If any of you dare to stop me, my father's spirit in heaven will not forgive you. As soon as she said that, the servants around the madam looked at each other and hesitated. That's right, this woman was Li Jingqiu, whom Wang Renbiao had been thinking about. Who else could the woman be but Li Jingqiu's second concubine? You guys quickly stop this Jinx. Otherwise, don't even think about getting your salary this month. When the woman saw that the servants in the residence didn't listen to her orders, she almost fainted from anger. She quickly used her ultimate move. This? The servants looked at each other, but still, no one dared to stop Li Jingqiu. The main reason was that Li Xingyun had treated his servants well when he was alive. Moreover, what Li Jingqiu said just now made sense. The Li family was deteriorating day by day under Lu Yuerong's management. At this rate, Li Xingyun's family business would be squandered away by Lu Yuerong sooner or later. As servants, they would definitely be dismissed by then. Rather than that, they might as well form a good relationship with Li Jingqiu. And also comfort Li Xingyun's spirit in heaven. Lu Yuerong, let me give you a piece of advice. Disasters can be forgiven, but disasters brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Li Jingqiu looked at Lu Yuerong coldly, then snorted and walked into the Li residence. She's really a woman with character. Opposite the Li residence, Li Zixuan sat beside a tea stall and looked at Li Jingchu's back as he muttered to himself. He had come to the Li residence early in the morning to wait. Originally, he just wanted to try his luck. He didn't expect to actually meet Li Jingchu. The courage and quick-wittedness that Li Jingchu displayed during their first meeting had indeed exceeded Li Zixuan's expectations. This kind of woman might not be considered much in the modern era. There were plenty of career women who were more capable than her. However, in the ancient era, women who could be so quick-witted and brave were definitely rare. No wonder Wang Renbiao saw Li Jingchu in a different light. Fighting alone against the evil woman and her servants, Miss Li is really brave. Half an hour later, Li Jingchu left the Li residence. Not long after she left, she heard a man's praise behind her. Li Jingchu quickly turned around and saw a rather handsome man looking at her with a smile on his face. Li Jingchu's heart instantly became vigilant. "Who are you? How do you know my surname is Li?" "He. Miss Li, can we talk in private?" "Oh, don't worry, I won't harm you. Let's meet at the tea stall in front." Chapter 1489. Who are you? You should be able to tell me now, right? In Yong County, under a tea stall not far from the Li residence, Li Jingchu looked at Li Zixuan and asked calmly. She and Li Zixuan had never met before. Just now, Li Zixuan had asked to speak with her alone. She had always been very vigilant, but for some reason, she had unexpectedly agreed. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. She secretly blamed herself for being too careless. She actually dared to be alone with a man she didn't even know. "Miss Li, there's no need to be nervous. Speaking of which, the carriage business your father founded is related to me." Li Zixuan chuckled. "Related to the carriage business my father founded?" Li Jingchu frowned and asked curiously. "Could young master be from Chang'an's Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's Uncle Lin's family?" Li Zixuan was stunned and then understood. Previously, he heard from Leng Yuyao that Lin Wenyuan founded the carriage business by buying carriages and bicycles from members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and reselling them in Qizhou. Now it seemed that the member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was most likely Lin Wenyuan. "Hee. Miss, you must be talking about Lin Wenyuan, boss Lin, right? I'm not from the Lin family, but the bicycles and carriages sold by the Lin family all came from my hands." After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan smiled and said, "You're the Marquis of Yong'an?" Li Jingchu's eyes flickered and her expression changed. She suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. "Miss Li is smart. You guessed right, I'm the Marquis of Yong'an." Li Zixuan nodded and praised. Seeing Li Zixuan's sincere face and extraordinary aura, Li Jingchu subconsciously chose to believe him. She stood up in surprise and bowed to Li Zixuan. "I'm Li Jingchu. Greetings to the Marquis of Yong'an." "He. No need for formalities." Li Zixuan raised his hands and said politely. He didn't expect the conversation with Li Jingchu to go so smoothly, but Li Jingchu was willing to believe his identity, and the current situation showed that Li Jingchu didn't have any bad feelings towards him. This was a good start. What Li Zixuan didn't know was that due to his long years of cultivation in Taoist techniques, his temperament had long been different from that of ordinary people. The natural aura of Taoist techniques on his body had a special attraction to the living beings of the world, making them subconsciously feel a sense of familiarity. It was a mysterious feeling, but it was also a real phenomenon. "Yesterday, I heard that the Marquis of Yong'an led the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Qizhou. Jingchu has admired Marquis' reputation for a long time, but yesterday, I had no chance to see Marquis' real face because of the mundane affairs I had to attend to. To be able to see Marquis today is truly Jingchu's good fortune," Li Jingchu said excitedly. The previous vigilance in her heart had now turned into joy. Facing the suddenly enthusiastic Li Jingchu, Li Zixuan was not used to it. He waved his hand and laughed dryly. "Miss Li, you're exaggerating. I'm just an ordinary person. What reputation do I have? At most, I've done some things for the people. But for my position in politics, those are all what I should do." Li Jingchu shook her head and said, "Marquis treats the people well. Everyone in the world knows that. First, there was the curved yuan plow, and then there was the Sky Pheasant Brigade going to the counties to exterminate locusts today. The people of the world have all received Marquis' kindness. If this is only for his position in politics, then I don't know how many officials in the dynasty are incompetent." The person my father admired the most when he was alive was you, Marquis. It's a pity that my father didn't have the chance to see Marquis until his death. At this point, Li Jingchu's face suddenly became sad. Li Zixuan couldn't help but comfort her. Miss Li, the dead can't be brought back to life. I already know a thing or two about your father. I'm very sorry. Before this, although I didn't know your father's character, your father would rather die than submit for your lifelong happiness. Just based on this point alone, he was a good father worthy of respect. I believe that if your father's spirit is in heaven, he will definitely hope that you can live a happy life and not be sad for him all day. No. Li Jingchu's eyes were red and swollen. She shook her head fiercely and said, if possible, I'd rather marry Zhang Liang than let my father commit suicide. Lu Yuerong is actually right. I'm indeed a jinx. I'm the one who caused my father's death. At this point, a teardrop fell from the corner of Li Jingchu's eye. When Lu Yuerong was making things difficult for her, she could force the other party to be speechless with just a few words. But now, she couldn't help but cry after saying a few words to Li Zixuan. From this, it could be seen that her strength was just for others to see. Under her strong appearance, there was a fragmented and fragile heart on the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan felt a little uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he said, Miss Li, your father's death can't be blamed on you no matter what. Saying that you're a jinx is even more nonsense. It's like a group of people walking on the road being hit by a carriage. Could it be that you want to blame him for going out today? The only person to blame for this matter is Zhang Liang. Such a treacherous person doesn't deserve to be a magistrate of a county, much less a person. Thank you, Marquis, for speaking up for Jingchu. But it's a pity that the wicked person didn't get his retribution and is still at large. Li Jingchu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and whispered softly. Li Zixuan said with a resolute expression, Miss Li, the net of heaven has a long arm, but it never escapes. As long as Zhang Liang is still in the Tang Empire, I firmly believe that he will be brought to justice sooner or later. Because wicked people are not tolerated by the heavens. Li Jingchu's eyes flashed. After pausing for a moment, she said, I hope so. Although she said this, she didn't have much hope in her heart. Li Zixuan also knew that it was impossible to convince Li Jingchu with just words. After all, she was burdened with the hatred of her father's death. How could a few words resolve this kind of monstrous hatred? He didn't pursue the matter further and asked, Why did Miss Li insist on returning to the Li residence to burn incense for your father today? Li Jingchu said with a sorrowful expression, Today is my father's birthday. I know that if I don't come back to pay my respects, Lu Yuerong and the others won't remember this at all. I originally wanted to go to the temple to invite the 49 masters back and pay my respects for 49 days. But Lu Yuerong definitely wouldn't agree. Secondly, I'm no longer the Li family's eldest daughter. I can't even afford to donate the incense money. How could the masters in the temple be willing to pay their respects for my father? The so-called birthday of the dead referred to the birthday of the deceased. It was a custom derived from celebrating the birthday of the deceased. In terms of its nature, it was a filial and commemorative event for the ancestors by the family and the family as a unit. It was meant to be cautious and loyal to pursue the distant, and bright and generous, to enhance the family's glory. The birthday of the dead was first done at home and second at the temple. There was no ceremony at home. It was done on land and water. It could be done for 1 to 3 days or even 7 days. The day of completion was the official day. The most solemn ceremony was to invite the 49 monks back and pay their respects for 49 days. After the ceremony, the memorial tablets could be placed in the main hall of the temple to receive the incense. Although there was no specific time limit for the birthday of the dead, it was still mostly done by newly deceased people. Grandparents and parents had died less than 3 years ago, and their descendants had yet to mourn. Or less than 10 years ago, their descendants inherited their elders' property, business, and even titles, out of gratitude for the grace of the heavens. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Miss Li's filial piety is commendable and admirable. I'm willing to step forward to help you regain control of the Li family. This way, Miss Li can openly celebrate your father's birthday. What do you think, Miss Li? Li Jingchu was suddenly startled. Obviously, she didn't expect Li Zixuan to propose such an idea. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Marquis. However, I, Li Jingqiu, only want to take back what I've lost. I want everyone to be convinced. I want the Li family to flourish in my hands. Only in this way can I comfort my father's soul in heaven." When he heard this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but raise his opinion of Li Jingqiu. He nodded and said, "Miss Li is very bold. Your father can be considered to have a smile in the underworld for having a daughter like you. Since Miss Li has made up your mind, I won't interfere in this matter anymore." Li Jingqiu raised her head to look at Li Zixuan and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your understanding. However, Marquis made a special trip to find Jingqiu today. It shouldn't be just about my father, right? If Marquis has any instructions, please don't hesitate to tell me. Jingqiu will do her best to help." This question stumped Li Zixuan. He couldn't just directly tell Li Jingqiu, "I'm here to matchmake you, right?" If he really said it out loud, he might be scolded as a lecher. After thinking for a while, Li Zixuan coughed dryly and said, "Miss Li, do you know the governor of Qizhou?" Li Jingqiu's expression changed slightly. She paused for a moment and replied, "Governor Wang is a benefactor to our Li family. He has helped Jingqiu time and time again. Of course Jingqiu knows him. However, what does Marquis mean by this question?" Li Zixuan faintly glanced at Li Jingqiu. Her skin was white and smooth, as if it could be broken by the wind. Her pair of watery eyes were indescribably delicate and moving. It was as if the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was concentrated on her body. Even though she was wearing plain clothes, it couldn't hide the spiritual energy on her body. Not to mention other things, Li Jingqiu's appearance was indeed top-notch. Coupled with her maverick personality, she could indeed be considered an outstanding female talent. It was no wonder that Wang Renbiao yearned for her day and night. To tell you the truth, Governor Wang and I are best friends. Last night, Renbiao suddenly fell ill. He vomited 3 liters of blood and is bedridden. After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan suddenly spoke. "What?" Li Zixuan's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Li Jingqiu's small face to instantly turn pale. A trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes as she hurriedly asked, "Marquis, why is Governor Wang bedridden? What illness does he have? Marquis, please tell me how Governor Wang is now." Towards the end, there was actually a trace of trembling in her voice. Li Zixuan couldn't help but nod secretly. From Li Jingqiu's reaction, she wasn't completely devoid of feelings for Wang Renbiao. Wang Renbiao's judgment last night wasn't wrong. "I heard from Renbiao's maidservant that Renbiao often drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Drinking too much alcohol can easily harm the liver and stomach. The direct reason why Renbiao vomited blood last night was because he drank too much alcohol. However, the fundamental reason is because he is overly worried and has contracted a mental illness. I know a little about medicine. I can treat Renbiao's physical illness, but I really can't do anything about his mental illness. With Renbiao's current condition, even if I can treat his physical injuries, his mental illness won't allow him to live past 35 years old." Smack! Hearing this, the teacup in Li Jingqiu's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Her lively eyes instantly lost their luster and became lifeless. Her small face also became frighteningly pale. "No, impossible. How can he not live past 35 years old? He is the eldest young master of the Wang family. All the famous doctors in the world will definitely be willing to treat him. His illness will definitely be cured. He will definitely be able to live a long and healthy life. Marquis, this can't be true. Hurry up and tell me this can't be true." Towards the end, Li Jingqiu was already sobbing uncontrollably. She didn't know what kind of trust it was, but she had already shed all her disguises in front of Li Zixuan and revealed her truest and weakest side. She looked at Li Zixuan anxiously, as if she was praying and pleading at the same time. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Miss Li, Renbiao's illness is indeed very serious. I'm definitely not lying to you. Last night, when Renbiao was unconscious, he once muttered your name. I asked around about you from the others because I'm guessing that the crux of Renbiao's mental illness is very likely related to you." A hint of panic flashed across Li Jingqiu's eyes. She stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said, "Ho! Marquis Jingqiu is just a commoner. How can Governor Wang's mental illness be related to Jingchu? The people around the tea stall had long been sent away by Li Zishuan's guards. Now that there was no one else here, Li Zishuan decided to lay his cards on the table. He looked at Li Jingchu with a burning gaze and said in an extremely serious tone, "Miss Li, I don't believe that you can't sense Renbiao's feelings for you. Today there's only the two of us here. Can you tell me your true thoughts?" Li Jingchu's body trembled and she was stunned. At first she was shy, but then she hesitated and struggled. After a long silence, she finally opened her mouth and said, "Marquis, Governor Wang's kindness to Jingchu. Of course Jingchu can feel it. Jingchu is very grateful for Governor Wang's help time and time again. However, my father's death has not been avenged and Zhang Liang is still at large. The Li family has also declined because of this. At this juncture, Jingchu really doesn't have the heart to care about personal feelings. Governor Wang's feelings are not something Jingchu can accept." When Li Zishuan heard this, he finally knew what Jingchu's misgivings were. He couldn't help but frown and say, "According to what I know, in the past 6 months, Renbiao has not only mobilized the provincial government's troops, but also many Wang family's secret guards." He almost turned the entire Qizhou upside down, but he still couldn't find any traces of Zhang Liang. If Zhang Liang can't be found in 10 years, will Miss Li not get married for 10 years? If your father sees you like this in heaven, I'm afraid he will be more heartbroken than anyone else, right? Besides, can you bear to see Renbiao's body and mind deteriorate and die young because of you? Li Jingchu hugged her head and said with a pained expression, "Marquis, don't force me. I don't want to let my father down, and I don't want anything to happen to Governor Wang. Please don't force me." Seeing Jingchu's pained expression, Li Zishuan also couldn't bear it. He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Since that's the case, I will make a gentleman's agreement with Miss Li today. 2 years, within 2 years, I will definitely help Renbiao find Zhang Liang's whereabouts and avenge your father. When the time comes, I hope Miss Li can face your true feelings." Chapter 1490. Is Marquis speaking the truth? Under the tea stall, after listening to Li Zishuan's gentleman's agreement, Li Jingchu's eyes widened in surprise as she asked. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Of course. When this matter is over and I return to Chang'an, I will report this matter to the Emperor and have the Supreme Court issue a warrant for Zhang Liang and the entire Great Tang. In addition, I will use the power of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce to mobilize all the merchants and commoners in the world to find Zhang Liang. As long as this person is still in the Great Tang, he will have nowhere to hide." Yes. Jingchu believes that Marquis will definitely be able to find Zhang Liang. Li Jingchu nodded excitedly. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief. At this point he had finally fulfilled his mission. "Yes. Since that's the case, I hope that Miss Li can keep your promise when the time comes. Don't suppress your feelings and don't be overly cautious. Not only will you hurt yourself, but you will also hurt the people who love you. It's unfair to you and Renbiao. If your father knows this in the netherworld, he will definitely not be willing to see his daughter torment herself because of him." Hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed through Li Jingchu's eyes. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "The Marquis is right. My actions from before were indeed too selfish. In the future, I will face this feeling squarely and will not harm Provincial Governor Wang again." Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment and could not help but say seriously, "I helped you find Zhang Liang not to force you to be with Renbiao. I just want you to face your own heart and not suppress your feelings. If you really have no feelings for Renbiao, you can tell him clearly. This Marquis will not blame you for this." In the end, Li Zishuan did not want this matter to become a transaction. As the saying goes, a melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. This was especially true for feelings. After all, 2 people would spend a lifetime together. Hearing this, Li Jingchu couldn't help but smile through her tears and said, "Marquis, don't worry. Now no one can force me to do something I don't want to do, and no one can force me to marry someone I don't want to marry. Maybe in the past, but when that pair of chopsticks pierced my father's throat, Jingchu no longer has any relatives in this world. She no longer has any scruples, and she won't be threatened by others." At this point, Li Jingchu's voice turned low. She raised her head to look at Li Zishuan and said with a serious expression, Governor Wang holds a high position, but he treats people modestly. If it wasn't for him, the entire family might have suffered under Zhang Liang's evil schemes. When Jing Chu was in despair, Provincial Governor Wang helped her time and time again. Humans are not plants, how can they be heartless? How could Jing Chu not be touched by his affection? There's no need to wait for Zhang Liang to be executed. Jing Chu is willing to marry him now. Ah! Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this. He opened his mouth and asked in confusion, "Didn't Miss Li say that she would only agree after I capture Zhang Liang?" "That's what you said, Marquis." "Jing Chu didn't say that." Li Jingchu blinked her eyes and looked a little mischievous. Since Marquis has agreed to help Jing Chu find Zhang Liang's whereabouts, what is there for Jing Chu to be worried about? Even if we still can't find Zhang Liang after 2 years, at least all of us have tried our best. Marquis, what you said just now is right. Jing Chu can't punish herself because of this obsession. Punish? Provincial Governor Wang. And I can't let my father die with everlasting regret. After speaking, Li Jingchu opened her arms and looked up at the sky. It was as if she had been reborn and was filled with spiritual energy. Good, good, good. Li Zixuan clapped and sighed. Congratulations to Miss Li for being able to see through the obsession and get rid of the inner demons. Life is just a short few decades. While we are remembering our ancestors, we should also cherish the people in front of us. Cherish the people in front of us, Li Jingchu murmured. Then she looked at Li Zixuan and said, Marquis, I want to visit Provincial Governor Wang. I wonder if you can help me? Li Zixuan pursed his lips and thought to himself, isn't this change too fast? It seemed that this girl was not only soft on the inside but also dared to love and hate on the outside. Once things were explained, her determination to pursue love was even stronger than Wang Renbiao's. These two people were really a match made in heaven. Why not? Come with me, Miss Li. Li Zixuan smiled and said seriously. However, there is one thing that you have to consider carefully. Renbiao is born in the Wang clan of Taiyuan, which is one of the top clans in the world. I don't need to tell you how serious the prejudice is. If you choose to be together with Renbiao, the difficulties and obstacles you will encounter in the future will be more than you can imagine. Have you really thought it through? Li Jingchu was silent for a moment. Then she said with a firm expression, there is a solution to the problem. Provincial Governor Wang is willing to lower his status and sacrifice so much for Jingchu. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, Jingchu will not be afraid. I am willing to face it with him. Criticism, censure, and insult, so what? Sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. Only after tasting it yourself can you experience it. Good. Renbiao really didn't misjudge you. Li Zixuan nodded. He couldn't help but praise Li Jingchu greatly. This woman had too many shining points. It was no wonder that she could train a peerless hero like Wang Fangyi. Let's go. Let's go to the provincial governor's residence. If Renbiao knows that you are here to visit him, I reckon his illness will be half healed in an instant. Marquis, you're back. Why are you here? In the front courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Leng Yuyao saw Li Zixuan walking in and quickly went up to greet him. However, when she saw Li Jingchu behind Li Zixuan, Leng Yuyao's expression instantly turned cold. Miss Leng, I heard that Provincial Governor Wang is seriously ill. This little girl has received many favors from Provincial Governor Wang, so I specially came to visit him today. Li Jingchu didn't shrink back or get angry because of Leng Yuyao's cold expression. She first bowed respectfully to Leng Yuyao, and then spoke in a natural and unrestrained manner. Leng Yuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed. Clearly, she didn't expect Li Jingchu's attitude to change so quickly. There was a voice in her heart telling her not to let Li Jingchu in, but her rationality told her that Li Jingchu could speed up the recovery of Wang Renbiao's illness and could completely dispel Wang Renbiao's heart disease. She had to let Li Jingchu in. In the end, her rationality won over her selfishness. Leng Yuyao took a step to the side and gave way. Then she said indifferently, Go in. Young master just woke up not long ago. Thank you, Miss Leng. Li Jingchu looked at Leng Yuyao gratefully and then walked towards the side room. Li Zixuan thought about it and didn't want to join in the fun or be a third wheel. He looked at Leng Yuyao and wanted to say a few words of comfort. However, he realized that he couldn't because he wasn't Wang Renbiao. His comfort was pale and powerless. Marquis, you don't have to worry about Yu Yao. Yu Yao said before that I don't dare to have extravagant hopes of becoming young master's woman. I only hope to be able to protect young master for the rest of my life. Leng Yu Yao seemed to have sensed Li Zixuan's thoughts and said softly. Li Zixuan heaved a sigh and said, "Sigh. I hope all the lovers in the world can find their way together. Take good care of Renbiao and let him get better as soon as possible. The 400,000 people of Qizhou are counting on him. This marquis can't stay here for long. I have to leave in 2 days." After that, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to go out. As for the progress of Wang Renbiao and Li Jingqiu, he was not in the mood to care about it now. Now that Li Jingqiu had untied the knot in her heart, there was no obstacle between her and Wang Renbiao. It was only a matter of time before they got together. There was no suspense. On the other hand, Li Zixuan felt that he had brought a couple together, but he had hurt the other person's heart. This made him feel guilty. Wang Renbiao, now you owe me too much. You can't die early. Otherwise, who can I find to collect the debt in the future? After leaving the provincial governor's mansion, Li Zixuan couldn't help muttering to himself. According to the official history, not long after Wang Fengyi was born, Wang Renbiao died of illness. Wang Fengyi was as sad as an adult and was praised as a filial child at that time. Wang Fengyi's mother Li Jingqiu was ostracized by her mother-in-law, great elder Princess Tong, and moved to Fengquan Villa. Wang Fengyi was still young, so he cultivated farmland, planted trees, and repaired walls and houses with other handymen. From this, it could be seen that there was a huge gap between a child with a father and a child without a father. After returning to the inn where old Hu and the children were staying, Li Zixuan took out the telegraph and began to send a telegram to Yunshan. The content of the telegram was very simple. It was to ask Ma Zhou to publish a notice in Datong Daily that the Sky Chicken Brigade had stopped collecting chickens. Because of the addition of the 120,000 chickens from Qizhou, the Sky Chicken Brigade now had 120,000 chickens. In addition to the chickens collected by Li Ku and Chang Chumo's team along the way, the Sky Chicken Brigade now had no less than 650,000 chickens. This was already the limit of the number of chickens they could control. If there were more, not only would it not have a positive effect, but it would also have a negative effect and slow down the speed at which they killed the locusts. After sending the telegram, Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not go to the provincial governor's mansion to see how Wang Renbiao and Li Jingqiu were doing. Instead, he directly went out of the city to observe the speed at which the Sky Chicken Brigade was killing locusts for the people on the farm. Now, the cooperation between the various small teams of the Sky Chicken Brigade had become extremely tacit. As a result, with the same number of chickens, the speed of killing locusts had increased by at least 30% compared to the beginning. In addition, the scale of the Sky Chicken Brigade had been greatly expanded. Li Zixuan conservatively estimated that within half a month, the Sky Chicken Brigade could eliminate more than 60 counties of locusts, which was close to 2/3 of the disaster area. The disaster relief operation was in full swing. Seeing that more and more people would be rescued, Li Zixuan did not know that danger had already arrived. Some messages about him were gradually rising in various places. At first it was just a spark, but as more and more people spread the news, the spark began to have the momentum to start a prairie fire. The rumors had even spread to the vicinity of the capital. Don't sell the locusts to the government. Why? These locusts can be sold for a few coins. Bah! Are you stupid? 2 caddies of locusts can only be sold for 1 coin. But the Marquis of Yong and bought these locusts, fried them by the chef, and sold them at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. A plate can be sold for a few hundred coins. How is this possible? The Drunken Immortal restaurant is a place that sells food and wine. Why would they sell locusts? Who would eat something like that? Why not? Have you heard of the soaring prosperity that the Drunken Immortal restaurant introduced last year? That was made with locusts. What? Soaring prosperity was made with locusts? How is this possible? Why is it not possible? I have a relative who works as a waiter at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. He said it himself. Hiss. Then this Drunken Immortal restaurant is really black-hearted. A plate of locusts can be sold for a few hundred coins. I think so. It is not the drunken immortal restaurant that is black-hearted, but the Marquis of Yong. No wonder he is so rich. This kind of gossip was not too much. What was worse were some conspiracy theorists. In my opinion, the Marquis of Yong and must have known about this year's locust plague long ago. Where did this come from? Why don't you think about it? Why would the Marquis of Yong and raise hundreds of thousands of chickens in his own manor last year? Even if old Master Li is rich, he wouldn't let the Marquis of Yong and waste his money like this, right? Think about the sky chicken corps that is destroying locusts in various places. Everything seems to have been planned. Who dares to say that the Marquis of Yong and didn't raise chickens for this year's locust plague? So what? If not for the Marquis of Yong and sky chicken corps, who knows how many crops would have been destroyed by the locusts? That's right. Bullshit. You think the Marquis of Yongan is doing this for the citizens? Since he knew about this year's locust plague, why didn't he tell everyone in advance? If he did, there wouldn't be a locust plague now. The Marquis of Yong and wants to use this locust plague to make a fortune. Make money? How can locusts make money? Firstly, the drunken immortal restaurant's soaring prosperity is made with locusts. That thing is sold at a high price. A plate costs a few hundred coins. How much does the drunken immortal restaurant pay for a caddy of locusts? Back then it was 3 coins a caddy. Now it's even cheaper, 1 coin for 2 caddies. The drunken immortal restaurant used this to make a fortune last year. The drunken immortal restaurant's soaring prosperity is made with locusts? Is this for real? Ugh. I even ate soaring prosperity last year. The Marquis of Yong and is really black-hearted. A plate of locusts is actually sold for a few hundred coins. Kiki. That's not all. Last year, the price of chicken seedlings in Chang'an City skyrocketed. The Marquis of Yong was summoned to the imperial court because of this. At that time, the Marquis of Yong claimed that he bought so many chickens to rear a batch of fresh and tender wild chickens, so that the drunken immortal restaurant could use them for a full chicken banquet this year. Now you guys have also seen that the Marquis of Yong and Sky Chicken Corps is eating locusts all over Guangzhou. When the time comes, they will definitely be plump and tender, perfect for a full chicken banquet. Won't the Marquis of Yong make a fortune again? Now you guys should understand why the Marquis of Yong knew that there would be a locust plague this year but didn't tell us, right? He wants to use our food to feed the locusts, and then use the locusts to feed his chickens. Now that you mention it, it's true. I previously guessed that the Marquis of Yong might have predicted this year's locust plague last year. After all, he is the son of an immortal. But I didn't expect that there was actually a huge conspiracy behind this. Too black-hearted. I originally thought that the Marquis of Yong was a good marquis who empathized with the people. I didn't expect him to be such a selfish and black-hearted person who only cares about profits. That's right. To think that I even erected a longevity monument for him. I'm going to smash it when I get back. Ooh. Chapter 1491. Bah. You ungrateful villains, how dare you slander Marquis behind his back? Do you still have a conscience? If it weren't for Marquis who created the curved plow last year, many of us would have starved to death. How could we still be alive? Rumors spread everywhere, and under the encouragement of those with intentions, these rumors became more and more perfect, more and more convincing. However, over the past year, the number of people who had received Li Zixuan's kindness numbered in the tens of millions. Even if these rumors spread in an orderly manner, as if they were true, there were still many people with a conscience who chose to believe Li Zixuan. Moreover, they were willing to stand out and speak up for Li Zixuan. When one person stood up, hundreds and thousands of people followed suit. That's right. Last year, the land on our farmstead was so dry that we couldn't plow it. If it weren't for Marquis who created the curved plow, our land would have been deserted last year. Other things aside, the Tang Dynasty Dictionary compiled by Marquis allowed my child to learn how to read in just a year. If this was in the past, if my child wanted to learn how to read, he would have to worship a teacher. However, it would cost a lot to hire a teacher to teach him. Zhao Lauer is right. It's all thanks to Marquis. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be a single person in our house. We wouldn't even be able to read Datong daily. I don't care if Marquis knew in advance that there would be a plague of locusts this year. I only know that the locusts in our farmlands in Stone Village were eliminated by Marquis and the Sky Pheasant Brigade. Without Marquis's righteous help, our family of 7 would have had nothing to eat this year. If anyone dares to speak ill of Marquis, I, Old Goo, will fight to the death with him. Yes. If anyone dares to speak ill of Marquis, I will fight to the death with him. In the face of the fierce rumors, a large number of people quickly formed a united front to fight against those who were bewitched by the rumors and kept attacking Li Zishuan. The war between the two sides could be said to be on the verge of breaking out. In fact, if it was any other day, there would not be so many people talking bad about Li Zishuan. This was because Li Zishuan had always had a good reputation among the people. But now that the locust plague had broken out in Guangzhou, it was a time when the people were panicking. Someone had coincidentally released such a reasonable and irrefutable statement at this time. Those people who were not firm in their stance and had little contact with Li Zishuan were naturally bewitched. If the Marquis of Yong and had informed the people of this year's locust plague earlier, then every household would have raised over 100 chickens. Would we still have to wait for the Sky Chicken Brigade to exterminate the locusts for us? We'll destroy them ourselves. The Marquis of Yong and is clearly a hypocrite. He wants to use our crops to feed the locusts and then feed the locusts to the chickens. Yes, the Marquis of Yong and is a hypocrite, a selfish villain, using our crops to feed the locusts and wanting us to be grateful to him. He is a villain who only wants to make money. *T. Even if Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year, even if Marquis told this news to you, Sun Laochi, with your little wealth, how many chickens can you afford? Don't you still have to wait for Marquis's Sky Chicken Brigade to help you exterminate the locusts? You dog thing, you really are an ingrate. A few days ago, when Marquis helped your family exterminate the locusts, you thanked him profusely. Now, at the slightest sign of trouble, you join those evil people in slandering Marquis. Your father has always been highly respected in the Sun family village. How did he give birth to such a disappointing thing like you? I think that you bastard just can't bear to see Marquis doing well. That's right. Sun Laochi, you are the one who calls him bastard the most fiercely. When I return, I will tell your father and see if he doesn't beat you to death. You heartless wolf cub. Hearing this, a young man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks couldn't help but shrink his neck, not daring to say another word. Everyone listen to me. At this moment, a young man who looked like a scholar roared loudly. The crowd instantly quietened down. Looking closely at the scholar, who else could it be other than Yu Dehang from the Yu family village of Lantian County? Yu Dehang had originally come to Chang'an City to visit an old acquaintance. When he left the city, he heard a group of commoners discussing and arguing about something. He didn't think much of it at first, but after hearing the contents of the discussion and argument, he instantly realized that the situation was not normal. Thus, he hurriedly stopped in his tracks, intending to dispel the rumors and protect Li Zishuan's reputation. Fellow villagers, please don't misbelieve the rumors. Saying that the Marquis of Yong and is using the commoners' crops to feed the locusts is pure nonsense. More than 90% of us have received favors from Marquis. As humans, we cannot forget our roots, and even more so, we cannot be ungrateful. Earlier, I heard someone scolding the Marquis for not publicizing the locust plague's language to the public so that everyone could be prepared. Let's not talk about whether or not Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year. Even if he did, would you believe it if Marquis told you in advance? And even if you did, what could you do? Go buy chicken seedlings? It's not like you don't know the price of chicken seedlings in Chang'an City last year. How much money can the villagers have? Even if each of you were to exhaust all your wealth, how many chickens can you raise? Besides, think about it carefully. If you knew that there would be a locust plague this year, would your first reaction be to buy chicken seedlings? No, you would definitely panic. That is to say, even if Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year and told us in advance, it would be of no use. On the contrary, it would cause a collective panic among the millions of citizens of Great Tang. If that was the case, we would have already panicked before the locust plague today. Yu Dehang's meticulous analysis calmed the restless commoners down. After he finished speaking, the commoners couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who is that scholar? I know him. He is Scholar Yu from the Yu family manor of Lantian County. Last year, when the Chui family caused a ruckus, he was almost beheaded by the Chui family's guards. Thankfully, Marquis arrived in time to save him. So he is from Lantian County. No wonder he would speak up for the Marquis of Yong. But what he said makes sense. Even if Marquis told us in advance that there would be a locust plague this year, it would still be useless. Based on the price of chicken seedlings in Chang'an City last year, even if we used all our money to buy chickens, we would only be able to buy 60 to 70 of them. It is not enough. That's right. It seems like the Marquis of Yong and really cares about us commoners. In order to help us exterminate the locusts, he specially bought tens of thousands of chickens. I heard that last year Marquis spent over 10,000 strings of cash just to buy chicken seedlings. We have wrongly blamed Marquis. Hey, then what about the drunken immortal restaurants soaring to meteoric success? Just as some of the commoners were about to change their minds, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded out from the crowd. Yu Deheng frowned. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the person who spoke. This made him angry. That's right. The Marquis of Yong bought locusts at a low price from us and sold them at a high price at the drunken immortal restaurant. What about this matter? That gloomy voice successfully attracted the attention of the commoners. Immediately, a large man with a full beard shouted out. Yu Deheng's expression didn't change, but his mind was racing. A moment later he took a step forward and looked at the large man and asked, "This uncle, this you will say something disrespectful. The drunken immortal restaurant soaring to meteoric success is a bit expensive. But have you eaten it before? Or have the drunken immortal restaurant forced you to eat it?" That large man's face turned red and his imposing manner weakened. He opened his mouth and said, No, that soaring to meteoric success is so expensive, how could I be willing to eat it?" Yu Deheng nodded and said, "That's the logic. Although the price of soaring to meteoric success is expensive, but what does that have to do with us commoners? The drunken immortal restaurant's dishes were originally prepared for those rich people. Not to mention the drunken immortal restaurant. The other restaurants in Chang'an City also don't have cheap dishes. Why don't you go and talk about it? Why only talk about the drunken immortal restaurant? The drunken immortal restaurant is open for business. First, they don't force people to buy or sell. Second, they don't sell shoddy goods. Those who have been to the drunken immortal restaurant all feel that it is worth it. They don't feel that soaring to meteoric success is expensive, so what qualifications do we have to talk about it?" After Yu Deheng said this, the commoners couldn't help but nod their heads. Seeing this, Yu Deheng struck while the iron was hot and continued. "In addition, have you heard of locusts being sold for money? No. Now Marquis is willing to buy locusts from everyone. Although the price is a bit cheaper, a family of 4 can catch locusts for a day. If they sell it to Marquis, they should be able to get at least 10 copper coins, right? These 10 copper coins can be exchanged for 3 to 4 stones of grain. Where else can you find such a good thing? This is originally a good thing for all of you and Marquis. Some of you have mistakenly believed in slanderous words, thinking that Marquis is making black-hearted money. Where's your conscience?" Enlightening to the deaf. Yu Deheng's 2 reasonable and well-founded words could be said to be enlightening to the deaf. Hearing this, the commoners who had been bewitched earlier all blushed and lowered their heads in shame, not daring to say another word. Scholar Yu is right. This is originally a good thing, but some people are insatiable. They think that the benefits they get are too little. These bastards don't even think about it. Without Marquis, what kind of life would he be living now? He would probably be starving to death. That's right. Since we are indebted to Marquis, we have no reason to slander Marquis. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Marquis, I will beat them to death even if I have to risk my life. Seeing that the commoners had finally come to their senses, Yu Deheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a mysterious person wearing a bamboo hat in the crowd retreating and quickly walking away. Yu Deheng's intuition told him that there was something wrong with that person. He wanted to chase after him, but before he could take 2 steps, the mysterious person had disappeared. Yu Deheng's heart sank. He felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, why would there be so many rumors about Li Zixuan out of the blue? There's no smoke without fire. There must be something fishy about this. I have to go to Yanhuang College and tell Mr. Li Gang about this. I'm afraid that someone is trying to harm Marquis. Yu Dehang's eyes narrowed. Almost in an instant, he had made up his mind to go to Yanhuang College. Hey, kid. You've ruined Grandpa's plans. Where else do you want to go? After leaving the official road outside Chang'an City, Yu Dehang stepped onto the cement road to Yun Mountain. When she went around a mountain, two masked men in black suddenly appeared in front of Yu Dehang. One of them stepped forward and directly blocked Yu Dehang's path and said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yu Dehang's expression changed, and his heart was in his throat. His mind was racing, but he didn't forget to scan his surroundings. There were hills on both sides, so it wasn't convenient for him to escape. If he wanted to escape, he could only run backward. Thinking of this, Yu Dehang took half a step back. We are the ones who want your life. What do you think we want?" The man in black laughed sinisterly. He didn't seem to move, but a cold dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. These two people actually wanted to kill Yu Dehang directly. Yu Dehang's heart was instantly nervous to the extreme. But at the critical moment, Yu Dehang forced himself to calm down with strong willpower. He said without changing his expression, "There must be a reason to kill, right? I have no grudges with you. Why do you want to kill me?" He wanted to stall for time because this cement road wasn't unfrequented. There were often farmers who were going to Chang'an City to attend the market passing by here. He wanted to wait for reinforcements. The man in black opposite him seemed to have seen through Yu Dehang's thoughts. He sneered and said, "If you want to blame it on you for being a busybody. I'll send you to hell today. You can continue to be a busybody when you reach the netherworld." After saying that, the man in black flew out and stabbed Yu Dehang's throat with the sharp dagger. The moment the black-clothed man spoke, Yu Dehang was already prepared to escape. So almost at the same time the black-clothed man made his move, Yu Dehang had already finished turning around. At this moment, she was using all her strength to sprint desperately. Bam! Ouch! Yu Dehang was fast, but someone was faster than him. When he turned around, the other man in black had already flashed behind him. Yu Dehang turned around and ran, and directly bumped into the man in black. Sadly, he felt that he had bumped into an iron wall. Then, without any suspense, he was directly shaken to the ground. Yu Dehang hurriedly got up from the ground. Before the dagger of the other man in black was about to pierce his throat, he suddenly pointed at the man in black and said loudly, "You are the man wearing a bamboo hat outside Chang'an City just now. Why did you frame Marquis? Who ordered you to do this?" When the man in black heard this, his hand movements couldn't help but stagnate. Then he sneered and said, "Kid, do you know that the more you know, the faster you'll die? Humph. Today I'll send you to hell no matter what. Save your questions for the king of hell." After saying that, the man in black sneered and stabbed the dagger directly at Yu Dehang's heart. "It's over. This time it's really over." Yu Dehang closed his eyes in despair. He was now sure that this man in black was the one who wanted to harm Li Zixuan. But so what if he knew? He was going to die soon. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, but the difference in strength was too great. At this moment, "Hey, isn't that Scholar Yu? Bastard. Someone actually dares to commit murder in Lantian County. Boss number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, quickly attack for me." "Oh,